You switch over. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's been an interesting Easter weekend, or post-Easter sort of couple days.
It was an Easter weekend? Oh yeah, the Pope's dead, by the way.
Yeah. Well, man, you spoiled it. Spoiler alert. Yeah,
I
Pope
think life
died.
spoiled him. I don't really think I had much to do with that, to be honest.
Like, I was not a big fan of the Pope. He
Jeez,
was
I wonder
also
why.
88. Yeah. Well, he was very pro-diversity. Let's put it that
Yes.
way.
And didn't have a problem with Islam taking over fucking Europe.
No, not really concerned with that. But I mean, I'm not
Typical
gonna.
Jesuit behavior.
Hey, hang on a minute. You know I have to defend the Jesuits every time because I had
Yeah,
an
I have
excellent
specifically
education
said that
under
to
the
bait you.
Jesuits. I know you did, and it worked. Spoon is really quiet. That's crazy because he's so loud for me.
Really?
But several people are saying you're quiet.
I think
Yeah.
you might have his volume turned up.
Hold on, let me just boost it via,
Yeah, via OBS.
yeah.
Thanks for letting us know, though. Also, the Oblivion remaster came out. There's just been some stuff that. And iDubbbz, of
Boo.
course, iDubbbz released his new content cop on Ethan Klein,
Also, boo.
which, let's be honest, is what it really was content cop Israel, which I would probably have been down for in another iteration of iDubbbz. I can't
In a good
imagine why he would have
timeline,
done that.
in
But
the
yeah,
good timeline, if maybe we hadn't shot that fucking gorilla.
How about now,
yeah,
chat? Is it better now?
yeah, let us know about
Yeah.
Spoon's volume. Alrighty. So we're gonna do a little bit. Spoon knows nothing about this iDubbbz Ethan Klein thing,
No,
by
I
the
know
way.
nothing about
Lucky
this. I'm
soul.
completely. I'm not going to be lucky for much longer, Will. I get the impression I'm probably going to suffer through this.
We'll see. What I don't know.
Right.
I
was
honestly think we
told
might
a
just watch the
certain
opening.
demographic- I was told a certain demographic is involved, and
Yes.
therefore.
Well,
I
there's
should
two
be happy.
Hell, damn it, all of
demographics.
them.
There's actually three demographics. It's quite a few
There's
demographics
too
involved.
many of them. We need
There's
to
too
get rid
many.
of some of them.
But yes. All right. However, I wanted to start by telling my story of what happened today. So,
Oh, this is why.
huh?
And is it louder now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. It's because my mic was at 50 fucking %.
Oh, there you go. I'm getting some feedback on it now, though.
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay. While you were working on that, I will bequeath the audience, I guess. Hey guys. So I had to go get blood work done at like 9 a.m., 9:30, 9:20. And just
On
just
my
regular
day off, the
Yeah, I know.
bastards.
Well, that's why I schedule it for Wednesdays, because I know you're off on Wednesdays. Hey, it's easier that way,
Shaitan.
that way you can drive me if it's in the morning. But anywho, so yeah. I went to go get my blood work done
Dev
this
is
morning.
defending iDubbbz. Of course he is.
Of course he is. I'm not even
No
shocked by
surprises
that.
there.
Not surprised. I am curious as to how. It's very indefensible.
'Cause he's
But
Canadian.
I mean, iDubbbz isn't.
No, Dev.
Yes, but I don't know. That's not the. It's not the only reason why. Like he just has terminally terrible opinions. Anywho, though, so I went to get my blood work done, and
Everyone was by design at this point.
what is?
Dev's propensity to be a shithead and have terrible takes.
Yeah, he's doing it for attention. Yeah, that's all. That's why I don't pay attention to it because that's what he
Yeah,
wants.
do you know
that's
who
why
does that kind of shit? Women.
F slurs. Oh, there you go. Same thing.
Sex shock and stupid.
Okay, so I went to the doctor to get blood work done today. I keep starting this story. And the guy who is the nurse was flamboyantly homosexual, like just one of those types, I think I've seen him before. It's not a big island, and we always go to the same doctor. So I mean, I don't know.
Specifically,
There's
Dr.
only
Doctor-
so
He's
many
welcome to
puffed
fucking
as the
minors.
rest. The
Right?
rest have all been picked off.
But I don't remember ever having this guy do my blood work before, because and the reason why, and if I didn't remember, he certainly didn't seem to remember either, because what he asked me like
You
right
really
after.
want to fag me your blood work?
Huh. Well, I mean, I don't really have a choice. They just assign you a nurse, and he did a really good job. I didn't even feel it, but he asked me like, he
That's
said,
why he's
"Oh, do I
gay.
did?" He said, "Oh, do I detect an American accent?" Which, and I was like, "Oh yeah," which sometimes, I feel awkward about that sometimes. But then he proceeded to tell me about how his ex-boyfriend, or did he say Bill? Did I say was it
His
husband or
ex-husband.
okay? He did say
Ex-husband.
ex-husband. Yes, he said his ex-husband was from Alabama. He asked me where I was from, and I was like, "Oh, East Coast too." And then right before, it was just like, typical small talk kind of stuff. And then right before he got ready to I can't look. This obviously having blood drawn doesn't hurt. I mean, it doesn't feel nice, but it doesn't hurt. But for whatever reason, I can't look at it because it makes me feel queasy. So I have my head turned away, and right as he's getting ready to actually like draw the blood, he says, speaking of this topic, he's like, "Oh, so are you a Trump supporter?" And I was just like, "Oh my god." No, I hate him. I absolutely hate him. He's just the worst. I can't stand that big orange man. I felt like I was being set up. What a dick move, right?
He did that. I still maintain if God help us if he's local, but it is a very local thing to do. Just say something that would make someone seize up.
That's why I don't know. That's exactly why
I think he was
he's
winding you up.
local. Yeah. Oh yeah.
If you could, I'll have to review your
I feel
appointment.
like if a
Actually, I've got the-
homosexual is asking me your political affiliation, and it's based on Donald Trump, that's possibly a threat.
I was
Yeah,
about to
right?
say, I was pointing this out that you probably have a malpractice case right there, even if it was
Yeah.
wound up.
Look, as Luca Red Wolf says in the chat, save yourself from the air bubble. Exactly. I do not want this guy to
Right before
react
he drinks her
negatively.
lifeblood. Like, don't tell me your politics. Like, that's not shady at fuck at all.
Unbelievable. I mean, unbelievably
I'm not normally one to pearl clutch, but you should probably dob him in for that one. That's like one of the things, like
know?
asking someone's political affiliations right before you shank him in the fucking arm. That's
Yeah,
one of the
it's
times that that's a bridge
pretty
too far,
shady.
even for me.
I know it's just blood work. It's not, like I said, it's not serious, not hurt. It doesn't hurt. I did have to have like 6 vials drawn, so
But
it was
it's like-
like a lot of blood, but
It's only a hop, a skip, and a jump from doing that to doing a lumbar puncture.
right? I mean, like it's that same thing of you have a sharp instrument that you're about to stab me with, and you've just asked my political opinions.
This goes, okay, is it slightly funny? Yes.
Yes.
However,
It doesn't hurt.
it's
I didn't have
also
this.
like
It's so
one
fucked up.
of those ones
Yes.
the more I think about it, the worse this gets.
Oh my, just how bizarre.
You
What a
should
strange way to start the day.
probably file a complaint. Just as a point of purpose.
I did a perfectly fine job after I said no.
You lied.
Well, no, I didn't actually. I didn't lie. What I
Yes,
specifically
you colourfully fibbed.
I only mentioned one thing, and I said, "Oh yeah, the tariff stuff is ridiculous," which is how I feel about the tariff stuff, and we will get to some of that later. In that Trump is making deals with China allegedly, so in terms of that, in terms of that whole Trump's gonna hold out and gonna get the jobs back from China.
That's
Oh,
Free
kind of like
gorgeous dam. Free
called
gorgeous
that
dam.
because it was, obviously what was happening. I know that made some people very upset that
oh, boo-hoo.
I just know, it made, and I've been getting TDS allegations thrown at me, which is, I mean, really,
why?
like, because I think he fucked up the tariff situation.
Let's just call it what it is. People are bored.
Well, I guess I actually was going to bring that
Why do
up.
you care what Aiden thinks? I don't even care what she thinks, and I live with her.
If people are
I'm
here
married to
listening,
the
which they
woman.
are, and thank you guys for hanging out with us. But clearly, I guess obviously some people like to listen to what we have to say.
Vex,
but
shut up.
what? Don't be rude. Why do you mean to Vex?
Because, okay, whenever I see Vex come in, she does say some
you-
insanely bullshit just to provoke me and get a reaction. And for some reason, I do it every fucking time
works.
because I know it isn't real.
So
said I was in a
I don't
tutu.
know. I can see Vex. You can send that to me later.
Yeah,
I can
please
judge
send
for
it to me
myself.
as well, so I can judge me in a fucking pink tutu. But the most offensive thing about that is the fact that I'm wearing pink, not the fucking tutu.
What's wrong with pink? Men can look good in pink.
Yeah, if they're homosexuals, I'm not though.
Yeah, true. No. I think heterosexual men can look good in pink. Just depends on the shade of pink. I love the color pink. It's like my hair color. Pink and purple.
Burning that pillow shirt.
And teal. I like those 3 colors. Anywho, In addition to my bizarre doctor story, I thought we'd start with some good news. If you'll pull up the watch together, so I can share my screen here.
There we go.
Particularly good news. Rosie O'Donnell's worst nightmare could come true as she finds out citizenship application has not been approved. Oh no! Oh no, how terrible! Oh no! What happened? Oh no!
Oh, how terrible! Oh no! Oh, terrible! No!
Oh
no.
I thought Rosie was going
terrible.
home to her people to escape from the Orange Man. Oh no! What's she gonna
You
do
got
now?
to go back.
Oh my god. Okay, New York Times is none too bright. I mean, they don't know a lot about Rosie O'Donnell, having watched maybe one movie she's in, A League of Their Own, which surprisingly wasn't terrible. Whatever. Okay, Douglas Golden, I see you're editorializing and stuff here. I don't really care. Is it really this whole article? Is it not actually about what happened? And just, I'm gonna stop using the Western Journal, motherfuckers. If it's nothing in this. Okay, here it is. All right, her application for Irish citizenship has not yet been approved. She is worried about doing anything to jeopardize that. Technically, she and her youngest child, Clay, who is autistic and non-binary, are still visiting the country. The article then went on to state that O'Donnell...
Wait.
Yeah,
So it hasn't been approved yet. That doesn't mean it's declined. It just means your fat ass has to wait fucking longer.
What? I mean, it doesn't say declined. It says not been approved,
Yes. Yes, but the word yet...
Yeah.
Is not featured there, and it should be.
Headlines.
That's my point. It's a bit of a.
It's a bit misleading.
Yes.
Look, I just want to dunk on Rosie O'Donnell because I think that her moving to Ireland is fucking hilarious to escape Trump. It's just, I don't know. I find the whole thing just the performativeness of it is
It's bollocks.
deeply funny to me. O'Donnell's promoting a documentary called "Unleashing Hope: The Power of Service Dogs for Autism." Has been corresponding with infamous convicts like Lyle Menendez and Lindy England out of Abu Ghraib. Ghraib. I can't pronounce anything tonight. What? Wait, are you stuck at power of service dogs for autism, or?
It does kind of smack of like Jenkum Jams with Jesus, doesn't it?
Jenkum Jams for Jesus, power of service dogs for autism.
Unleashing hope.
It's like a Dracula flow bar.
What the fuck is that?
Grave notoriety and fears implementation of Project 2025 TM inter alia. Oh my god.
Oh my god, what the fucking hell is that?
Like, just any of these sentences and add, I really do this shit to the end of it.
The Times article mentioned that O'Donnell is staying in Dublin while applying for Irish citizenship and gave this quote from her. I see reflections of myself in this country everywhere I look and reflections of my family and my very Irish childhood. Oh my god.
Bitch, you've never even been there.
I hate this is why everyone hates Americans. This is why.
I see reflections of myself to a place you've never fucking been, and you think you're entitled
she
to
may have been there.
Like,
she may have been there.
Nothing reflects the very Catholic country of Ireland quite like a fat lesbian with a medically induced mutant of a child.
Jesus Christ, that's terrible.
Fucking hell.
But I mean, when she first announced this, I remember saying something to this effect that was like, "That's not. You just think you're gonna become a citizen because Rosie, you hate Trump. I'm not sure that's gonna work out for you. You're not Irish as much as you think you are.
You aren't Irish, and you weren't seeing yourself reflected in the culture. You were watching Mrs. Brown's Boys, and you mistook the transvestite for yourself.
Mrs. Brown's Boys is actually fucking funny.
Unlike Rosie O'Donnell.
Ridiculous. Yeah. Oh my god.
The funniest line in that bit is where because the grandfather stays with the person in the house, and they says like he says, "I'm not feeling well. You're 82. You're not supposed to fucking feel well." "I'm dying." "Well, call me when you're short."
But don't worry, Joanna. We're done talking about Rosie at this point. I just wanted to give an update on that because I think that's funny.
Ma'am, you're Irish, you're from Brooklyn. Yeah, fucking hell. That should be her passport fucking rejection line.
I do, however, want to quickly move into because I think we are gonna cover, if we have time for it, more of the Rogan Marie Smith debate. We got an hour into it last time. We have to do that on Rumble. We would have gotten through more if we hadn't had to switch to Rumble. So depending on where we get in the stream with the stuff that I do have planned out, in addition to that, we will at some point later in the evening or afternoon, wherever you are, move over to Rumble to finish the Rogaine thing over there. But
Ooh, very snippy.
there is something that we could watch a whole lot of, or we could watch very little of. And I thought it also it will really set the stage, I guess, for the chat and for us, which is that, after this glorious Easter weekend, let's all enjoy something that'll make you want to fucking top yourself, which is iDubbbz's content cop on Ethan Klein.
By the way.
I mean, I think what we're gonna do no matter what is watch the opening. I mentioned this a little bit last week as it came out the next day, I think, after, yeah. And this was horrific. What?
Destination.
Okay. This was worse than I think we could have imagined. It's as I mentioned before, what a content cop used to be is, criticism of a YouTuber's content. It's sort of in the title. In the past, the people he went after were bad reactors like Jinx, who just sat there and let videos play and then went, whoa, that's crazy. Bad reactors like Jinx.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something else.
What'd you think?
Like...
Oh no, I don't know what, but I'm terrified of whatever you thought it was.
It rhymed with inks.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Bill got it.
He's saying it's about the Celestials.
Right, it's
Orientals.
Not. But what this ended up being is not about a specific. He's gone after like Rice Gum for promoting gambling to children, which he did, and a bunch of other people who have made really Leafy. Of course, was his most famous one.
Joke. Like, you can't fucking make it up.
Yes. And then the Leafy one was about Leafy's content being very lazy and about him making fun of children, which, whatever. But it was very lazy content that revolved around making fun of children. However, this was not a content cop because he doesn't talk about the content. He omits. Again, this is an hour long. I don't suggest anyone watch it. If you're going to watch it, don't watch somebody's coverage of it. Watch Chud's. Watch Nicholas Diorio's. Watch somebody, because I can't fathom trying to watch this without other people around or commenting on it, because it is just an hour of bullshit. It's an hour of him whining like a bitch, where it's two parts of it I do want to play, which is the opening and the ending, because those are the only parts that really matter. Everything in the middle is iDubbbz is angry at Ethan Klein because he's a Jew, and he wants to be best friends with Hassan Piker.
Why?
Because he's washed up. Because he's washed up.
Call it what it is. His wife wants to fuck Hassan Piker.
Yes,
Why?
his wife, because she's a whore, literally. She is a whore. She is an OnlyFans prostitute.
Okay, but this thing, you can.
And she wants to fuck Hassan Piker.
And still have standards.
She is a, what do you call it? Branch climbing, attention seeking whore. When she and Ian iDubbbz got together, he was like a king of YouTube. Considered, people were afraid of him making a video on them. I seriously, I used to hear people talk about it all the time. Oh, I'm so terrified that if I do something wrong on YouTube, iDubbbz will make a content cop on me. I mean, he scared people with the power that he had by making these videos to basically destroy somebody's career on this platform. And by
weird
making criticisms of them.
Someone is going to ruin the very concept of nighttime for me.
What do you mean by that?
I can't go into
what does that even mean? What kind of...
Because there's dark things out there?
No.
What is this? What is this cryptic shit? Great, more riddles.
You maybe should fucking extrapolate. I
what?
wasn't just going to assume you're being constantly stalked by fucking Mr. Popo.
I have no idea what that means. Oh my god.
Fuck you, me.
Lancer2 says, otherwise known as a woman. iDubbbz? Yes, he certainly acts like, oh no, or his wife. Yes to both. Yes to both. I don't know, like, a lot of people blame Anissa for solely being responsible for destroying this guy's career and turning him into a massive cuck in every sense of the word. Politically, spiritually, metaphysically, and physically cucked.
Quite literally.
Absolutely. And more specifically, as Chud is wont to say, and as I think is a good descriptor of the world in general, there are only two types of people in the world. The raped and the unraped. And iDubbbz has joined the ranks of the raped. Let's...
Well, easiest thing to just remember.
Observe.
Remember it this way, folks. A woman women tend to have cunts. iDubbbz a woman,
Tend to.
and Issa's a cunt. There we
Tend
go.
to. Oh, what do you mean women tend to have cunts? Tend to be cunts? Because the UK ruled on that recently.
Yeah, I'm told there were some sectarian issues about it. But yeah, the fact remains.
Oh my. Here we go. The opening... Oh, okay.
Okay, there.
The word cringe is overused, so I'm going to use the word fremdscham, and if you're also tired of the overuse of the word cringe and want to sound pretentious, you can use fremdscham instead.
No, fuck that. I'm not sick
The
of
Germans
the
have
word
a word
cringe.
for everything!
I don't give a shit about that thing you just said. I don't certainly give a shit about fremdscham. What I'm pissed off is, why are people overusing the word cringe? I don't know. Maybe if people would stop making me experience cringe, I would get used less.
I'm saying it now. Fremdscham is a German word meaning embarrassment at someone else.
Such as for someone using German unnecessarily.
Oh no, you feeling some fremdscham right now? So
every single day of my life, I can.
Oh, yeah, I'll
German
phone the
chat. We should be
I think
nice
it's
to them.
I can twist my fucking face into
I think
a
it's spelled
fist.
like that. I think it's spelled like that. I don't quote me on it. If you put that into Google, you'll find it. But this is exactly what I feel here is secondhand embarrassment. So prepare yourselves. I'm serious. This involves Hassan Piker. Okay, again, just the overview.
On a scale of 1 to 10, with Mighty Boosh at
Shaman.
5.
Thank you, Lord Sauerkraut. Appropriate name. Why are we talking about this on the show? Why is this political? Because this might as well have been content cop Israel, but soy and Fremd shaman, an inducing of Fremd shaman,
Is it going to
right?
be worse than I don't know, The Office?
Have you not seen the opening to this, Bill?
I've seen bits of it.
Oh,
Pretty
okay.
fucking bad.
I'm not hyping this up, and in terms of how bad it is, unwarrantedly. Let's just there's two parts that are worth watching. Everything in the interim is just him bitching about this other guy on the internet, and nobody cares.
Call it what it is.
Yes, kvetching, which is funny because he's not the Jew in this instance. Here we go.
Is surprisingly dangerous.
No.
Consider
The top of his.
Why is it so quiet?
So by the way, I had it turned down. That's why.
There we go.
It's supposed to be quite. Oh, great shot. Thanks, Ian.
Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far.
God, he looks
They
like a
have-
pad someone keeps beside that phone.
Actually, the other thing that's terrible about this is that you do have to
Looks like an extra for fucking train spotting.
He really does. The other problem
Uh,
with this whole thing is that you do need some explanation, I think, because unlike all of the other content cops where he explains the whole story and what the issue is, in this one he deliberately leaves out the entire story. So the only way that this would make sense, I think, is if you already know what's going on. And the TLDR of what happened over the last couple months is that Ethan Klein of H3H3, which huge YouTube channel, they really pushed, for protecting creators' rights back in the past and have a lot of respect from people, despite having gone very far left and starting a lefty politics podcast with Hassan Piker. But after October 7th, obviously there grew to be a lot of animus between Hassan and Ethan. Ethan Klein being a Jew and his wife Ela Klein being Israeli and having served in the IDF, and Hamas Piker being Hamas Piker. So look, this is one of those situations where was it Norm Macdonald? I believe everyone involved in the story should die. It's that same kind of energy. I just don't care. I don't care about your sand war. I'm sorry. And you look. I feel terrible that children are dying, and innocents are dying. But I just don't care. It's not our concern at all. Been fighting over this land
no one
for
should ever be
forever.
forced to give a shit about something that they don't have a fucking horse in the race of. Also, returning to the train spotting comment.
Yeah.
I think I would rather have track marks on my arm than an Issa on my arm. If I'm honest, it would be less shameful.
Yeah, it would be, because you could say you got over. I overcame heroin. I don't know if it's. I don't know if you come out on the other side of a woman like Anissa with anything to feel positive about yourself for. Because I think she wants to bang Hassan. That seems fairly evident. And what happened was a couple of months ago, a bunch of lefty Twitch people encouraged the calling of CPS, Child Protective Services, on Ethan Klein, who is a millionaire and lives in a mansion and has a maid and a nanny, claiming that his children were crawling around in feces because he had said on his podcast that they were worried one of their kids, their youngest, who I think is 18 months, had giardia, which is a parasite that you can get from swimming pools, that you can get from usually fresh sources of water. If you drink, pasteurized, it wouldn't be pasteurized if it's water, unboiled water, unpotable water. Or, you can also get it, yes, from drinking or eating something that has been contaminated with animal feces, because it's a parasite, and that's one of the ways that it spreads as a vector. It's not uncommon, particularly in very young children, and in people who swim a lot and things like that in freshwater sources. But they called CPS on Ethan, even though his kid this is the thing, the kid didn't even have the parasite. The dog, they got a new dog, and the dog had the parasite. And yes, Robert, you can get it from beavers. Another name for giardia is beaver fever. Well, I don't think it's not from beavers, it's just that the water that beavers live in, they probably have it too, freshwater sources. Yeah. Anyway, so they called CPS, they tried to have his kids taken away. At that point, I don't really care about, I already don't care about the Israel-Palestine thing, really. I don't. And no amount can, I really don't care about Russia-Ukraine. I'm sorry. I'm interested in it from a geopolitical standpoint, but the emotions that are tied up in it, you can't induce that in me. Except for, again, the death of innocence, of obviously I feel terrible about. But but the politics, I'm only interested in it from a geopolitical stance. However, these people are all very emotional about it. And so, yes, these lefty streamers went and then bragged about having done it afterwards. It's going to be my new video. It's crazy that this is still wrapping up because I've been so sick. It took me like 2.5 months to make this video. I'm slowly wrapping up now. Where in that video, I reframed to be about this Ethan Klein iDubbbz thing, specifically. Well, it wasn't about iDubbbz at that point, but the giardia stuff as a point of how people will just read shit on the internet and view themselves as experts on it because they read it on Wikipedia. That's sort of the framing device that I used. And now it's come full circle with this. But I just want to put that out there that all of this shit is because people called CPS to try and have Ethan's children taken away from him.
Can we just admit
Ethan
for 1
said,
second, basically, Wikipedia is basically just like polished Reddit.
It's unusable at this point, I would say. It's so useless. In response to having CPS called on his family in knowing falsity, which I would like to reiterate to the retards at Twitch who encouraged this and who did it, is illegal in the state of California. Have fun. It is illegal to file a knowingly false CPS report, or either knowingly false or done so with reckless disregard for the truth. Have fun with that. I've not heard anyone talk about the legal aspect of this, by the way. I'm the only person I've seen mention it. That's illegal in the state.
Real talk,
Okay.
real talk.
Yeah.
The thing that pisses me off the most is people seeing people do blatantly illegal
Evil?
shit.
This is cool. I don't care if it's illegal, it's evil.
No, I'm talking about other cases as well, where things are, less a moral issue and more the fact that someone's doing something blatantly fucking illegal. And they just will not do anything to report it to the fucking feds or fuck all. They'll just make I want to make a fucking video about it instead. Fuck off.
Right. Right.
No,
but again, that's
setting the stage. Where people actually called it in as well, but
yeah, I do get annoyed by that too. But that's just, oh my god, it's really hot up here today.
They would rather people be out in the wild causing fucking havoc so they could make some money off of making videos off of it, rather than, actually getting these fucking loonies locked up.
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna take my sweater off. Why is it so warm up here? It got really warm today. Sorry, I'll be right back. It'll take me 1 second, guys. Jesus, hot.
Because it's becoming warmer. Summer is here. Or will soon. Well, for you guys, winter over here.
Yeah, it's getting a bit warmer now.
Bill, we have to prepare for a lot of cringe now. I suspect. I've been hearing through the grapevine you've been basically exposed to a lot of cringe through this shit.
Just in life generally, to be honest.
Okay. So it's no worse than normal?
Oh.
God damn, if I think it's hot, it must be in temperature boiling.
Before we continue, something I'm not sure if it's completely confirmed. I think it is. Apparently, Bethesda gave free Steam keys for the Oblivion remaster to the
Yes.
Sky Oblivion team.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. To me, that comes across as
backhanded as
incredibly
fuck.
backhanded as shit. You just say, oh, that's cute, you were almost done with your like 10, 15-year project to unfuck our spaghetti code. Get fucked. Here's a free copy of our like completely remastered version.
All they had to do was just all they had to do. They have all access to all the stuff, you know, which probably for them it was just really easy. They just had to update the stuff comparatively to what those people have been doing, working backwards for the last decade and a half. Anywho,
actually having to fight against Bethesda's fucking spaghetti code.
Which is always awful. Justin, Bill does not have a YouTube channel of his own, but when he does DM, it's here on Broken Crown, usually on Tuesdays, but we're in hiatus right now. Let's see. Cosmic Dogoran for 2 says Daily Show has done content cop on Israel for years. Yes, it's not that kind of content cop Israel. It's not one that's. It's just him bitching for an hour. Okay, it's him, and then literally crying, as we'll get to. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen anything that has negative testosterone to this degree. At least for the Doberman has been a member for 20 months, says Ian looks like he has been sitting in the C chair too many times. He sits in it every day. His wife's in a F4. Anyway, sorry, I had to take my top off. Actually, really, it's really hot up here. I don't know. Okay. And now I've got a matching gray tank top on. Great. All right, take it away, Ian.
Mobilized. Such an insane harassment group that anybody who says any fucking thing,
These tattoos are fucking ghastly.
they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again,
I unironically think, and a lot of people have speculated this, that he and Anissa, who, of course, the tattoo obsession is her obsession. She loves tattoos. She's really big into it. And it was after that they got together that he started to get these hideous tattoos all over his body. And the speculation, and I'm prone to agree, is that they just go to the tattoo shop and pick things off the walls. Because there's no... It looks like there's no planning, there's no consistent theming. If you're going to get shit permanently tattooed on your body, you'd think you'd want to actually like pay a lot of attention to it, because you have to live with that for the rest of your life. I know that laser removal has gotten a lot better, but...
I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people.
What we do here is go back.
I just took off my outer sweater, guys. Don't get excited. Oh fuck, the music's so loud. Okay, also, like, so this is the music he always uses, but it just does not hit the same. Also, it looks like they're just staying in like a rented cabin. He used to do these huge skits where he would go hunt down the person or a simulacrum of the person he was doing the content cup on. And also, another key point, I should mention that this guy said he would never make one of these videos again. This is actually really important. He said multiple times he would never make one of these videos again because they're so mean. They're so mean and they cause people pain when he goes after them like this. So he broke out his content cop uniform to go after Ethan Klein because he complained about having CPS called in his house, just to be completely honest.
He complained that people were doing crimes to him.
Yes, he complained that people... Look, I'm not a fan of Ethan Klein. I'm not a fan of iDubbbz. 8 years ago I was, but I'm not and haven't been for a long time of either one of these guys.
Both parties. However, just because I hate one doesn't mean I'm going to give the other one slack. God, they're a pair of wankers.
Getting excited. I actually used to think that Ian was attractive back in the day. Long time ago.
You could not have got that out of me with a blowtorch and a pair of pliers.
Okay, a long time ago, back when he was hanging out with Frank and Max Mofo. I used to think he was kind of cute. Well, it didn't persist, and I continued to have the drinking problem for a long time post-facto, anyway.
How bad is your eyesight again?
Oh, really bad. Can't see shit, Captain. I'd also like to point something out. You see this pink thing in the background? That's a like sort of pink guy symbol. Ela Klein, Ethan Klein's wife, made those by hand and made that one for iDubbbz. Just like to point that out. He brought this doll thing to this obvious cabin that they've rented to film this in, just because that's just
and it's a personal
creepy.
gift.
A personal gift, yes. I mean, I know she made these and sold them, but I'm pretty sure that was a personal gift for him. No, he's not mean in this vid. He's soy. Yes, Joji, actually, and Max have both done incredibly well for themselves. I love Cold Ones.
And here's iDubbbz doing what he does best, flailing into the void.
Yeah, he's just running. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. So that's not the part you had to prepare yourself for. That's just the opening. This is the part you need to prepare yourself for. Even I want to top myself in watching this. Hassan also looks like he wants to die.
Yeah, I was about to say, he looks like he's been in a microwave.
The
got
thing
like
is,
black patches all over his skin.
yeah, this whole video, it was made for one explicit purpose. iDubbbz is irrelevant now. He has sunk his own career by becoming a lefty, soy-filled F-slur. He desperately, again, the real reason is Anissa desperately wants to fuck Hassan Piker, in my opinion, and pretty much everybody's, because it seems very obvious.
He looked so sad right there, 'cause he's like, oh no.
Oh, she's got to be close by. He can probably smell her.
You definitely smell her
She's
before
trying
you
to
see
get
her.
on that Turk dick. But,
She's
oh,
checking into the Roach Motel.
however, it's not
She's
her.
not checking out.
It is not her in this video who will be sucking on something long and hard and black. That instead will be Ian.
No surprises there.
But
Is
even
it a
though this
gun?
video, no,
No such life.
unfortunately, unfortunately, this video is a gift to Hassan. It's just the whole thing is just sweeping for him, just saying Ethan bad, Hassan good, Jews bad, Arabs
Here's my
good.
offering,
Very
great Hassan. If you'd make me relevant again, here's a video talking
Yeah.
shit about the people you don't like, and also here is the worst pussy on earth.
And not only does Hassan look incredibly bored and not even attempt to act in this little skit, but he's not had anything positive really to say about the video after it came out, even though it is actually just gift wrapped and made for him as a big old suck fest.
What's up, everyone?
He looks
I'm Hassan Piker.
more uncomfortable. Remember when I just went over to do the whole hit piece against Sam Hyde, and they had that picture that they couldn't even show on stream because of how fucking egregious it was that they made for him.
Lancer5 says Aiden is also historically called many black women attractive, so we already knew her taste was suspect. Why is my taste?
Oof.
Bill, you said that to me the other day. You just said why.
He's
am I-
correct. Bill, keep doing it.
Kemi Badner, come on now.
Okay, that one was a big fuck up. Look, she was saying base stuff about
What do you mean
trannies.
that one? All of them are big fuck ups.
Well, that one was fucked up.
When I'm the most normal person you've been out
She's
with,
a
it's
terrible
fucking rough time,
Tory
isn't it?
piece of shit.
Oh my god, that's
Anyways,
true. Bill is the most normal one you've been around with.
What a horrible time to have eyeballs.
It's the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls,
Get on
and
with this.
MBs
What are you, the fucking weather report now?
Today's a beautiful day.
this is okay. So the chat here is fake. This is all a skit, right?
I have a very
And you can tell because Hassan cannot act, nor is he trying to.
important announcement. I finally done it. I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke, and
So
I'm
this all started. Another thing that started
Why
Hassan's
does
involvement
he sound like he's trying to sound more masculine?
because he's acting.
Oh.
This is a
He sounds
performance,
like
and this is all he's
trying to
given
do
it
a
all he
skit,
got.
a performance.
I actually,
He's-
yeah.
I think
actually,
is he trying to do like a
calm
Clint
and black.
Eastwood impression or some shit?
No, I actually think he's trying to look as if he's not interested in this in case it was horrible and cringe and embarrassing as it ended up being, so that he can then, in hindsight, say, well, I wasn't that invested. He just asked me to be in it, and I said sure, which is more or less what he's done since. But, so yes, Ethan Klein used to do a podcast with Hassan called Leftovers. It was about what you could expect, as I mentioned. After their breakup, Ethan Klein released a video called his own content nuke on Hassan Piker stuff, and it's incredibly damning. I don't know. I'm sure everybody here already knows why Hassan Piker is detestable on. I can't say. I guess his old masculinity videos were kind of funny in a very also cringe way. But that's about all I can say positively about Hamas Piker. So this is a response. Hassan refused to watch Ethan's video for months and months, and still has not watched it. But that's hence, oh, I watched the video and it epically owned me. That's the skit in the opening. Sorry, I just have to give context. I knew this was going to happen. I told you this, Spoon, because I was watching Harry on Lotus Eaters the other day, having to explain this exact same scenario, the thing that's happening here. to Bo, who also doesn't know any of these fucking
I feel for Bo,
jokers
we're in the same
involved.
chair.
If you're wondering why she's more energetic than usual, she had a chai latte this morning.
I did. I had some caffeine.
And
I had some
she's been
caffeine.
rolling on. She's been running on diesel ever since.
Yeah.
Not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context.
Wake up, yeah.
Everything was correct. I am
Over-explaining for people who aren't familiar.
Fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's
I mean, true.
Most
Yeah, it is.
importantly, Ethan is more.
I don't really care about
attractive than me,
it,
both
but-
physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke, and he was right about that too.
Like, he's just focusing on shit that doesn't matter.
How did he know everything? How?
Thanks for pausing the video, son.
Yeah.
Wake up, Ethan.
Okay,
Wake
here
up,
it goes. Here it starts.
Wake
It
up.
begins.
Oh no, would you look at the time to go take a piss?
That is a G-Man reference.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Oh,
To be awake, Ethan.
it's just so bad.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Even when she is wearing a technically long sleeve shirt, Denims has to have her giant fake tits out.
Wake up.
At least she
She's
knows
really
her only
fat.
selling point. Yeah, Frogan's actually lost weight. She got on Ozempic. She's less fat now than she used to be.
Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up. Wake
This is that guy's Sean the Black. He has nothing to do with this at all. He was just invited so that there's a black guy in this video.
up. Since anyone? Just wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
This is a
Yeah, he
Half-Life
Jabba the
reference.
Hutt.
Up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do it.
I don't know what.
Huh?
Oh my god, the fucking
No,
Fortnite dancing.
it's
It's
the wake up thing is a
Wake up, Mr.
G-Man
Freeman.
from Half-Life. Yes.
it. I actually don't think it is.
You sure?
I don't know.
Because it
Well, they're-
really sounds like that.
But they're woke. They're woke. That's the thing.
Okay.
Yeah, the black guy's name, Neon Suspenders, is Sean Da Black. Dablack. That's his name on YouTube. If you were to take a guess as to what political topics really concern Sean Da Black, you go ahead and take a
guess.
shot in the dark there, if you get my drift.
I'm guessing it's
Yeah,
black
yeah.
issues because that's the only thing they can ever talk about.
It's everything is racist. Everything is racist. Everything is racist. Yeah, that's his shtick.
Nobody's told you to wake up, Ethan.
Ooh, yummy. I love Sabra hummus.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
That also was not addressed properly in this video. There was a whole thing, we covered it like a year ago. We're at TwitchCon, sponsored by Amazon, well, owned by Amazon, and with a bunch of ExxonMobil and all these different companies supporting TwitchCon behind them. They had the Twitch Muslims did a tier list of best thing you can be, which it was like about who can say Habibi, which means Ian says it means love. It means like friend or bro, essentially. I mean, it does mean love, but in the way that it's used colloquially. Oh, this whole video is so awful. But I'm just remembering it. It's giving me fucking PTSD flashbacks. Anyway, so they did this Twitch panel, and the best thing you could be was Arab on the list. And the worst thing that you could be on the list was, quote, love Sabra. Sabra hummus is shitty hummus. However, it's also made in Israel. It's an Israeli company, and Sabra is also a word to mean Jew. So on the list, sponsored by Twitch, the best thing you can be is an Arab, and the worst thing you can be is a Jew. I wouldn't really care if Twitch didn't ban anyone and everyone for if it was applied equally, right? And then of course in punishment for doing this, I think Frogan and maybe Denims got like a 1-week ban for it. Which Twitch allowed the panel to go forward, so they approved it. Anyway, let's continue. That's what the hummus thing is about, though.
People pushing 14, folks.
Uh-huh. There's no more skits. There's no more skits or anything for the rest of the video. It's just gonna be him sitting in front of his computer like this. Oh, with his boxing bag behind him, so you know that he does boxing.
Right.
Hey, he does boxing.
Yeah,
Just so
he
you
did
know.
exactly 5 minutes of boxing and got CTE, so now he's not allowed to do it anymore.
Right, he got beat so fucking bad. What's good, hummus? I mean, I don't hate Sabra, but it's like the thing that it's cheap hummus. It's that you can get anywhere.
It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 Content Cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a
I don't know what he's doing.
Son Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If
That one was weird too. Yeah, I wanted to play this for a little bit because I don't know why Sargon caught a stray on this. Like,
I'm not sure, but that attempt at an accent was definitely a hate
oh,
crime.
it's definitely, yeah. And I don't know why. Why is he doing an accent?
Before we continue, India has is expelling all Pakistani nationals within the next 48 hours.
Holy shit! What?
That means that Kashmir is about to be on fire again.
Oh my
boys.
god!
I'd like to see them actually do that first.
For another slap fight between
let's
the
see
two
what
worst
happens.
groups of warriors on the face of God's green earth.
By the way,
Anywho.
the last time there was a thingy like that in Asia, it started off the Second World War.
Yeah. No, of course Sargon didn't care. I
just
think he was
saying.
also surprised that he caught. I think he tweeted about it. He was also like, "What? Why have I been brought up?"
Like, who are these people?
I know who they are, I'm sure, but it's just like, what? So, and then, that's 4 minutes in. It was the only other thing I think is really worth that he threw a stray at Sargon for some reason. And then it's just an hour of whining and bitching and complaining. But then we get to iDubbbz denouement, which is here near the end. Let's get into it. All right. When does it start? Yeah, around here.
In this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10.
Okay, so, all right, so what leads into this is that one thing that Ethan jokes about is that, like, 2 years ago, this streamer, Cutie Cinderella, had claimed that she had been, I don't think it was raped. I think she just said people were like she posted nudes online and other people were, no, it was AI porn. That's what it was. Thank you. People were making AI porn of her and she was upset about it and she was crying about it. And it was she was very upset about this. She hasn't made porn, I don't think. Maybe she has since, but whatever. She was upset that people were making porn of her and posting it and other people were believing it was real and the things that she had made. And so she's crying on stream about it. And it was around Christmas time. And they were playing this cover of Chestnuts Roasted over Upper Fire, but it's like an Asian guy, and it's horribly sung. So Chestnuts Roasted over. It's really bad. It's intentionally bad, I think. Yeah, it's and he's got a very thick Chinese accent. And so Ethan kept laughing during the apology because the background music was it's very inappropriate. He then apologized to Cutie Cinderella for laughing while she was upset about this AI pornography thing. And then a YouTube therapist, a therapist who does YouTube, rated his apology a 10 out of 10. And then Ethan joked about it, like, oh, hey, by the way, this is obviously a joke. Like, yeah, I got a 10 out of 10 from some random guy on YouTube on my apology. It's not taken seriously, but of course iDubbbz takes it as if Ethan is very, very proud of this achievement. And again, I'm no fan of Ethan Klein. It's just obvious this is a joke.
One is actually
but it's important. It's important because of where this goes.
best apology. So Ethan Klein, you guys! Oh my god!
I was trying really hard to think.
Was it William Hung?
An impactful moment.
There was some other
in
Chinese
this
guy.
Video, like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B.
Why does he look like he's aging
So I went to visit
through
psychology
AIDS?
in Seattle.
Because he has spiritual aids. Kevin, I've never been a fan of Destiny. I don't know where that came from. Destiny threatened to sue me at one point, bro. I don't know where that came from. But I've seen people say that just because we had him on the show. Like I've tried to be friendly with him before the fucking revenge porn shit. Just because I don't like having animus.
Literally everyone.
Yeah, that's just how I am. Sorry, I know it's cringe too.
I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying.
So here's what happened. So this guy who gave Ethan a 10 out of 10, he went to this therapist, to try and initially get him to change the grade. Kevin, I could find you the email where Destiny threatened to sue me from his attorney. Yeah. I posted on Twitter before.
We might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama.
It's an
Why are you
obvious
such
joke.
A spineless coward of a person. Now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation.
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discreet apology as I see it.
I mean, they probably all live in California, I'm sure, but he went over to this guy's studio. I think, yeah, again, to ask him to change the grade, and then just where this goes is unbelievable.
Without taking any consideration of prior or
like
future
got
behavior.
BCU.
If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person, and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry
what?
and will apologize, and I will be there.
By the way, I don't know what Ethan's done that he should apologize for in this situation. All he did was say, hey, iDubbbz, you've been to my house. You've held my children in your arms. Can you please tell people that my house is not a filthy pigsty with dog shit all over the floor, as Bad Empanada said directly, and as Denim's allowed to be played without any kind of comment, and just sat there and nodded along. Yes, the house is full of dog shit and a filthy pigsty. Can you please, as my friend of 10 years, just say my house is not a filthy pigsty? And this was iDubbbz's response. An hour of bitching ending in this.
To evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
So he couldn't get the dude, he couldn't even get this guy to change the score. Look at how seething mad he is. Why
Look at
why
the
did he
visible
include this?
social malignancy.
And why would he have included that? I guess he had to do the next thing?
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade. But that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm
You must
going
say
to
something
rate
when you're
Ethan's
like lower
apology
brow
a B
than
minus.
riffraff.
Yeah. What has Ethan done in the last 10 years? He's become a lot funnier lately, in my opinion. I don't watch his show, but a lot of times Chud or Dorio will play his clips on stream, and he's become slightly funny again, I'll be honest.
That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was
Who the fuck
watching
cares?
the
Because this is
video-
just
Who the fuck
this
uses
is
the term
crazy.
rubric in day-to-day
It looks
life?
like Ethan could just use a hug.
Well, I'm a
Now,
fan of
course,
$50 words,
It kind
but
of pisses
fucking
me
hell.
off to hear that
Yeah.
shit because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back content.
It's always fun
up
to watch someone touch
is
guy
to-
when all they've done is get
I
into
know.
a boxing ring and get concussed.
And get concussed, and then not be able to fight anymore because you got the shit beat out of you so hard in your first fight that you were only doing to impress your wife, who is an OnlyFans whore.
Fucking
Be
yeah.
fair.
Unbelievable.
Well,
I think that was something that was
used
not
to getting fisted
illustrated
in that
in previous
relationship.
Yeah. Ethan talks shit about XQC? I'm not
content
surprised.
cops that I think should have
God, I
been,
don't
that
care about any of those
probably
fucking
left me with
idiots.
so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive.
Gee, I wonder why.
I'm sure other features and feelings.
Now, this guy goes on his podcast with his wife. I'd like to point out that the title of his podcast that he does with his wife is called She Ruined My Life. That is the title of the podcast. And it is an hour every other week or so where they just kind of sit there in a, eyes glazed over.
In an episode that makes my Q&A streams look-
Antidepressant malaise where she just embarrasses him for 45 minutes.
I've just nothing but a fucking parade of lithium fluoride.
But one of the things the only thing they talk about on their shitty podcast that gets no views is their feelings. That's all they talk about because they're
From two people who don't have any.
all they do is talk to therapists all the time. They're those kinds of people where like therapy is super important. You have to go talk about your feelings all the time. And yet here he's just spent an hour complaining about Ethan and he's so emotional. He's a little bitch. I'd beat him up. Like, by the way, I can't fight anymore because I got concussed and broke my brain, obviously. So I'm going to go talk to a therapist while complaining about Ethan talking about his feelings.
Now, whilst it's important to have some emotional
unbelievable
outlets in your life,
sure,
it's also similar. If every time you get any kind of tension in your life, it immediately just bleeds out of you like you're a stuck hog. You're not going to develop those kind of mental muscles that help you hold it in.
I guess
time
not.
stuff. You're just going to continuously just piss blood out into the ether.
Well, it's it's not well evidenced, but there's been a theory that the sort of like anger therapy that involves people, punch this pillow to take out your anger on an inanimate object, that because of the way that the brain works in connecting schema, that if you're connecting your negative emotions with actually engaging in a violent act, that probably makes it worse, despite the hypothesis that it makes it better. And I would suggest it's probably the same thing with the emotional talk therapy, in that if you are being encouraged to just spill your emotions out all the time to this talk therapist. We're not talking about anything that actually has any efficacy behind it, like cognitive behavioral therapy or eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. We're talking about talk therapy, Freudian type shit. Not all talk therapists are Freudians, obviously. But it's just, then you become acclimated to always being overly emotional, which is, while complaining about Ethan being overly emotional.
Saying
bizarre.
It looks like Ethan could just use a hug. I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the hater.
Oh my god, I forgot about this part.
Nice and
Holy
charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that
So now we get the cast back from the beginning, who were charged with trying to say, by the way, these people have all been either proponents of Ethan having Child Protective Services called on him over this Israel-Palestine shit, or turned a blind eye to it. But look, these people are all pals. They think it's great. They would have loved to have something probably far worse happen to Ethan Klein. They're vicious, vile human beings. And again, going back to the Norm Macdonald thing, I'm not a fan of Ethan Klein either. So I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
Respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet.
Wow, I love how that is the most woman anti-compliment ever. I love how you're just you. Holy shit.
Other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to lead.
Denims was the one, by the way. She's in my video. I have clips of her because she said really, really retarded stuff about, like, she said that children under the age of 4 don't have memories in excusing the CPS call. She said children under 4 don't have memories, so it's okay if that Ethan got CPS called on him and his kids got potentially traumatized because they won't remember it. Hey, Denims, that's a real pedophile sounding explanation.
Behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview.
Jesus, dude, we get it. Ass free.
Ethan Klein.
It's the last chap. So this is the only thing that really does tell you that ass free.
Well, Matt Lieb here is one of the good Jews.
The guy who looks like the fucking HelloFresh ad.
Is he still alive?
The Grubhub ad, that really fucking awful.
Yes,
Grubhub
yes.
ad.
Oh god, he does it like that. He's got that broccoli zoomer cut.
Yeah.
But Matt Lieb is one of the approved of Jews who is not a Zionist, and a leftist.
If you're in this video, you need to sit on a microwave right now.
Yeah, I think most of them have, to be fair.
I think that when you are being goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted.
In other words, you're not allowed to have real opinions. Make jokes.
I mean, I also think he shouldn't have those, and I've shown
I agree, but I just hate this is supposed to be them saying nice things to him. This is the best they can muster.
I refuse to be taken seriously by anyone that has that haircut.
I know, right? Wow, I don't care. I couldn't care less what Matt Lieb thinks about anything.
Having fun with your friends. I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic.
Kevin!
Bitch, you're fat.
Are you capable? Kevin, are you capable? You're one guy in me to the point where I'm actually getting pissed off. I'm saying that's what they think of Matt Lieb. That's why he's invited to this, so they can have a Jew on their side and go, look, we have a Jew.
We should have a fucking
That's why he's the good Jew.
Boast.
So they can deflect anti-Semitism claims, right? Is look, we brought a Jew on who also doesn't like Ethan Klein. It's just petty shit. And it's way beyond petty shit because CPS got involved. That's why I started paying attention to this as much as I did. Because I find it's absolutely fucking revolting what they did to Pot agreed. Yes, she looks like Pot agreed. Absolutely.
H3 used to be the sports very good that I used to watch. I hope that one
also, yeah, that was weird. She said, I'm gonna read mine so it doesn't sound shitty, essentially. It sounds way faker if you're reading.
Trick question, no one gives a shit what you think.
Yes, that was the answer. Thank you, Bill. Yeah, no one cares.
What I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stunk. I hope you really hear this, and I wish you the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good. and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago, fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like, he was fighting.
This guy, by the way, is getting sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. I'd like to point that out. So this is Noah Samson trying to cover his ass.
Free speech.
I also see the dynamic.
And this is it. This is the denouement. Because he couldn't get this guy to change his stupid, pointless apology
This
score.
guy who looks like the Papa John's here.
iDubbbz went to his studio and had a therapy session after spending an hour calling Ethan overly emotional.
Dynamic of Ethan and Neil, I'm like, fuck, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people.
Oh my god!
And the Harley Davidson t-shirt on Selena doesn't have a motorcycle.
To prove he's a man, I see. I'm a man. I like Harley Davidson motorcycles. Here, I'm gonna cry because people are mean to my whore wife on the internet. Yeah, dude.
To their defense, if that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very
Why would you put that in a... Why? Why would you record that? Why would you put it in the... Edit it and ship it? Holy fuck.
Well, he did the same thing with the fucking... with the fucking Sam Hyde one. Where Sam Hyde put out a video that was actually quite flattering as far as things went.
Yeah.
To what iDubbbz was up to. And then iDubbbz brings out his, and it's way more incriminating.
Yeah, towards himself.
Yeah.
Now, actually, I saw somebody mention this on Twitter. I'm sorry, I don't remember who. But it would be really funny if Ethan clapped back at iDubbbz by, in the beginning when Hassan Piker's sitting at his little chair, and then they're all Fortnite dancing behind him, and he comes in to wake up Ethan, is that Ethan should do that, but get Sam Hyde in the content cop costume. Because iDubbbz is actually afraid of the Candyman. He's terrified, petrified of the Candyman.
That's Officer Maggot.
Oh, right, that would be Officer Maggot. You're right, that would be Officer Maggot.
What do we have
Dick Cop.
Healthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes.
I don't even know why this clip's in here, by the way.
Then I
so weirdly placed.
Extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a healthy way.
That clip's also like 7 years old, and I don't know what purpose it serves other than Ethan admitting that he fucks up a lot, which he does. So that was the great content cop that was supposed to destroy Ethan Klein and win a glorious victory for Palestine.
Dropped like a followed through wet fart, drunken fart whilst falling down a flight of stairs. It really did.
I know everyone blames Anissa, but I refuse to believe that anyone can allow themselves to become this emasculated without also getting off on it in some way. Like, how? I don't know.
Like learned helplessness or some bullshit.
I suppose so. I mean, it's just, this is absolutely the absolute fucking state of Californians. Jesus Christ.
Well, everyone's been saying it's a matter of time before fucking iDubbbz goes Benoit.
Yes. And I wanted to get through that. I had a couple of things to say about it. I'm sort of covering it in my video. I'm just using it as a framing device to talk about other stuff, science stuff, as usual. Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hi all, oh joy, a bunch of dysgenic freaks having a public slap fight." Yep, that's what it was. Also, Bill, in your opinion, what countries have produced the best warriors?
That's actually kind of a tough one. He did specify warriors.
Yeah, I know, Magrum. Yeah.
In terms of pure war, in terms of warriors, the Normans and Associated had a tendency to punch above their weight.
What was the tribe that Genghis Khan ran with?
Oh, the Mongolians.
Mongolians,
yeah, because I'd imagine.
Oh, the Kazakh steppe nomads as well. Most of the steppe nomad tribes.
If you go by like death toll and just territory taken, I imagine the Mongols are pretty much up there.
Well, you know, the last of the Khans was.
No.
Right, Baron Ungensternberg.
No, yeah.
The psychotic Austrian.
Ah,
One minute.
yes.
I need to put headphones on him all night and play
Good
at night and
peoples.
played Sissy Hypno for years, probably. Hasselbuffer5 says, I stopped paying attention to Ethan Klein after he agreed to debate Crowder and then surprise dumped Sam Cedar on him. Yes, which I think we did cover back when that happened. You remember that one, Spoon?
I do, yeah.
When Crowder was supposed to debate Ethan Klein, and then he
Sam
didn't.
Cedar
He
fucked
showed up for and it was Sam Cedar.
In-
Which, by
in
the way,
fa-
also
in
yes.
fairness, if I was Crowder, I would probably have done the same thing, except
Yeah.
I would have cussed him out and called him a filthy homosexual with the copious amounts of the F word, because Sam Cedar is a fucking retard. Like I don't say that as like an insult. I mean, everywhere you
He's
go,
actually not playing with a full deck.
yeah, he legitimately has mental problems.
And one of the things that was happening in all of this is that the lefty Twitch people kept trying to get Ethan Klein to talk to Sam Cedar, of all people, because he's like, oh, yes, he's a Jew too, and you'll only listen to other Jews. I mean, it's astonishing to me. Like, we would get in so much trouble for saying shit like that. But
I only listen
these
to another Jew.
lefty pole lunatics, yeah, they're saying, well, being a Jew, you'll only listen to other Jews, right? So go talk to our approved of Jew, Sam Cedar, and he'll set you straight on why actually it's okay for us to call CPS on your family.
No, in fairness,
because you made a video about Hassan Piker.
I don't think it's Jew specifically. I just think it's a certain type of moron. Because I can guarantee
Well, these people
you
are all
if you-
morons,
yes,
for sure.
But if you take, for example, getting them to speak to Yavin, who is Jewish, they won't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No. None of this is. Again, Ethan Klein
saying,
was
it's
playing at doing
fucking
politics with Hassan Piker, but obviously that was not. It's just two idiots who know nothing, giving their useless
said
lefty
that-
opinions on things.
Spoon, I would abuse the mentally retarded. I have to abuse the mentally retarded because if you let them fucking talk, they'll abuse you.
True. Let's see. Rat Cheesington for 2 says, you can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, Candyman's coming for you, Ian. He's coming for you.
I
Anyway.
have never been there.
So,
Yes, I've never been there, and so I'm not allowed to give my opinions. So says Douglas
oh,
Murray.
right. Yes,
which
he
is
does.
The fucking stupidest point I think he's ever
The
made.
dumbest. It's
Yes.
it's amongst the. It's certainly hard to top. I'll
Listen
put it
here,
that
Douglas.
way.
Just because you walk and shook hands and probably some other things with a bunch of idea fuckboys does not mean you know anything about warfare.
No.
You did the exact same thing with Ukraine, and look how that fucking turned out. So being on the ground doesn't mean jack fucking shit.
What an excellent segue. Trump's final offer for peace requires Ukraine to accept Russian occupation.
Oh,
You-
I have
Yep.
an erection.
Yes. All right, Spoon, why don't you go ahead and take this then? Here, I'll zoom in a little bit. There we go.
Oh, let me please. The U.S. expects Ukraine response Wednesday to a peace framework that includes U.S. recognition of Crimea as part of the Russian fantastic, and unofficial recognition of Russian control of nearly all areas occupied since 2022 invasion. Sources with direct knowledge proposal tell Axios, "Hey, fucking Douglas, how do you fucking taste now, you bitch?"
Dude, you're gonna have a hard time escaping those Putin glazing allegations after that. But
Fuck yeah. No,
but I have to
look. This is the thing. Professor Mearsheimer said in 2014
Yes.
this is going to happen,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
also just look at the geography. Fucking
It
look at
wasn't
the
just Mearsheimer.
size of Russia.
it wasn't just Mearsheimer either.
Ukraine was always going to get its ass kicked. It's the most corrupt country, probably next to Russia, in
It's
fucking
gonna get
Europe.
its ass kicked.
And
It's not.
you're going to give a shitload of your fucking tax dollars to an area that A, has no strategic relevance whatsoever, and 2, is just a giant
it
money
does.
laundering apparatus. And you're like, why is Russia kicking the shit out of them? Because your money is not going to warfare and it was never going to win in the fucking first place, you twats.
Ukraine has strategic importance as in terms of producing food. It also, well, Crimea has strategic access to the Black Sea, but again, Russia
It is not
took
about-
Crimea.
It was about was
okay.
preventing Russians
10
from
years
having the
ago.
Black Sea.
Let me say this. It is not about glazing Putin. It is about the
I
reality
know you're
of
not.
this.
I'm
this
saying
is a
you're gonna get
shit
that.
way to spend U.S. fucking tax dollars. I don't give a flying
Yes.
fuck
And not
if
just
someone
US
thinks I'm glazing Putin.
And not just U.S. tax dollars. All of our tax dollars, pretty much doesn't matter where you're from at this point, have gone to support
Warfare.
Ukraine in an unwinnable war against Russia.
Let's shrive it down to what
Proxy
it is.
war,
This
let's
is
be honest.
not a ceasefire. This is negotiating the surrender of Ukraine. And
Which
that's
was
all
always
it's
going to
happening.
be the case.
Yes.
It was always going to be the case. The whole
They're
Ukraine-Russia
lucky
thing
they
was
just
distractionary.
don't get dissolved on the spot as a country.
No. It was always distractionary politics. Probably, I mean, like, because the U.S. is going to end up trying to go to war, I think, again. Because we're putting the woke away, and this is what everyone's been saying, at least who I listen
What,
to.
the
And
Iran thing?
you know, I am prone to believe
think
that
it's gonna go
more
to war with Iran.
hawkishness is best. I don't know.
I
I'm worried about
agree.
Iran.
I agree, but I don't think AA did a video about this, and I agree. It's just a
Yeah.
bunch of saber rattling, but they don't ever do anything. It's just whenever
Oh,
I see
hopefully,
America do
yeah.
this kind of shit, it's just because domestic policy back home is a shit show, and so it's like, oh look, don't screw with us because we're America. That's basically basically like it's Team America politics.
Yes.
Yeah.
In terms of the warmongering coming back, I think I probably will agree. It's probably not going to be out and out war because that's not as profitable as proxy wars and just getting our dick involved where it shouldn't be.
Yeah, Brandon's
but
not a problem, I agree.
right. You know, just some. It'll be something like that probably because we have to protect America. They've really destroyed the military over this woke stuff. So a lot of this course correction is not actual course correction. It's just, oh shit, we went too far in our distractionary
we've lost
politics.
the capacity to flex muscle because they're a bunch of
Yes.
fat fucking retards
Because of
obsessed
our-
with queerness.
Because of the things that we ourselves have done for long-term purposes, specifically reducing the white population and just
What
in
did
general.
what did Iran do?
A lot of people from the breeding pool.
It exists as territory that that Israel wants. That's basically it.
Yep.
That's it. Like,
This
like
could
Iran-
if this was just
Iran
good
exists.
old-fashioned greed, it could be understandable. You know, you'd at least understand why America just wants to conquer, like take and conquer. But no, this is some gay bullshit doing it on Israel's behalf. At least keep what you kill. It's embarrassing.
Okay, let me explain this. Iran's existence to Israel is like being straight in San Francisco. You're just there, and it pisses them off. That's it.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it poses a threat to their hegemony because they've got nukes allegedly.
And someone explained
And I'm putting allegedly on that because I'm not sure how well those work.
Israel has a nuclear weapon. Why is Iran not allowed to
Yes.
have one?
Because they're our greatest ally. Don't you understand?
No, I don't actually understand that because in order for me to understand when someone is an ally, it's because they give you something. What does Israel give America?
It's allyship.
That doesn't
Place
make
to
any
put
sense.
all the pedophiles.
What, Tel Aviv?
Yeah, the gayest city on earth.
Well, okay? Maybe poll. I want people's opinion on this. What's gayer, Tel Aviv or San Fran?
I mean, by metrics, Tel Aviv is gayer. You didn't know that?
No,
Why
I
do
know,
you
but
think San Fran is the way it is.
Because it's got
Tel
too many
Aviv
Jews.
is
Yes.
has like the biggest pride parade I think in the world.
San
Yeah,
Fran's
there's more of
also
that.
how it is because it used to be run directly by fucking.
It's certainly the largest in the Middle East. I remember reading that, but it's on
I used it as a
par.
joke.
That's the place I think was mayor of San Fran for the longest time.
It's a coral reef by the name of USS Liberty. All right, let's not go into that.
Oh,
that's spicy.
So yeah, let's get back to this, shall we? You want to continue, Spoon?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Trump's proposal would require major concessions from Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who was not going to get killed, but throughout any of this, who previously ruled out accepting Russia's occupation of Crimea and part of 4 regions in eastern Ukraine. Dude, if you made concessions with Putin, like in 2022 before Boris Johnson stuck his fat blonde wig in the fucking thing, you wouldn't be, you wouldn't have to make any of these further concessions, by the way, so well done to Boris Johnson. And while Ukraine President Vladimir Putin has reportedly offered to freeze the current front lines alliance in order to reach a deal. He has previously rejected other elements of the U.S. framework, such as European peacekeeping force in Ukrainian territory. Yeah, because the whole fucking thing is I don't want NATO on my border, so why the fucking hell would I accept peace troops on my fucking border either? That makes no bloody sense.
Nope.
Exactly. A source close to the
Peace
Ukrainian
troops.
government...
Yeah.
Yes, a source close to the Ukrainian government said that Kiev sees the proposal as highly biased towards Russia. No fucking shit, it's because it's going to kick the shit out of you if you don't agree, you moron. It's because they have a military and yours is basically broken. Fucking hell.
It's just, all of this has always been a proxy war. It's been proxy wars between US and Russia. Oh, did I scroll past? Sorry. Sorry. There we go.
The proposal says very clearly what tangible gains Russia gets, but only vaguely and generally says what Ukraine is going to get. Russia gets territory and you get fuck all because they spilled blood for it. That's like ancient warfare, the rights of conquest and conquer.
Putin walks in, I claim you all as bondsmen. That's for the Battletech crowd out and back.
I claim you all for Russia. Fucking Eddie is our territory. With the flag. What Russia gets in Trump's proposal, de jure U.S. recognition of Russian control in Crimea, de facto recognition of the Russian occupation of nearly all of Luhansk, Oblast, and occupied portions of Donetsk, Kherson, and a name I'm not even going to try and butcher. 3, a promise that Ukraine will not become part of NATO.
Even I don't know that one.
The text notes that Ukraine could become part of the European Union. I'm not sure Putin would accept that, actually.
Oh, whether or not they become part of the European Union. I mean, like...
The lifting of sanctions imposed in 2014. That's good, actually.
It doesn't...
I don't think the European Union really needs another failing state full of pedophiles. They already have Greece for that.
This is the important part, that they're not going to be invited to NATO, which they never were going to be. Again, Kennan and Mearsheimer were people who've listened to about this 15, 20 years ago.
Yes.
And
30 in case of Professor, in case of George Kennan.
Yeah, 30.
Oh, yeah, it's all the Battletech crowd. Ilkhan, Vladimir Putin. Yeah, if Putin gets replaced by someone called Kerensky, we're all fucked.
Yeah. Junior Plum in the chat just said, well, Spoon, according to Jordan Peterson, or as we call him, Jordan Peterstein, the fate of the world will be decided by Jewish people, and then he burst into tears. The fate of the world will not be decided by Jewish people. Let's be fucking real. Like, stop.
Burst into treats.
Yes. Economic interactions with... by the way, do you know what is the best thing that Russia could do?
Cooperation.
Is to say, hey, America, fuck off. And hey, Germany, do you want to get your industry back up to scratch and rival American power? Buy our energy.
I don't think the Germans have the will in them. I wish they did. I think the people probably do deep down.
Germany, why don't you buy from Russia? Like, historically speaking, prior to the Second World War, you guys used to get along.
Obviously, it's the government, and all this has all been proxy wars with Russia.
Nord Stream, pipeline. Gimme.
Pipeline. You became Chinese.
Yeah. Pipeline. Sorry. Pipeline.
This is what you would sound like if you were black or Chinese. So, what Ukraine gets under Trump's proposal?
Yes, a robust security guarantee. Go on.
Okay, a robust security guarantee involving an ad hoc group of European countries and potentially also like-minded non-European countries. The document is vague in terms of how this peacekeeping operation would function, does not mention any U.S. participation.
That's the reason why it's full of peacekeeping, is because there is no fucking American occupation.
Right.
That's the reason
why. The return of a small part of Kharkiv Oblast that Russia has occupied.
Based.
Unimpeded passage of the Dnieper River, which runs along the front line in the southern parts of Ukraine, and they dammed up when the war began, which denies fresh water to Crimea, and therefore is a big issue. Compensation and assistance for rebuilding, though the document does not say where the funding will come from. Can tell you right now, not from the U.S. It's not sounding like it. So other elements of the plan. I also didn't know how to pronounce this. The nuclear power plant, the largest such facility in Europe, will be considered as Ukrainian territory to be operated by the U.S. with electricity supplied to both Ukraine and Russia.
Is that Zaporizhzhia?
That's curious.
I've heard it pronounced before, but I can't recall. Yeah, that part is curious. The document references the U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal, which Trump has said will be signed on Thursday. The intrigue, the plan was drafted after Trump's envoy Steve Witkoff met with Putin for more than 4 hours last week. After the plan was presented, Putin offered to pause Russia's invasion along the current front lines as part of a potential deal, the Financial Times reports. The biggest gesture from Putin so far is to signal he's willing to make peace, but European officials remain skeptical. What's next?
Witkoff because they want to fucking antagonize the wall.
There's a
naturally
lot of
going to feel
bloodthirst going
skeptical.
on.
Yeah, exactly. So of course.
A lot of people like to pay with other people's blood for shit average people don't actually give a damn about. Witkoff will travel to Moscow later this week for his fourth meeting with Putin, the White House announced on Tuesday, but Witkoff and Secretary of State Marco Rubio are both expected to skip talks in London on Wednesday involving US, Ukrainian, French, German, and UK officials. Both had previously planned to attend. Instead, Ukraine envoy Keith Kellogg is expected to lead the US, he's been involved for forever, lead the US delegation. The US proposal is expected to be part of the discussions. Between the lines, a US official involved in the discussions said, which of course not named, said Rubio and Witkoff worked together to, quote, develop a framework to get us closer to reaching an end of the war. However, the official said that over the last 24 hours, there had been indications from the Ukrainians that they wanted to discuss a 30-day ceasefire during when, oh, now you want to do a cease, now you want to come to the table,
Bring the
Zelensky.
volume down, folks, just I think we're doing injuries to the full headphone crowd.
What?
So you peaked the audio a little bit there.
Oh, I did. Sorry. I can move my mic further away. The decision was made for the secretary. Great.
Who said that?
The decision was made for the secretary to not travel to London. Instead, the U.S. delegation will continue to engage in conversations with UK and Ukrainian counterparts, the official said. Rubio tweeted that he had a productive conversation with his UK counterpart and looked forward to following up after the discussions in London. What they're saying, negotiations continue, and hopefully we are in the right direction, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt told reporters on Tuesday. So, there you go. Sounds like that's getting wrapped up. That's put away. We'll see. I do hope that this conflict gets resolved. And this is what we were saying from the beginning was going to happen. Because anyone thinking anything else was going to happen was delusional. I'm sorry. If you thought Ukraine was going to win and conquer Russia, or whatever it was, the absolutely deluded stuff that I saw people say for 2 years about this, we called it from day one. Because we weren't the first ones calling it. We were looking at people like Kennan and Mearsheimer, who called this 15 years ago, who called this 30 years ago. It astonishes me at the seemingly willing ignorance of people over conflicts that they know nothing about. And nor do they care to edify themselves on. But I mean, that's just the way of things, I suppose. It's the smugness and self-assuredness at which people think they know better than everyone else who's covered this. I'm not saying I know better. I'm saying I listened to people who knew better and had actual explanations for their reasoning, not just trust me, bro. Anyway, so yeah, if that it does end up being the case, that's a big win for Trump, certainly the Trump admin. So this one I just called, oh no, I'm terrified. High-ranking Democrat Jamie Raskin threatens countries that support Trump. When we come back to power, we are not going to look kindly. Oh no, I'm shaking in my boots. Let's see. Someone else want to take this one? This up in Bill, you want to? Do you have it up? There we go.
Representative Jamie Raskin threatened foreign leaders who facilitated authoritarianism in our country by currying favor with President Trump on issues like deportation, saying that Democrats will not look kindly on his supporters when they come back to power. Now, that might give the indication that the people who are currently talking are villains. Like blatant cartoon fucking villains.
Right? I mean, the whole thing, a faulty premise of democracy, one of which there are many, of course, is that everything resets to zero, sort of. That we're just supposed to vote for people based on their merit, based on, what they actually represent, and not based on social identity and political affiliation, which is tied to social identity. It's all farce. It's about sides. It's about, this is my group, these are my people, you are not my people, you are not my group, therefore I will treat you without respect. I will break laws to abuse you when I can, in any way possible.
If these idiots make it out of Trump's presidency, not hanging from a fucking lamppost, I consider it a failure.
Well, the reality is, it's not just Trump. Trump for Republicans versus Democrats. Sidesism is reductive. This is always the case of what happens in a democracy because it pits people against each other, with voting as the political theater, as the never-ending circus. So of course we're gonna get you next time. Yeah, it sounds like a threat because it's always a threat. I mean, when the Democrats were in power, they locked people up for years. They stripped away as many rights as they could. They enshrined trans rights, which, again, like I've said, the woke's going to go away. It seems to be, but the things that are in place that were the expansions of the government that were allowed for under the tranny insanity that consume, and it's still happening for whatever reason. But we'll get to that because there's been, of course, some, loud voices from the flashcard section post the decision in the UK too, that men are in fact men and women are women and men cannot be women. There's a lot of seething going on. So referencing El Salvador President Nayib Bukele specifically, Raskin suggested that Dems should keep score of foreign leaders who brown-nosed Trump during the second term. Implicit in it should be the idea that if and when we come back to power, we will, we are not going to look kindly upon people who facilitated authoritarianism in my country. The fucking irony.
Same people who brown nose for the likes of fucking, oh god, what's his name? Fucking Turk.
When we get into power, and we will, because I mean that's implying, you're not going to play fair. We're going to come after you dirty authoritarians by being as authoritarian as possible. I don't even know how you could. What an idiot!
So helping some folk is the
to say that in one sentence. I mean, there is a ... So it was but to say that in the same line of thought, stream of consciousness. Viator told Raskin that a Latin American policy expert suggested to him that Democrats should, quote, threaten to take action against any foreign government that participates in the extraordinary rendition of American citizens. So let's see, there you go. They're gonna come and get you. I'm real scared. I mean, like, what are you gonna do? You locked everybody up for 3 years. I don't know what's until it's actual concentration camps. What are you threatening people with? What degradation? What humiliation can you threaten people with? I guess I shouldn't ask the question because I'm sure it's heinous, but I don't know what you do after that. I don't know how far you move. It's got to be worse, but oh my god, yeah, these are the people that we should be very afraid of. They're gonna, when they get into power, and trust me, they will. Again, they're gonna come for you. Well, let's see what happened to them. This is a Tesla building. Was this New York, I think? Yes, in New York City, in Manhattan. So they went out to protest Tesla. This is, I think, they're protesting, they're environmentalists. So it's something about how cryptocurrency is destroying the planet or something. And they're putting graffiti on the Tesla building. But guess what happened? Oh no. Aww. Wow, I can't believe you can actually get arrested in New York anymore.
I'm surprised you're allowed to be a police officer with...
Look at his face! Look at his face! Oh my god, look at his fucking face, bro.
I will say that the female police officer... I was always under the impression that you weren't allowed to have tattoos below the sleeve line.
Let me take a screenshot of that. Oh my god. Well, it's New York. They probably couldn't find a woman without tattoos, and they have to have some women on the force just, for equality. Just his fucking face.
Why are you being arrested? Why?
Yeah, why?
Physiognomy check, no,
Wait.
not needed. You can tell by a glance.
You gotta hear his response. It's oh my god, why are you being arrested? Why are you... Well, the reality is, you're being arrested because you're putting graffiti in the middle of the day all over a Tesla building.
People do not consent to unelected fascists.
Okay, that's okay. You know the bit in South Park where Cartman just gets up and goes, "Well, I'm gonna go home and kill myself because that's it. I'm done." Like that's my feeling towards that statement. It's just like, no, I'm out.
I do not consent to unelected fascists. He's talking about Elon Musk, of course.
I know, but that's like, how is that? Fuck
oh my
off.
god. Yeah, what a loser.
Okay, this is Earth Day. Earth Day started with direct action. This is what it's about. Taking action.
It's a dreadful time to have any senses whatsoever.
We have power. We don't consent.
You don't seem like you got a lot of power to me, and you're certainly not consenting right now, are you?
How do
you are being arrested against your will.
Yes, exactly. So where the fuck is your power?
Huh.
I don't
You
see
have
it.
no
And
power,
if you
and
do
no
end up
one cares if you consent.
And if you do end up doing time, I wouldn't see a lot of consent in your future either, considering the state of prisons these days.
Yeah.
The irony of all of this is it says Freedom News.
Yeah. Yeah, we arrested the old guy too. Yeah.
Is this enough?
But yeah, I don't care that he's 75. He's out there graffitiing the wall. You're gonna get arrested. Again, I'm shocked they're arresting anyone in New York. I didn't know they did that anymore. I thought it was against the law. It said he was 70 something. Yeah, 78. I thought. Yeah, this guy. This guy right here on the screen now. The guy in the t-shirt with the same t-shirt with the.
Confused for a second. I'm like, holy shit.
Like, what is that? Like an hourglass shape.
That's the thing with Extinction Rebellion. They just look really cheap.
Well, yeah, they are cheap. They just hire cheap. You know.
My God, Mike
agitators.
is not aging well, is he?
Is he? Oh, gosh.
This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
This shit ain't not. Yeah, he does look like what's his name?
Doesn't it?
Sidewalk.
A little bit. No, the same vibe as God. What's it called? The Dracula guy, Dracula Flow. Yeah.
Sidewalk. It's not safe. Use the sidewalk.
There you go. Bye bye. I hope you had fun.
It's not safe. According to who? There's a whole bunch of cops there. It's like the safest fucking place around.
Well, they know they can't protect
you. To be fair,
you.
I think that there is an actual concern, which is like, is this a heavy metal based spray paint? Because doing like actual graffiti is like one of the most like physically fucked things to do because you breathe in all that paint.
Yeah. Josiah Streetman for 5.
The majority of like professional tag artists are like chronic lung disease now.
Oh, for sure. Josiah Streetman for 5 says, Israel gives us the millennium and end of days according to American evangelicals. Therefore, 50 billion is non-negotiable. Yeah, pretty much. And again, we'll get into that Jordan Peterson thing where...
By the way, you know what I've noticed that's quite interesting?
It's another name I could use for him, but I won't.
As far as the sort of intellectual vanguard for Israel, they're all fucking atheists.
Well, yeah.
Is that quite weird?
This is... No. It's very obvious what it is.
Gay?
Yes. And also that there is clearly a motivation to support Israel.
Yeah, but no one tells me why.
That goes beyond religion, clearly, because they're all atheists or claim to be atheists.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. Like, if I sort of look at any this, okay, I need to say this in a way that is not going to get us in trouble.
Be very careful.
Yes.
Please forget to rumble.
Your demographic gets removed, does civilization improve or get worse?
I ain't touching that.
As the Deadwood line goes, you can't cut
million-foot bar pole.
You can't cut the throat of everyone whose character it would improve. You'd be cutting all day.
That's a pretty based answer actually, but that's whenever I see any kind of shit as regards to demographics, that's the first question I fucking ask. It's just that is my only fucking metric. Is if you go and everyone who looks like you or has your politics or your shit go, does civilization get better or worse? And if it's better, why the fuck should I care about you?
I just don't.
What do you offer me?
I don't care about
If I look at a person and does Darwin cry? Does God cry? Am I looking at someone who looks like they make God cry? That's my litmus test.
That's because they belong in the remainder bin.
Bro. Speaking of the remainder bin, Hegseth has apparently done the same oopsie in Signal, which I thought was all fake, and I still think it was fake and gay and set up. But allegedly it's happened again. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said on Monday that Trump fully supports Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. And our analysis of that when it happened was that this was
Hegseth, you're like 44 years old. How do you not know how to technology? Like, really?
Right, but that this seemed to be... It wasn't Hegseth. Who did we... Wait, no, it wasn't Hegseth. Who was the guy who was really responsible for the first leak? Was that Hegseth? I don't think it was. No, it was some guy who has a very common name. Shoot, it really sounds like something else.
Waltz,
thank you. Yes, that was it. Thank you. But there's been another, with Hegseth now, with the second Signal group.
Yeah, there you go, Mike Waltz. There's the next one. He's literally mentioned in the fucking next
paragraph.
Doi.
Yeah, New York Times reported based on foreign name sources that in addition to the Signal chat initiated by Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, which I thought part of that was to get rid of him.
By the way,
Before a
can-
strike on
just- by the
Houthi
way,
rebels in Yemen,
Just read the irony of that first statement.
based on 4 unnamed sources that in addition to the signal chat initiated by Trump National
You don't
Security
think this
Advisor
is
Mike
funny?
Waltz. Oh, what? That it's
We're
from
unnamed,
sources?
and we're
Yeah.
gonna leak sources.
Well, yeah, well, it always is. It's trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
That's funny shit.
Like, we're the New York Times. We're totally reputable.
Yeah, we're gonna knock on the
Hegseth also
security
started.
advisor and call them shitty. It's like, you may be responsible for that, you morons.
Yeah, Hegseth also started a chat of his own that included a dozen people from his inner circle, among them his wife Jennifer, his brother Phil, and lawyer Tim
Oh god,
Parlatore.
it's like the gayest nepotism I've ever heard.
I know. The latter two work in the Pentagon, but Jennifer, former Fox News producer, does not. That she accompanied him on some trips overseas and sat in some meetings with foreign leaders. Hegseth created the
Why?
group chat titled Defense Team Huddle in January before his confirmation as Secretary of Defense.
God, it
According to the
sounds gay as
Times, which again is from unconfirmed anonymous reporters, the chat also included Hegseth's chief of staff, Joe Casper, as well as former senior advisors Dan Caldwell and Darren Selnick. Both Caldwell and Selnick were fired on Friday for allegedly leaking unauthorized information. If this was all just to weed out leaks, that was one of the things that I thought when this first happened, and it appears it's still happening. This appears to be, to me, a way to try and look for leaks. That's what I had thought about the signal thing before. I thought it also, because it got leaked early that this was happening, and the journalists they invited didn't play along, it kind of bungled the initial, their initial plan for it. But it looks like it's still it did pan out a little bit to find who's leaky.
Fucking this signal chat group is leakier than fucking Destiny's ex-wife.
Oof.
What? That was funny.
What? Yeah, why is Melina catching strays though? Oh my god.
Because that's all she catches.
However, Levine told Fox News Monday morning the president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who's doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. Unfortunately, there have been people at that building who don't like the change the secretary is trying to bring. They are leaking. They are lying to the mainstream media. We've seen this game played before, she added. Look, I'm sticking by what I said about the signal chat. I think this was a setup. I don't think it's deniable at this point that this was a setup. It read like one to me. It read like cheap theater to me then, and it worked though. It seems to have, at least to get rid of leaky aspects in Trump's government. We'll see how it pans out. But
yeah, we'll set up with that. It was nice.
Speaking of how it will pan out, so the stock market is up. Stock market news. This is April 22nd. Stock futures jump after Trump says he has no plans to fire Fed chair. President also signals that tariffs on China could be lowered. U.S. stock futures, Asian equities, the dollar rallied.
Powell. Powell's a shithead. I
know, and he's been in charge. He's been in power for a long time too. Said he has no plans to fire Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. The president also said that 145% tariffs on China are very high. It won't be that high, Trump said. It will come down substantially. Earlier Tuesday, U.S. shares rebounded, with major indexes climbing 2.5% or more, and big tech stocks are gaining some ground lost a day earlier. Traders were cheered by optimism from the White House on tariff negotiations. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that in an investor summit that he expects the trade war with China to de-escalate. He believes that deal can be reached, according to people familiar with the matter. Bloomberg reported the news earlier. So we were right on this too.
Of course we were.
Just saying.
What were we right about?
I can't hold all these dubs. About the tariff stuff not being permanent.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, I mean, Trump said that from the fucking get-go. I mean, that was very
Yes, I know. And then when we said the same shit, it was like, you're anti-American, you have TDS. What?
You see, I managed to be
It was
right.
always the plan.
And I managed to be right and not piss off everyone in the process, so I get to win twice.
Sometimes I get, it's just I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, because it's just like the signals. It's like, this seems so obvious that that's what's happening, that this is a power play. This is the slapping of the dick on the table. This move of the tariffs will not bring back jobs to America, because it's about renegotiating deals. And that whole spin that went with it of, base Trump, because this is going to bring industry and factory jobs back to the United States, that was never part of it. This was some invention that people made up about the tariffs in order to, I don't really know, think that they meant something that they didn't. And it's where I also get frustrated with the very devout, let's say, Trump fans. I also like Trump. I much prefer him than the opposition, right?
Yeah, because the opposition is a woman and not white.
Right, but and a crazy person. But I obviously much prefer him. I get a little spooked when I see leftists support Trump every time. It's like, oh, what's happening? What's happening? Why? They're trying to shift something. They're trying to shift something, you know? And we're going to see that in Jimmy Kimmel a little bit. And I'm seeing, and again, things have been almost less crazy recently in terms of the overall political temperature, I'd say. I think people can't maintain their anger at Trump over nothing, over spin. But I mean, they certainly could for years, so I'm not sure why they're putting it away. I think they want to actually use Trump now, and by they I mean people, oligarchical powers, if you will.
The small heads.
No, I'm not exclusively, but you know, the power structures, the deep state, if you will, if that one is more up your alley. I said not exclusively. So we'll see. I think it's going to be exactly as we called it. It's gonna ease up on China. Going to end up with a lot better deals. Going to get great deals from China. China. That's all this was. And I did give my anecdote because I was what I noticed, right, in terms of the tariffs, because I did not. I mean, obviously, things got a little bit more expensive for a bit when this first started happening. And where I really noticed it is that I like to browse and occasionally buy things on Temu. I just do, because it's cheap shit. I like kitchen gadgets, and I like cute little clothes, okay? And so I do look at stuff on Temu, and I occasionally buy things there. And it used to be that when you go on Temu, it just spams you with all of these coupons and offers and stuff. It uses every single one of Cialdini's 6 core principles of persuasion. Now, I was a persuasion emphasis student when I was an undergraduate, so I was like, oh, I can see this shit. Like, obviously, I know what you're doing, so it doesn't work on me. But I noticed that all of those spamming offers, all of those little deals and stuff that it gives you, why Temu? Because it's really cheap, and I'm cheap. They all went away, or at least it massively slowed down. Like, when I do buy shit on Temu, I pretty much don't pay anything for it, because I just wait until they've got all these persuasion tactics. Again, it's straight out of Cialdini, who literally wrote the book on persuasion.
Maybe so, but do you have this? Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Maslow's hierarchy of memes?
Of needs.
Anyway, I saw it happen in Temu in real time, as it just went, no, we're getting rid of all of these, all of our little deals. Because they were clearly scared. They're clearly worried.
So,
doesn't work on her, buys it anyway.
Free shit.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I do occasionally buy it anyway. I don't do that shit that people on financial audit do, where they go into fucking debt. Holy shit! I buy kitchen gadgets. Oh my! But that was my anecdotal nudicing. Yeah, that was quick. That was pretty quick though. Let's see, what was this one? Oh, you're gonna carry those loans. Yeah, so you remember that whole student loan forgiveness thing that was like why people on the left continued to support Biden and said, yeah, but he's gonna get rid of student loans. That's the real reason. Hey, he got rid of student loans. Yay. Now my $150,000 I have in debt for my feminist dance studies degree or whatever, I won't have to pay it off. I mean, I still will, but because everyone's gonna have to pay it off now for my worthless degree that's incredibly overpriced. Do I own an air fryer? Yes, I do. Actually, I didn't get the air fryer from Temu. We've had that air fryer for a while. I got that for Christmas.
We got 2 air fryers the same Christmas.
Oh, right. Yeah, 2 people got it right. So we're
I have used neither of them.
You haven't used the air fryer?
No.
Oh, well, I've used it. So the student loans, let's just listen to it. Here we go.
Trump administration has announced we will put an end to Joe Biden's illegal student loan bailout attempts. No student loan has been referred to collection since March of 2020. That comes to an end. On May 5th, the Department of Education will resume involuntary collections for borrowers with defaulted federal student loans.
Oh to point out, if you have defaulted on a student loan, your shit is so fucked that there is no way. I mean, I don't think loan forgiveness on that is going to probably help you if you are having to default on student loans, because they're at almost no interest in these. Because this is talking about federal student loans, extremely low interest on these things. I mean, it's just, it needs to be, someone's got to pay for it. And it really shouldn't be the people who didn't do this action. And I'm frankly fucking sick of the sort of arguments. You're like, oh, well, people do it when they're teenagers. They're just basically children, so they don't know what they're signing up for. You're going to college. At some point, you should figure it out. You are legally an adult at 18. I know that you are not done mentally maturing at all. I'm an idiot who does stupid things with money, like buy kitchen gadgets on Temu, okay? You know, I get it. But this is, you're taking out hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans and just being like, well, somebody else will pay for it. Someone else has to pay for it. It's not my responsibility. What a terrible precedent to set at the starting of someone's adult life.
Also, if you don't know what you want to do, maybe you don't go to university for it.
Yeah. Audit some classes, if you know, at a community college, or take some classes for a very low amount of money. See if you want to pursue a career in higher education, or a career in pursue higher education for a degree, or whatever you want to do with that, if the degree is actually going to be necessary for what you want to do. Because in many cases, it's not. You can... I know that a lot of jobs have this sort of just, you need a degree to answer an email, which is ridiculous. But that too, I think, may change. Hopefully. The ridiculous credentialism. Because, and this is the other thing that I'm seeing, the writing of narratives, right? Is this whole thing with Murray and Rogan and Smith, is that another thing that was very much destroyed over the last couple of years by the left, that they're now trying to rebuild, is credentialism and faith in academia in particular. Because the polling that I've seen, and this is something that I obviously pay attention to because I'm very invested in academia, for better or for worse, and something of a... yeah, I've been in academia in some way or another for a very long time. Anywho, what I've seen in the polling is that faith in academic institutions is at an all-time low since recording began. So 80 years of reporting on these statistics and feeling polls. No one has faith in academia anymore. And it's because they just straight up... Well, post-COVID, it's kind of hard for people to have faith in something like that. Of people who just lied to them. And then, basically, after the fact, just said, yeah, well, we lied or we were wrong about that. Whoopsie, sorry that we ruined your lives. Man. So, I think that's part of what the Murray thing is, if not the exclusive point of the Murray thing. The problem was that Murray came in totally unprepared, thinking he just was going to wipe the floor, I think, with Dave Smith. Didn't anticipate that you can't just act like a smug prick and think that that's going to somehow curry you any favors with the average person who is already very annoyed post-COVID with the way that they have been treated by the so-called experts who default on their credentials, of which Murray has none to really speak of in terms of academic bona fides.
Not that any of those are worth the fucking paper they're printed on anymore.
Well, but you see what I mean? Like, and it's not just Murray, is it? Spoon, you've seen this too, and we're going to go through it. The people who are aligned with him were all saying the same things in lockstep. Your Konstantin Kissins, for example. In lockstep. Trying to move us back into credentialism. Of no, we have to listen to the experts. It's the expediency of this little narrative shift. Because, of course, they want the power back. They want that power and deference given to academia so that they can trot out their experts and get people to listen and believe. But they've lost a lot of that power over the public. Gotta get the academic clowns back, I guess. So, when I get to that, this is something I saw today, and I'm curious about your opinions on, because I know what mine is. Reparations for the rest of us. Trump's right-hand man raises a question every law-abiding American should think about. By Michael Schwartz. Let's see. So it starts with Stephen Miller, Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy and Homeland Security Advisor to Trump, appeared on last week's Newsmax, Rob Schmidt Tonight, and delivered one of the most impassioned pleas on behalf of American citizens that everyone anyone will ever hear, excuse me. In short, Miller suggested, perhaps more for effect than in earnestness, that the federal government owes Americans reparations. Schmidt began by declaring that Democrats have gone nuts in their commitment to protecting illegal immigrants. Specifically, the Democrat-dominated establishment's relentless propaganda in support of Maryland father Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which... Oh my god, okay, it's all so tiresome. Have you followed this story at all, Spoon? Uh-oh, did he dip? Oh no, he's dead, rip. He probably went to go get a drink or something. This is just the way that this guy was deported. The way that it was reported on by the press was Maryland man, Maryland father. This guy is a gang member from El Salvador. Okay, as far as my understanding, we'll go through it. Yes, deported last month to his native El Salvador by the Trump admin, now resulted in Democrat Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island calling for Garcia to receive reparations from the federal government. Miller did not even wait for Schmidt to formulate a question before launching into his tirade. Where are the damages for Americans? Miller asked in a clip posted to the social media platform X, when one could hardly fail to detect the religious indignation, righteous indignation. I can't read worth shit today. Righteous indignation in his voice. Then the White House official laid out all the charges Americans could level against their government due to the Biden admin's disastrous or open borders policy. So I'll wait till Spoon gets back to ask him directly, but this is the proposal. Are all Americans due reparations for disastrous foreign immigration policy? I think this is ridiculous. I think this is just virtue signaling on the right. I don't want anyone to get reparations. Doesn't make any sense. I don't want the federal government
anyone
spending
who
money
thinks
anywhere.
they can vote themselves rich should not be voting at all.
But that's what people do. I mean, that is to get what they want.
Because
but just they're not
we
going
outlined
to.
that's the death of democracy. That's how
Democracy
Ben
is-
Franklin literally fucking pointed out.
Yes. I mean, it's farcical inherent, but I don't like this. I don't like this either. I think it's gay. Are they probably
Stop farting
morally
around and do something.
Are they maybe morally owed reparations? Maybe. I don't know, but functionally, I think it's a ridiculous idea.
I think it's best overall people just stop farting around and doing fucking little pageants and actually do some shit that's worth doing.
Yes, and
There's
Kevin
70 hours in
didn't.
a fucking day, and you use all of them to fucking over
Yeah.
as much as possible.
Tim did ask a question about this in the White House, which I'll get to here in a minute, because Tim is in the White House press junket now, or has at least been invited in the new media chair. And he took his opportunity in the new media seat to talk shit about the legacy media.
Here's your big boy seat, Tim.
Aw. Well, since Spoon's not here, I'll just move on then. I don't know what to make of this. I don't agree with that take. I don't like people taking tax dollars.
Okay, first of all, if anyone
from the
was going to
government.
try and go to the public with the line "loving Maryland father," a bigger oxymoron than has ever fucking existed prior to this point. Anyone trying to insinuate there's a single intact household in all of Maryland.
Okay, well, my mother's family's from Maryland, and she often listens to the show, and we have a
all
very
know
intact.
which neck of the woods we're talking about.
And
here.
we have a very intact family. So, checkmate, atheists. Checkmate, non-Marylander.
Because you're the one intact family in Maryland.
Oh my. Okay, we'll move on. Okay, this one's funny. You titled her Brokahontas. So Elizabeth Warren got in some trouble. Let's. I really wanted Spoon to watch this because I thought he'd get a kick out of watching Elizabeth Warren getting embarrassed. Actually, let's move on to
Elizabeth
Tim
Warren is really what would happen if you asked the question, "What if tapioca pudding was a person?"
Oh my God, true. So speaking of Tim, we'll just do that then here for a second. We'll wait in for
Very,
whenever
very
Spoon
white,
comes back.
very clumpy, very unpleasant.
I do just wish he would tell me when he's going AFK so that that I don't just.
I think he did say he was stepping out for
Did
a
he?
moment.
Okay. Oh, he probably did then, and I'm too focused. So here's Tim at the White House.
No more lattes for you.
Have marched in lockstep on false narratives, such as the Very Fine People hoax, the Covington smear, and now what's being called the Maryland Man hoax, where an MS-13 gang member adjudicated by 2 different judges, I believe, is just simply being referred to as a Maryland man over and over again. Now, in an effort from the White House to expand access to new companies, you've created this new media seat. So I'm wondering if you can comment on
Now,
following.
I'm going to bring up the fact that it's. I guess there are other ones off to the side as well, but not very many. because it does look like they gave Tim the cuck seat for the whole room.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
But
it is like they gave
cuck seat.
that is a cuck chair. I mean, it's just when the one chair. I mean, that's what makes something a cuck chair, right? It's when it's faced catty corner or as if it's facing the other chairs in a strange way.
Could you imagine being
so you
this poor son of a bitch with the blue tie on the end, having to have Tim kind of blankly staring into your fucking skull the whole time?
Presumably, he's mostly looking at Carlo LeVance, but he's still wearing the beanie, bro. It's his brand. He's never
fucking
taken
take
off
the cunt off. The light reflection alone would blind the room.
Bill, you want to talk about Tim's bald?
Yeah, so it's that whole I think like black homeless guy calls him the black homeless guy a broke ass N-word. Still a fucking banger of a headline.
Playing this expansion, you've had numerous outlets disparage the companies that you've had sit here, as well as the reporters. I'm wondering if you could comment on the unprofessional behavior, as well as elaborate if there's any plans to expand access.
No, of course, people will have said unprofessional behavior. Exactly that. Tim's wearing his beanie at the White House. And he's wearing a hoodie. How unprofessional of him. Yeah.
Also, he had a meeting with Netanyahu.
It is funny that he's. But look, their behavior was unprofessional, but you are also sitting at the White House in a hoodie and beanie, which.
Your worst. Okay.
Just not a great. You're drawing extra attention to it by using that
You look
word.
like you're there to try and sell Baron a gram for like $80.
Right. True, though.
Sure. Well, we certainly welcome diverse viewpoints in this room, which is one of the reasons we have you in here, and there's many new faces in this room in comparison to the previous administrations. We want to welcome all viewpoints into this room. We welcome unbiased journalists who really
I had
care
to add,
about the truth.
but seriously, sort your fucking rabbit hutches out.
She did look right at him when she said unbiased journalist. I mean, obviously they're the Trump White House.
Maybe that was like a Bob thing of like, yeah,
Welcome back,
unbiased journalist. Matt, I say, looking at the man who was in a fucking meeting with Netanyahu, so he can lick boot.
Yeah, and this is an interesting. And as Eternal brings up in the chat, this is an interesting time to bring Tim to the press pool, considering his comments on Carmelo Anthony. Whatever, was it Anthony Carmelo? I always get them. I keep getting those two names mixed up.
Cumia?
No, the guy, Carmelo. The
Black man McKnife hands.
Who stabbed Austin Metcalf at the track meeting. So, whereas Tim, his comments on that was that he was defending himself.
That's
when did conservatives become against self-defense? And then that was the same week that it was found out that he had met with Netanyahu, and now he's at the White House. I'm just saying, okay, I don't know. I liked him. I've known Tim, sort of. I mean, like I've met him multiple times. Tim's never been anything but absolutely lovely to me. I didn't like at all what he had to say about the Anthony Carmelo, however it is, situation. And it does look suspicious in terms of meeting with Netanyahu. Anyway.
You rightfully pointed out the Maryland Man story, which I, from this podium, when The Atlantic published it, on that very first day, I came to this podium and said, this is wrong. The press in this room have this story wrong, and we have seen more and more evidence come to the table that we have had all along. We were always right. The president was always on the right side.
Well, was he standing in that position in non-seriousness? That's what I thought. But it was just such a bad look to even... Did he clarify in the show? I hope he did, because I was like, what? I was taken aback by that. Even to speculate about it, I was just like, was a bizarre... It's just like when libertarianism takes over people's brains too much. I don't know.
Of this issue.
But I'm glad it was in jest
From our community.
or non-serious.
It is despicable to see the media continue to refer to this individual as someone who is just a peaceful man living his life in Maryland. This was and always has been an illegal criminal,
yes,
MS-13 gang member, and
yes,
a designated foreign terrorist, and the administration maintains our position to deport these individuals from our community. So
they keep picking the worst people. The left does to stand. They're just terrible at it. I mean, George Floyd alone, Holy Saint Floyd, it was a terrible person to venerate, but they can't. Why it seems on purpose, right? It's too coincidental not to be. I can tell you why I think that might be the case. It's like a psychological test. How brainwashed are people? Really, like, how much can we just get people to side with overtly insane shit? And I think that's it. I mean, that's what so much of it is. As just, yeah, we love these fucking criminals. But I mean, there's another one that they were kind of trying to make into George Floyd 2.0 for a bit, but they abandoned because the optics are worse. There's no, foot on neck image. There's instead a crazy person lunging at a camera image. So Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a history of violence and was not the upstanding Maryland man the media has portrayed him as. This is DHS Gov official Twitter. According to court filings, Garcia's wife sought a domestic violence restraining order against him, claiming he punched, scratched, and ripped her shirt off, amongst other harm. This MS-13 gang member is not a sympathetic figure. And it's interesting. They didn't give a fuck that he was an MS-13 gang member. They didn't give a fuck that he was here illegally, of course. Now they give a fuck, seemingly, because he was a wife beater. It's all so fucking tiresome. So they had to throw, I imagine they're going to throw this one away because of the wife beating stuff. Although they didn't with Floyd, even though he put a gun to a pregnant woman's belly. So I don't know. It depends. This has been their chosen dude.
They also have people
Maryland
believing
man.
that Carl Rittenhouse shot black people.
Yeah, killed I don't know who knows how many, countless black people in his white rage or something. There's still people who believe that. I still see it on Twitter from time to time. People who absolutely believe that Kyle Rittenhouse killed, who knows, 20 black men and black women and children in cold blood. They just believe it. And part of that is the primacy effect of psychology, which is this, that people tend to believe what they hear first, and then they can fill in the gaps with things they've heard afterwards, but they remember what they heard first, which is exactly why the media intentionally reports things wrong, because they know that you'll remember their false headline first, and then they go, whoopsie, they change it, no one remembers the headline retraction or update. This has been found consistently in the academic literature on the subject matter. And I've talked about it in videos before, if you'd like to see the evidence, although I can't remember which video I mentioned it right now, so sorry, I can't be more specific. And it is showing Trump's first quarter approval rating is below average at 45%, but that is above where Trump was being polled at this time in his first term. Yeah, I know, we do all have fatigue. So here's the average job approval ratings post-World War II. JFK didn't have time for that to go down, I guess, but I mean, that was immediate. So first quarter, Dwight Eisenhower up there real high. Jimmy Carter, if Jimmy Carter is some, okay, alrighty. 69% nice. Obama, 63. Trump, first term, 41%. This time, 45%. Considering the amount of propaganda and just ceaseless Trump hate that's spewed all over every media outlet, I'd say that's actually kind of impressive. But there are economic concerns, obviously. Confidence in economy on Trump right now, not great. Fair amount to great deal is only 44%. Only a little, if we include only a little as a positive, then it's 55%, which is slightly over the half, and would, and is in line with the approval rating more broadly. Partisans' confidence in U.S. leaders on the economy, of course, Republicans are more positive. But even the Democrats, look, like, they're not also reaching above 50% in terms of favorability towards people like Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. So, and of course, no one likes Jerome Powell. But confidence, yeah, it's lower than average, but this one is just aberrant. This is completely aberrant because Obama was black, and it was made like, oh my god, he's black. It's the best thing that ever happened. That's totally astroturfed. Powell, very poorly ranked, and he's been in quite a few years now. Since 2018? Yep. But here's what's interesting to me, I guess. More interesting to me. Democrat congressional leaders rating at record low. Democratic leadership's latest 25% confidence rating is an all-time low for the group, well below the previous 34% low recorded in 2023, the average of 45% since 2001. In contrast, Republican leaders' latest 39% rating is well above 24 low for that group in 2014 after a federal government shutdown, but not far from the historical average of 43%. Confidence ratings were last at the majority level for 2009 in Democratic congressional leaders, and in 2003, Republican congressional leaders. So if you can tell the broad trend, nobody is happy with the U.S. government and hasn't been for 25 years. But for the little remaining faith there is, wow, we look at this precipitous drop for the Dems over a year from 38 to 25. And that's not, you can get closer to a realistic answer by using anonymous polling, but people will still lie on anonymous polls because they know that the public's going to see it. And it's the same fantasy they build in their heads, is that about how voting is powerful. My vote, my single answer, if I answer it, that I actually have total faith in the Democrats because I want people to think there's faith in the Democrats because sidesism, someone would be motivated to do such a thing, answer the poll in a way that is not accurate to their feelings. In the statistical testing for like stuff that we do in the lab, it's normally not an issue, but with stuff like this, I absolutely think that it is a consideration that people make when they answer polls. And even so, 25% approval. Just interesting. I think something to keep in mind of they've really burned. I think any semblance of goodwill they had. They've pushed it so fucking far. Oh, I was waiting for you to come back. Yes, because I was. This is Elizabeth. I watched a little bit of this, but apparently she gets rinsed in this, and I always just enjoy seeing Elizabeth Warren get. I don't know, made unhappy. Yeah, made unhappy. She's awful.
Do you regret saying that President Biden had a mental acuity? He had a sharpness to him. You said that up until July of last year.
I said what I believe to be true.
And you think he was as sharp as you?
That is one fucking gigantic cop-out, that is.
Oh my god! Okay. This is where I paused it, because I was like, I don't know where this goes, but her immediate reaction, I was like, I want to watch this on stream. She's flummoxed. Actually at a loss for words. Do you think he's as sharp as you? How do you answer that question, Brokahanas?
I said I had not seen decline.
Yeah, that's just insane. That just tells me don't fucking look at the guy who's supposedly the president. I mean,
No, that means that she's like, he's always been this retarded. That's what you just said. I did not see decline, which would imply he's always been this retarded. Oh my god.
And I hadn't at that point.
You did not see any decline from 2024 Joe Biden to 2021 Joe Biden?
Not when I said that. You know, the thing is, he was sharp. He was on his feet. I saw him live event. I had meetings with him.
Was it one of the ones where they had to like constantly, they had to, have the people separated in the little chairs with a whole 50 people they had at one of his events or something. They had cutaways to make sure you don't see when he stumbles the wrong way off the stage, in one of those events.
A couple of times.
Senator, on his feet is not praise. He can speak in sentences is not praise.
All right, fair enough.
And they did that for 4 fucking years. It's not, he's doing fine. Look, he can sometimes put together a cogent sentence. Look, he's able to be awake this time. We should really, he's sharp as a tack. Meanwhile, with Trump, they tried to have him take IQ tests and psychological evaluations from a bunch of hack frauds, surely. Who is this old wench, Rhett Bartholomew? This is Elizabeth Warren. She's Pocahontas. She's a beautiful, brave Native American woman. What is it? What was her Native American percentage? Like 1%? There's something ridiculous. One of those things where, at least when I was
1.2, which is like below average.
Right. It was, I recall it was below average for the admixture of Native American in the U.S. population.
Even amongst whites.
Right.
Like historical white ones.
She's just a old hag virtue signaling lefty bent.
Fair enough. Look, the question is, what are we going to do now?
Okay.
Well, you've put yourself in this position where you lied to the American people about Joe Biden's mental acuity for 4 fucking years. Really, more than that. So you're only left with 2 options there, Elizabeth. Either you lied about it knowingly, or he if we go with your story that you just gave, you always knew he was retarded. And backed him up anyway. If you didn't see a precipitous change. Cute. Very cute.
Time to commit like gifted blanket.
Yeah, I know. Here's the Jimmy Kimmel is saying not totally negative things about Trump. And this is why I said, like, ooh, shifting. Why are they doing this?
I think you mean Adolf Himmler.
Yeah.
We need to start like pivoting in weird ways to keep throwing people off.
This is really long, and I am going to be honest, I don't care enough. I skimmed through it earlier. The TLDR of it is that he actually says a couple of nice things about Trump. He regrets like the animus between Americans, essentially. But it's look how long this is. It ends up still being, oh, Orange Man bad, but actually maybe he's not so bad. I just saw this, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of shifting of narratives. They made this guy out to be worse than Hitler, worse than Satan, and now, walk some of that back a little bit. I just...
still be friends, right?
When I see it, I notice it. Oh, and here's the guy they also tried to make, since they're doing that, the Maryland man. They're trying to make him into a martyr. They also tried to martyr this guy. Killed by a community leader, killed by police primed to be next George Floyd. Then body cam footage was released. This happened a while ago. But
my goodness,
it's just fun to look back on it. Yeah, on April 4th.
What a fucking bit! The body cam footage is cut like something out of 1940s propaganda.
Oh, have you not seen it? At least the thumbnail or like the screenshot of it.
I've seen screenshot.
Become iconic. Body cam footage shattered the illusion, proving once and again the value of unfiltered evidence. Lee's fatal encounter with police on April 4th, as reported by CBS News, sparked immediate sympathy. A GoFundMe page mourned him as a dedicated community leader whose light was extinguished too soon. Is the GoFundMe still up? Yeah, here he is. Lovely. He's raised $13,000. Deshaun Leith, devoted father, son, brother, and community leader. There he is. There he is. Without context, it's certainly a compelling story. A man killed by police, ripe for outrage. Activists were ready to cry systemic racism, likening it to George Floyd's 2020 death. But the truth wasn't so tidy. Any attempt to liken this to George Floyd was dispelled the moment the video was released. Body cam footage from Ohio State Highway Patrol told a different story. One of aggression, not martyrdom. The community activist and charity worker was immediately hostile with an officer on contact, eventually striking him and stealing the patrol car. Leith crashed a vehicle on the Ohio Turnpike, then attacked the responding trooper per WKBN TV. The officer who made first contact with him was wearing a body camera, however. What it showed, and I'm totally in favor of body cameras just in general, and more cameras around. I remember a couple years ago, after years of petitioning for it, I think it was either Oregon or California, a city in one of them, decided to remove a bunch of their security cameras from public areas like train stations and bus stations because, of course, who was getting caught doing crimes on the security cameras was a certain demographic that it would be really racist if they were to be arrested for their crimes in such places. So they actually tried to remove security cameras and police body cameras because of the implication. Jesus Christ. So
Cam video starts as an Ohio State Highway Patrol trooper first encounters the suspect, Deshaun Leith, standing on the side of the Ohio Turnpike after crashing his car in Springfield Township.
Come on, buddy. Get away.
The trooper tries getting him away from traffic, but Leith starts battling back. This is the view from the trooper's body cam.
Like, he's clearly on drugs, right? I mean, maybe it's a concussion. He is holding his head. But
Lord, bow down. Get hurt. Jesus, Lord, bow down. Don't touch me, you're gonna die. Next time you touch me, you're gonna die. Next time you touch me, you're gonna die.
Leith runs away, only to turn around and run back toward the trooper.
Clearly on drugs.
To use a stun gun.
Hey, you gotta go down. That's Jesus.
As you can see, the stun gun appears to have little effect, and
he's on drugs.
Fight breaks out.
How can you tank a stun gun if you're not hopped up on something? I don't know.
Majors are not lodged properly.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, maybe.
They're not very reliable.
That's true. It actually can be quite hard to hit someone with a stun gun, from my understanding.
Is being exchanged, and at one point, Leith gets the trooper on the ground. He eventually takes off in the cruiser.
And then you start the car, go.
Inside the car, you can hear Leith talking to himself for about 11 minutes before this dramatic crash in North Sewickley Township, Beaver County. After this crash, Pennsylvania State Police say an altercation broke out when troopers approached the vehicle, leading them to use deadly force.
Yeah, like tanked the freaking that crash, and then still was antagonistic with the police. He had
was in one crash,
totally fucked up.
Tanked the taser, beat
Yes.
shit out of the cop, stole his
Yes.
car, crashed again,
Crashed
got
again.
out, then got shot.
Yes.
Whilst apparently attempting to throw hands at the police.
Yep, as they approached, he resisted, leading to his fatal shooting. The footage leaves little room for debate. This wasn't a targeted killing. They managed to still get him $13,000 but this story vanished like that. The second this body cam body cam and police vehicle footage came out, because they keep, I don't know how. It's almost, we keep being told that it happens all the time, constantly. Black people are just perpetually being mistreated by the legal system. Then why can't you find a single example that you decide to, and there are examples, I'm sure, of a black man who's been mistreated by law enforcement, because there's examples of white people being mistreated by law enforcement in the United States. So why do you pick these, the ones they choose to go with? It seems complete. This is why I'm not, it's like, the powers that be, yes, do have a huge amount of power, but they're also so retarded,
They say, thank you, God, for making my enemies ridiculous. And
yes.
As they are.
Speaking of making our enemies ridiculous, welcome former CEO of Nestle, now the head of the WEF. You wanted to get rid of Klaus Schwab. Careful what you ask for. Apparently his eye does not look like this all the time. I will point out that it does not, it was bloodshot in this particular picture. Right? Yeah, but hey, you thought Klaus Schwab was comically evil? Meet the new boss, somehow more evil than the last boss. Who famously stated in 2017, humans have no right to access free water.
This is in response to his company, Nestle, draining so much of the South Colorado River that it's permanently destroyed California's ecosystem.
Yes. Nestle is notorious. Do you want to know where so Nestle is, in terms of their water, I think that's Aquafina and Dasani. Maybe it's not both. It's Aquafina or Dasani, one of those. One of the major bottled water companies or brands, if not several of them, are owned by Nestle. And if you would like to know, I don't know if it's changed, but I'll never forget, because I learned this on Penn and Teller's bullshit, that a major source for the water that they use that Nestle uses in bottled water in the US, at least was, as of the production of bullshit, the Detroit River. Just like to point that out. For your clean, fresh, bottled water, that's where Nestle gets it from. And if you if you want to have a trip, go through the history of human rights violations committed by Nestle over the years, because it is a long list of just seemingly being evil for absolutely no reason. Of all
they
the
do
companies,
this a lot.
You wouldn't think probably he was both known for Dasani's Coca-Cola, but is it Aquafina then? I don't remember which one Nestle owns, but good God,
Dasani's got caught using a water source near the Thames.
I'm not. Well, they were doing that in America too. I'm not. Yes, delicious.
Because Dasani was nicknamed Peckham Springs because of a only horse and horses bit.
Let's see. What do I have here? Okay. Oh right. Yeah, guys, this was a good way to. Klaus Schwab didn't die, but he has been replaced. And I thought I'd also remind you that Biden's still alive. Pretty cool, right? Great. And this is what he had to say.
And I'd never seen hardly any black people in Scranton at the time I was only going in 4th grade. And I remember seeing the kids
Thanks, Grandpa.
at the time called colored kids on a bus going by. And I had never seen.
They just bring him back out still to ramble about the colored kids. It just doesn't make me mad. I just find this to be... they're still trotting him out. He's
just remember, there are people in Congress and in the Senate who are worse than him.
Oh, I know. I know.
I can't remember who it was. It was someone, one of the
Rare W for fine, yeah.
I can't remember who the hell it was, but there was another centre that apparently they found in like a fucking assisted care facility for dementia patients. I think it's someone in the Senate.
Oh man, oof. I'm sure. I'm sure. So, who has died though? Of course, is Pope Francis. Died on Easter Monday at age 88. Was not a fan of many of the directions that Pope Francis chose to take the Catholic Church in. He is very much in part responsible for the wokening, if you will, of the Catholic Church. I highly doubt his replacement will be any better, though. So, just because he dies doesn't necessarily mean shit. Although, I mean, opportune time, if they're putting the woke away, this doesn't happen very well. I guess popes do die because they tend to be quite old. But this isn't something that happens every day, yes, where you can just replace the pope. So, this is actually an excellent opportunity to put the woke pope away by just not having another woke pope. I went to Catholic church to Catholic school, excuse me. I didn't like the Catholics for a long time because I got bullied by them in Catholic school. But then I went to a Catholic university and I really liked the environment there. I loved it at Xavier with the Jesuits. I had a great time in undergraduate, and that's how I became so in love with academia as a concept, if not in practice. So I like the Jesuits, I like Catholics, and when I do watch Mass, I usually either do Catholic or Orthodox. So, which I should do more often. And we should try to go to church more often, Bill.
Yeah.
Anywho. But, yeah, so, crazy timing, too, on
It's just awkward to go to a Catholic church when I'm a Taborite.
So that was a strange Easter happening for the Pope to die directly after. It seems, I mean, maybe he was just holding out one more Easter, you know? Here was the King's Easter message. Spoon, are you there?
Yep.
Did he dip again? Spoon!
No, he's here. Go, read.
Okay, what? Okay, did you see the King's...
You were just saying you prefer the Orthodox.
Yeah, well, I said him... Yes, okay. I don't know what Spoon's up to. Now you're making me suspicious, Spoon. Oh. What are you up to?
He's up to no good is what it is. Stop doing that, you'll go blind.
You get into mischief, Spoon. I'm trying to read King Charles's Easter message.
I haven't said anything.
Okay, would you like to read the King's
You're not allowed to have
message?
lattes anymore.
I should probably look at what even tea. Look at what a cup of chai tea does to me.
You had that at like 10 this morning.
It's like 10 in the morning. My God. Actually, hang on.
She's run around this fucking podcast like a crackhead.
Don't be mean. Okay, it's probably true though. We actually have a lot of super chats actually. Well, now that I know Spoon is here, because I get worried when you don't respond, Spoon. I get separation anxiety.
The Bill's there.
Yeah,
Fuck off with your sandwich.
Look, he's eating a sandwich. Frog Jupiter. Frog Jupiter for 2 says Gino Samuel releases Sonichu cartoon adaptation. Pope dies the next day. Coincidence? Oh, I haven't seen Gino Samuel's Sonichu cartoon yet. Holy shit, thank you, though, man. I didn't even know he put that out. Sven for €2 says, personally, I think student loans should be illegal. I mean, I don't think they should be illegal. I just don't think they should be mandatory. And they're mandatory because governments back up these loans so that universities can jack up the prices. The government agrees to pay to give you a very low interest loan, and for whatever reason, it's sold to young people as, well, you don't have to pay it. The government's going to pay for it. It's just fill out your FAFSA. You don't have to pay for college, but you do. It's a loan. It has to be paid back. It's so easy to apply for FAFSA. It takes, I mean, it's been, to be fair, it has been a long time since I've applied for a FAFSA loan. I only ever took out a couple and was able to pay them off, but pretty quickly. But the FAFSA loans, they take like 5 minutes to sign up for. And it's basically just telling students like, oh, you can't afford to go to college this semester. We'll just get a loan, or whatever need be the case. And it doesn't seem like you're going to have to pay it just from the way that it's spoken of, I would say. Portrayed, yeah. So illegal, I don't know, but they certainly are predatory. There's a lot of things that maybe should be illegal that are essentially usury. There's all kinds of shit that credit cards do, credit companies do. They're just there's no way to describe it other than predatory. But I don't know about illegal. Yeah, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
International jewelry.
God. Sven got that one. Thank you, Sven. Frog Jupiter for another 5 says, how do you know he's a gang member? He just had MS-13 tattoos on his face and he was here illegally. Where's the due process, bro? I know. It's all so silly. Airmake Discourse for 5 says, I'd rather have a PhD in Prussian military theory than feminist dance theory based. Too bad I went for Bavarian culinary theory instead. I love Bavarian food. I love. You're right. Speaking my language,
you could actually make money off that degree more than anything.
Yeah.
These days.
I didn't know there was a theory to it, but I love Bavarian food. Wait a minute. Now, talking about how much I love Bavarian and Swabian food right after this international jewelry thing is going to get me in trouble, isn't it? Yes. Shit.
Why is that bad?
Point curation. Point curation for 2 Canadian gives a super sticker of guy saying "cool, thank you." Nazaro says gives 6 euros. And no comment. Thank you so much, man. Marcellus Dorado for 5 says, Kyle mowed down the lower income neighborhoods in Kenosha in a single night. I remember. Night of the long Kyles. He then single-handedly took... Oh, no, I can't help. Why am I doing this? I'm making it worse. And then he single-handedly took down the American government. Here's less than $1. That's another really good point I don't know how I missed, is that what kind of reparations can you expect to get from the U.S. government, provided you find such a thing appeasing in some, or appealing, in some way. You're going to get a fraction of a cent. What Bavarian dishes do I recommend? And specifically, I really like Malzchen, which I think is Bavarian. Now that I'm on the spot, though, I'm going to struggle with it, watch. What do I usually make when I make German food? I always make Sauerbraten. I make Sauerbraten, Rotkohl, Spätzle. Let's see. What did I make last time?
Bratwurst.
I made Kässpätzle. We had bratwurst. Yes, we did. Because I think I served the wieners with the Rotkohl. And then, Kartoffelklöße, potato balls.
Potato salad, yeah.
Or no, that's Kartoffelsalat, I think, yeah? Look, I'm so sorry to any German listeners, of which I know we have several, how horrible my pronunciation is. But I really...
Wait, Weiss is still around? Weiss is still around? Kirsch.
I thought they shut down. I thought they shut down. Bless you, Bill. You probably heard it through my mic. He muted himself, but let's see. Thank you, Marcellus. Rat Bartholomew Cheesington, who's this old wench? Oh, that was that even Elizabeth Warren? I don't remember who. I think it was someone else, but I covered it at the time. Sin for 5 says he's fine. In fact, he is Weekend at Bernie's fine. Oh wait, no. Yeah, Biden's doing great. Frog Jupiter for 5 says, studying my concealed carry LTC course under text penalty 9.31 self-defense B15, the actor is unjust if the actor provoked the other's use of unlawful force. Texas Penal 9.32 deadly force B2, the use of deadly force is just if the actor didn't provoke the other's use of force. For another 2, you said, Frog Jupiter said, totally unrelated to Carmelo Anthony. Thank you so much, man. What? Thank you for the super chats. But yes... Interesting to have the exact, and thank you for the exact statute there. Lucy Lemonbug gave 5 gifted Broken Crown memberships. Thank you so much. Fuck yeah, thank you. Hell yeah. Gary Thomas for 5 says, anybody else remember how boomers were able to pay their college tuitions with a part-time job? Must have been nice. My dad worked, I don't know the exact time, but he worked for something like a year, if not less, at a steel factory right when out of high school. And then I don't even think a year, I think it was a couple months. And then used the money he made in a couple months working at a steel mill to go to college for 4 years. In 1960, whatever, Crazy. But a lot of that is the massively overinflated cost of university tuition, which is so hyperinflated I cannot even begin to describe how overcharged people are for college degrees. It's obscene. I'm sure most of us have felt it in some way if you've been through the academic system. Dear T King for 10 says, the Pope from Argentina died on 4/20 at the age of 88. God has a sense of humor. Yeah, I know. As a Protestant, I care because the Catholics make up a great deal of numbers of Christendoms. I'm pulling for the Hungarians. Yeah, Orthodoxy is less cucked than Catholicism. And Brian H1 1988 45 says, I must now ask, since I can't unsee, why is your avatar's wine cup filled with green? Oh, it's because it changed. Oh, I don't know. Because I just like the colors purple and teal. Yeah, and well, actually, my favorite cocktail when I was drinking of all time was an aviation, which is purple. And my other favorite color is purple because it's got
purple drink.
It is. It's a 1920s era speakeasy drink.
It's famous people water.
No, it was one of those
Here
drinks
at
that came
Fat
about in the
Sam
speakeasy in the
Speakeasy,
20s.
you can get lean.
It is creme de violette, maraschino cherry liqueur, gin, and lemon juice. Just fantastic cocktail. My absolute favorite. It's a real bitch to get creme de violette, however.
And Luxardo maraschino liqueur is much easier.
You put maraschino liqueur in there as well. It's maraschino and creme de violette.
Yes,
and
like
lemon
the
juice and
Luxardo maraschino liqueur that you need for it is also hard to find, as well as the Violet.
Oh, it can be. Yes. Okay, I have to use the restroom. And I need to take a break on my voice
done
too.
For saying that.
That I didn't say pee. Now I've said it.
Oh, for God's sake.
Okay, Spoon, will you take over as the king and read his really fucking cringe Easter message? I'll be right back. I also need to get some water because I'm out of anything to drink. Be right back.
Well, is it on screen? Is this one of the puzzles of...
Yes.
What does it say? One of the puzzles of our humanity is how we're capable of both cruelty and great kindness. Okay. This paradox of human life runs through the Easter story and in the scenes that daily come before our eyes. At one moment, terrible images of human suffering, and then that depends on who is suffering, by the way. Prisoners, I don't really give a shit. In another, heroic acts in war-torn countries where humanitarian of every kind of risk. Oh my god, are you please tell me you're not invoking fucking Gaza? This is cringe already. Will kind of risk their own lives to protect the lives of others. A few weeks ago, I met many such people at a reception in Buckingham Palace and felt a profound sense of admiration for the resilience, courage, and compassion. Buckingham Palace? Okay. On Monday, Thursday, Jesus knelt and washed the feet of many of those who would abandon him. His humble actions have a token of his love that knew no bounds or boundaries and is central to Christian belief. I hate the fact that Christianity in the modern age has become, we must forgive everything. Does anyone remember that Christianity used to be spread by the sword? Can we go back to that Christianity? I feel like that Christianity is rather necessary right about now, considering the disorder of the world, and that Christian sword is...
about 100 fucking years ago.
Fucking tell me about it. Let's see. The love he showed then he walked the earth reflects the Jewish ethic. Okay, I'm out. No, fuck off. The moment the Pope talks about the Jews in a favorable light, they knew.
It's a plot. Like, the whole point of the Good Samaritan is that the Jewish people were not caring for their own.
Yeah, fuck off. No.
And it was a Samaritan who's Israel's enemy. Was necessary for someone to actually help them.
Caring for the strangers of those in need, a deep human instinct echoed in Islam. What the fucking hell is with this global horse shit? Of, we must all hold hands and sing Kumbaya. What kind of fucking shitty-ass Christian are you? If you're a Christian, you don't play nice with the other religion, though. It's my God says better than you, and my God will kick your God's ass. Fucking crap
As the saying goes, you do not want to be a fucking dirt worshipper.
It's just a real like, okay, even if you felt that way, genuinely, why must it always be on days like Easter to remind everybody, right? So that, yeah, okay, it's Easter, great. Actually,
you don't get a day to yourself like you don't get a country to yourself.
Meanwhile, what was engaged in all of the nonsense during Ramadan and stuff, or these holy, always tons of respect for that, and there's never, whenever there's some virtue signaling in the UK, including from the king, about some Muslim holiday, it's never met with, but also Judaism and Christianity, right? It's also tiresome.
I hate this because no one wants to join a religion that is just this fucking cucked.
No.
Especially not men. Men don't want forgiveness. No. Men seek bloodshed and violence. Men are aimed for defense, not forgiving everything. That's some feminine shit.
If you want people to join your faith, too.
Then you tell them, like, you are permitted to defend your faith with violence. Give them a reason to fucking get muscle.
Actual flagellants are not as self-flagellating as this bullshit.
No. And it's not in line with Scripture. Christ did not tell his followers to be pushovers, to allow themselves to be conquered. That turning the other cheek thing, as I've mentioned many times, turning the other cheek does not mean to let yourself be abused. It means to force the person who is oppressing you in that case.
Jesus fucking whipped everybody's ass for
treat you like a man. You know, treat you as an equal.
I mean, square up.
Yes, it is. Yeah, slap me again like a man, not like a bitch.
My God, it's not one of the Orthodox churches the fastest growing, kind of Christianity.
Now, unfortunately, I've heard Greek Orthodox, a lot of Greek Orthodox churches already folded pretty much.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
The Russian ones.
I've not heard back from the Russian ones. We've gotten some it's not the tertiary orthodoxy. We got more different types of orthodoxy types turning up on Kino night. So we're getting slowly filtered in information as to see which places really got in the neck lately.
Exactly, Elder Millennial. Ancient canons forbade conversion by the sword. Defending what we already have by the sword is a different matter. Yes, you are defending Christendom.
How about we do both?
Well, I don't know I don't think that one aligns. That one doesn't align, though. You can't force people to become Christian. Just, conquer and kick them out. Well, I'm saying conquer and kick them out if you want to.
I very much beg to differ. You can definitely force people to be Christian. Become Christian or get killed.
Sure. Yes, obviously. I'm just saying, in terms of the Bible and the Scripture, that is way outside of what Christ taught and advocated. It wasn't, the forceful conversion is different from protecting what you have. I agree with that.
Yes,
also, let's be here.
Or removal. It's like, if you want to live in this country, you have to be Christian. Then,
Think of it this way. You could get some sort of animal actor, kind of beat them until they learn to perform Shakespeare. But it's still going to be an animal performing Shakespeare, I'm afraid. Converting people is not much point if they're not really people.
Well,
Bill, what are you
you need to ask the question on a spiritual level. Is it worth, proselytize, certainly. But should conversion be our priority rather than just get them the fuck out of everyone's way?
At some point, not to sound like a conservative cuck. I mean, I am, but
you have to conserve earlier about removing people. You're basically teetering on that same edge.
Did you get through the whole thing? I also got myself a drink. I have watermelon nata de coco.
I heard Islam, and then I just decided no, fuck off.
Oh, I'll just read it then. Let's see. On Maundy Thursday, Jesus knelt and washed the feet of many of those who would abandon him. His humble action was a token of his love that knew no bounds or boundaries and is central to Christian belief. The love he showed when he walked the earth reflected the Jewish ethic of caring for the stranger and those in need, a deep human instinct.
When the fuck did the Jews ever do that?
Again, as I've outlined, in the Good Samaritan, the whole point was that the Jews were not helping their own, let alone others.
Everything I said preceding this, after I got back from getting my drink, I assumed you had gotten to the part, because I heard talk of the Jews and Muslims.
I had this part, and then I went, fuck off.
Oh, well, that's all, yeah.
And then I went on a rant, because I hate this crap.
Yeah, it's infuriating. It is infuriating.
No leader of any religion praises other religions. Oh, this is
speaking
really
of
funny.
atheists. Speaking of atheists who,
Jordan looks like he's being fucking held hostage. That's because he is.
I feel like he is. Yeah.
Turning into Anthony Bourdain.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Oof.
So here's he's on the same shtick as James Lindsay and this
Constantly
woke
Kissing
right
and
Constant Kissing are all and Douglas Murray. They're all aligned.
I don't know. I guess
these people who were champions of the right in that they were leftists essentially who changed sides. No, they didn't.
If you've noticed this, ever since Douglas Murray essentially handed himself his own ass, he's been on a desperate fucking. Please, I'm still relevant, and I did not get my ass kicked by a.
The New York Post article.
Yeah, it's my god,
delicious.
It's delicious cringe. Yeah, and between this and Lindsay and Constant, it's like, oh my god, all of you faggots who keep saying the phrase woke right, it's every single one of you, and every single one of you are atheists, and you're all Zionists.
I've ever
like, yeah, it's such horse shit. Like, dude, it's very obvious all of you jackasses glazed Netanyahu's nutsack. Like, piss off. It's fucking obvious.
Yep. So let's hear what Dr.
You
Peterson
cannot
has
for
to say.
fucking years on end screech about I'm a radical left and free speech and bullshit, and then you do the exact same shit with your golden fucking calf, and none of us are supposed to fucking notice. Like, piss off.
Yep. Did Dave Smith respond to Murray's post? I haven't seen that yet. I skimmed Murray's post the other day, and did he respond in a video or?
Yeah,
do you know?
for an hour video.
Oh.
I haven't seen it because I don't want to take points out of it. I just saw that he did the video, and I went like, "Ooh, I want to read this." And then within like 2 sentences in, I went like, "Oh my good god, this is literally just doubling down on the exact same fucking thing he did on the podcast."
Yeah, I read
nothing. None.
I know. I read it the other day, but we'll read it again. Anyway, before we get to that, here's Jordan Peterson.
Well, I think the most important thing to do first is to draw a distinction between the political and the psychological, and not to collapse them together.
What does that even mean?
I need to scream.
It's not easy being green.
By the way, in case you guys can't tell,
you can't separate. We want to separate the psychological from the political. They are inexorably linked, Jordan, and you of all people know that. I've read your research. You
move forward, unburdened by what has been.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, the thing is with Jordan, if you listen to him, what he says, you are going to say, what the fuck are you talking about? Because it's just waffling word salad, and there's nothing specific at all.
Well, 11 seconds in, he's so demonstrably incorrect, and specifically knowingly incorrect, because he has conducted academic research on how key, specifically, politics is to psychology. It's Jonathan Haidt stuff. Jesus. And Jonathan Haidt is the one most, sort of infamous now for the left-right dichotomy research.
Lucy, I will bully that out of you.
Of moral foundations. But Jordan Peterson's work, he's done the same stuff. He's done the exact same kind of work in terms of his publications. So, it gives me an extra level of indignation at this. Because it's like, I've read your research. Don't say something so ignorant. Not ignorant. Something so intentionally wrong.
We should maybe let him cook, by the way, because he's been...
Yeah, I know, and I'm at 11 seconds in,
Yeah.
So, imagine this. Imagine that there's a group of individuals, about 4% of the population, who have a set of personality characteristics that have been described as dark tetrad. So they're Machiavellian. They use their language to manipulate. They're narcissistic. They want unearned social status and reputation. They're psychopathic, which makes them free of empathy and parasitical and predatory. And they're sadistic. So they take positive delight in the
Dr.
unnecessary
Peterson's call it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
suffering of others.
Trouble.
Yeah, I know.
Jordan, out of all the demographics in today's society, who do you think you're most describing with this shit?
In terms of dark triad personality traits or dark tetrad, since I forget what the fourth one is that they added, but in terms of who tends to load higher on them, it's women. As the broadest group, it's women. Because dark tetrad includes a lot of psychological disturbances that are uniquely uniquely limited to women, like histrionic personality disorder. But then, of course, there's also antisocial personality disorder. Dark triad traits, though, they are not personality disorders. They're just behavioral characteristics that define a person. They're typical behaviors. They're not. It's not classified as clinical in the way that like a diagnosis of antisocial, borderline, histrionic. Again, antisocial tends to be almost exclusively male. Borderline and histrionic disorder tend to be female only, or almost entirely. But yeah, it's a lot of women loaded stuff in dark tetrad.
Who may wish to voice the fact that he needs to stop drinking fucking lattes. Jingly jewelry. I was waiting for you to take a breath. It's like, oh my gosh, she's going.
Yeah, because I was looking at the data in my brain. Okay.
Do you have weed gummies?
No.
Oh, I do.
That explains
I took
a
one
lot.
a long time ago.
Bill, have you eaten one?
Oh, no. About 3.
Oh. That explains why Bill is really mellow and Aiden is hopped out of her fucking goal.
No, me, it's the chai.
She had one chai.
The weed brings you down, man. I really can't take caffeine at all. If I have any caffeine,
No, you can, just not
nuts.
well.
Yeah, right. It's I can physically tolerate it. It just... I used to drink coffee all the time. I can't do it anymore. Not even a tea. Anyway.
People also use false cries of victimization, let's say, to manipulate, and they're entitled. They seek vengeance when it's unwarranted.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, which demographic do you think is most likely to fucking do that?
Careful, Jordan, this is what got Kanye shit canned.
I mean, if you would like, as I am well aware, and you are well aware, Dr. Peterson. Well, ignoring that, though, what I am well aware, because that would make him very upset to go into that at all, even speculatively. What I know, and he knows, and I know that he knows because I am very familiar with his research, which means I know what research that he has read in order to come to the conclusions, because I've read your citations in your own pieces of research, is that when you look at the group, broadly speaking, besides women, politically speaking, that most aligns with these in your own research, that of your colleagues, and the work that has been conducted since you've published your research on this, Dr. Peterson, is leftists. It's exclusively. It is in comparison to people who are self-identified conservatives and Republicans.
Specifically,
it is only in contrast. It is in contrast and in contrast to the total population that we see these psychological dysfunctions that are so vastly overrepresented in people who identify themselves as left-leaning Democrats, liberals, whatever they call themselves. That there's no woke right. These traits that you're describing are applying, and what he's getting to here is that, like, all these bad traits that we find, and it's also the right. No. Show me the research, because I know, and you know, but it's so irritating, because I spend all my fucking free time reading research, and so when I see someone lie, you don't have the data, because it doesn't exist. No study has been published on this hypothesis. If it were true, this is one of the easiest things. Dude, this would be one of the easiest things to evidence. But you don't have evidence of it. And there's, for some reason, despite, connections in academia and obviously having ability to, you've not conducted a simple survey on a mass scale. Or you probably can even get access to extant survey level data that would have these questions included in it. Mass level survey data. Yet you're not doing that work. That's nothing then. That's running what? It's a couple correlations. Oh, you can't, because the extant data point to this being a uniquely left-leaning trait if we are defining by political orientation. In other words, he's talking out of his fucking ass and making shit up.
And they protest loudly and make very public cries for reparations that would be self-serving. Okay, now the way those people operate is they look for what patterns of belief form groups that they can infiltrate and then capitalize on. And that happens on the right. We did a report, the same group, on the use of Christ as king as a manipulator.
This is straight out, and this is, I hate when they're so overt about that they're all playing from the same book, reading from the same script. Because this is James Lindsay's thing. Christ is King is a dog whistle for far-right ethno-nationalism.
So?
It's absolutely...
In an
even
ideal
if it
world,
were.
maybe.
Even if it were, yeah, so, but it's not.
Okay, but why is that bad?
Well, I don't like it because it's wrong. I don't like people saying things I don't like people lying. So that's enough for me.
Okay,
So
but
I don't
why
like
is-
people
why-
lying about shit.
Why is explain to me why ethno-nationalism is bad without invoking the Nazis.
Oh, well, see, it's only bad when white people do it.
Yeah,
No,
'cause I don't know.
Spoon,
I
we need to be
think-
careful. If enough people start using, like, going for like ethno-nationalism, the Albanians might start doing it.
See, there's look,
That's fine.
the most obvious go-to example is that where are the calls publicly, and I'm sure there are some, but where's the mass calls for Japan to not be ethno-nationalist? Because if you think for one second that Japan, one of America's actual greatest allies in terms of economic partnership, if not military, obviously, but certainly economically, well, no one would suggest that the Japanese stop their own. Well, but no, I mean,
They tried to
you
stop.
can't be.
They tried to introduce that bullshit over there, and someone got
Yes.
stabbed.
Yeah, you can't. You cannot become a Japanese citizen. Neither can I. Neither can Spoon. No one here can become Japanese. Even as a citizen, you can be a permanent resident, much like here. I think you get essentially citizenship status to a certain degree, but you can't be Japanese. And no one's calling that far-right, ethno-nationalist, terrible, terrible, terrible. That's okay. They're allowed to do that. It's just absurdist. It so easily falls apart under the slightest scrutiny that it's just
None of these people, lefty
Mass
people, never seem
retribution.
to have any worries about all those African nations that are national socialists.
Mm. Oh, sure.
It's like a prevalent method of governing in the African continent.
Yeah.
Manipulative strategy by bad actors, hypothetically on the right, and this report identified the same sort of people on the left. But it's not primarily political. They're wolves in sheep's clothing who look for where there's power and value and then adopt those beliefs as a surface camouflage so that they can elevate their moral status. Now, and this has become worse in recent years as far as I'm concerned, because the evolved strategies that we have for dealing with these psychopathic narcissistic types don't work well online. And so the
Oh my god, he's back under the people are mean to me online shit. Oh, I don't like anonymity because it lets people be mean.
I was about to say, he's going to advocate against like internet anonymity, isn't it?
He's been arguing against that for years. That was the first thing that I saw from him when he was really on like his right. He deserved it and I thought, whoa, that's insane. He needs to be. He's old. He's an older guy. He's probably not very internet savvy. He doesn't understand the importance of anonymity. He should understand it from a psychological perspective. I mean, but he doesn't. I got some read up on social identity theory, the side model, social identity of the individuation effects model of internet communication. That'll help explain a lot of what goes on. It's just side. It's de-individuation. Anyway, de-individuation and which can cause negatives. It can cause people to act aggressively, knowing that there won't be pushback on them. But it also can cause people to be exceptionally more empathetic.
psychopaths can get away with their terrible manipulations online, and they can find like-minded people, and they can escape from any reputational consequences.
There it is.
And so,
reputational consequences. You're not allowed to think these things. It means that if you have wrong thoughts, he thinks you should get in trouble for that. Remember that thing that he was against? Allegedly? In terms of the pronoun shit?
Again, stop trusting people who dress like fucking Batman villains, please, and for the love of God.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. This is gonna be harsh. I don't think you can trust people who, quote, left the left.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm starting to really. I'm not seeing any examples where has it gone right? I mean, interesting turn of phrase, but yeah, where has it ended up that these people actually have a change of heart, and it's not just that they weren't getting what they wanted from the left, so then they thought they could try and get it from the right. Like I said, it's all team sports, obviously, but these people they have no loyalty. So I would like. I'm trying to think of an example, and I'm really struggling. So, if there is somebody who's, figure of some note that really seems to have made that giant change, I'd like to know. I'm sure there have been, but I can't think of one off the top of my head.
There's always been psychopaths. Those are the Pharisees, for example, that Christ points to.
Trump was a 90s New York Democrat, and he's still, 80s New York Democrat, and he's still an 80s New York Democrat. What's happened with that is the Overton window. But let's call it the feeling thermometer. I like feeling thermometer better. It's a more academic term. That's the main reason why. And because Overton window is way overused and meaningless at this point. The feeling thermometer on things has shifted. But I don't think Trump has. I think he's still an 80s Democrat.
Religious pretenders. Those are the people who use God's name in vain and claim moral virtue and even religious devotion. Well, all they're doing is feathering their own nests and furthering their own narrow interests. And the web, social media, anonymity enables them to organize and also hides them much more effectively. And this is a problem in religious organizations. It's a problem in political organizations, and it pathologizes the whole culture. Most people, 80% of Americans agree on virtually everything.
Oh,
no, they don't.
No, they don't.
You're literally the most fractured era of American politics since the fucking Civil War.
He must mean, I don't know what.
Also,
where is that statistic from? You need a citation on that one. I know that is a bitch move, but I have never seen anything. On what? It must be on what? On what? Agree on what? At 88%. I can't think. I mean, good God. Bill Smith, I don't think I agree with either one of you on 88% of things. That's
maybe 14%.
But there isn't a but of this. We're getting in trouble for this. It's been an exceptionally. I don't know.
So why are we even bothering with fucking Jordan Peterson? He's turning into Mr. Leahy, for fuck's sake. Look at him.
Oh, it's just, this was about the Easters. I put this in the Easter section because he came out with this, Christ is King is actually a dog whistle.
A rambling psychopathic rant.
I mean, he's actually, he doesn't look that much like the Joker or another Batman villain in this one. His suit is...
He looks like evil Anthony Bourdain, and considering how evil Anthony Bourdain was, that's an achievement.
I mean, at least he's toned down these Batman villain suits a little bit.
And then there's these fringe people, and they're not political. They're psychopathological narcissists who cloak themselves in political guise.
There's no difference.
What the fuck
there is no
saying?
Difference. He's saying something that is nonsense.
Stop with the political jargon and just say who you actually fucking mean.
I can fucking translate it for you, no problem. He's using my language.
Like a woman.
That's not what I meant. I meant he's using academic terminology. Which,
and he sounds like a fag.
Do I fucking come off like this? That I'm intentionally using words that people don't understand? Is this? There's a difference between using a term.
Get your point.
There's a difference between being specific and using a term, or being really fucking vague, which is what he just did there.
Yes.
And we all have to learn to distinguish between the political and the psychological. We're not good at it.
Because there is no functional difference between the political and the psychological. Politics is a game. It's invented by humans. It is purely psychological. You, of all people, know that better than most. And it's insane to hear him say something like that, honestly. That more than a lot of the other stuff he's done, just that little segment, has caused me to lose any, I think, remaining faith I had in his, at least, academic bona fides, right? What you just said is straight up lies.
I need a picture of this screenshot right here.
Hmm?
No,
what?
I need, for a thumbnail. Because I'm definitely going to do a video about this.
You want this 180p or whatever it is?
No.
Deep fry it more.
Yeah, get it real deep fried. There you go. I sent it to you.
Borden Peterson.
Okay. All right. The post UK tranny decision melties. Because look, I don't really want to cover turns anymore ever again if I could help it. But they are of course having
usually with tire marks.
Holy shit. There have been some interesting meltdowns, of course. It's just extreme. Oh my
Bill
God.
says some insane shit. Why can't I join in on the fun?
You can join in on the fun, of course.
Oh God,
I'm just
Nancy Mace
saying.
just Twitch.
Did you see this though? Yeah, I'm no fan of Nancy Mace either. But okay, I was like, oh, okay, I'll put a couple of trannies in the news things in the roundup because I saw this and I was like, whoa, alrighty.
Does your husband call you babe? Okay, so even better. I don't care. Okay.
By the way, I think this is fake. I'm gonna start. That was my read on it immediately, and I don't trust Nancy Mace, so I very much believe this could be fake and planted. But here it is.
So I would like Rachel to apologize, but he is derogatory and...
A train wouldn't be that well dressed.
Mm-hmm.
That's far too... That is...
Wait. You missed it. Hang on. Sorry. I'll go back. Go ahead. Finish, Paul.
I'd say, like, this outfit makes too much sense from a female point of view to be been done by a troon. This is a bloke who's been put in this outfit by a female, like, wardrobe specialist.
I mean, it is probably one of the most flattering... I think it is the most flattering thing I've ever seen an antagonistic troon be wearing during one of these events.
Exactly. This is not a genuine troon. This is just a bloke that's been made up to look like one. But unfortunately, they couldn't didn't manage to make it convincing because it was probably a...
Oh no, it's going to be convincing in a minute.
Second of all...
Is tranny derogatory to you?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course the fuck it is.
Tranny. If that's
an affectedly fucking low voice.
What? Sorry.
That is that is a very affected lowered voice. I get the thing.
Yes.
Unfortunately, might be a plant.
Speaking of the plant, he picks up this plant like he's gonna do something with it. Like he's gonna throw it at Nancy Mace. I don't know if this is a plant or not, but apparently this is when they got escorted out. If so, that voice drop very funny.
I think the fake troon literally carrying around a plant to indicate
I think
that they
it was
are
on
a
the
plant.
stage.
Symbolism, yeah.
But no, maybe the plant was on the stage, and then
yeah, we know we can see two of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that outfit is far too flattering and actually like well put together to be been done by an actual transvestite.
This, I read a little bit of this, and I thought we'd just watch it. So, okay, yeah. Stark display at school board meeting last week in coastal California, of course, LA. Young girl literally broke down in tears addressing the school. The reaction she got from the school board chairwoman was outrageous.
School bird.
So, school bird. Got a bird brained as usual, I guess.
Oh my God.
Our time is a borderline violation of the Brown Act. In fact, you could have changed this item. You could have moved it to any other point. You could have moved it earlier in the meeting, and that would not have violated the Brown Act. In which case, you wouldn't have had to worry about staying so late.
I guess you're done.
People were engaging in the Brown Act within the Brown.
Hello, my name is Celeste Deist. I am 17 years old, a junior and track athlete at AGHS. Most importantly, I am a woman advocating for the renewal of female rights, which recently has been overlooked and disregarded. I implore all of you to help put an end to this current injustice. Recently, I went into the women's locker room to change for track practice, where I saw at the end of my row a biological male watching not only myself, but the other young women undress. This experience was beyond traumatizing. I must add, he is not changing in our locker room because he's in his track clothes, dressed and ready to go to practice at the beginning of the day. Therefore, there's absolutely no reason for him to be in any locker room, let alone the women's. Adults like yourself made me and my peers feel like our own comfort was invalid, even though our privacy was and still is being completely violated. The individual who identifies as female has XY chromosomes. Biologically,
this is fucking hard. I read a little bit of the article. I hadn't seen it though because it sounded rough. Jesus.
And a male. Because females have XX chromosomes. This is basic biology.
Okay, please wrap it up.
Fuck you, bitch! Holy shit! Of course, would never have that kind of attitude if it was a troon crying, you know.
I just want to ask, what about us? We cannot sit around and allow our rights to be given up to cater to an individual that is a man, who watches women undress and is stripping away female opportunity that once was fought for us. Sadly, we have to try and regain our rights again. I hope you put effort into the restoration of our school safety. Thank you for serving our community.
She's fucking furious, this old bitch. I'm just here for it.
Mr. Masters? Mr. Masters, please.
Just not happy. I just enjoy that. Just enjoy getting her fucking.
Can we just point something out here? This entire like the last 10 years of this dumb shit, right?
It's so
all because
fucking
of
tiresome.
fucking women. It is women who overwhelmingly supported the shit.
Yes.
Right. So if you want if you want someone to blame, then blame the older generation of stupid old fucking lesbian skanks who fucking favor the shit. Because no sane person wants their fucking younger daughters with men. That's just retarded. And anyone who says this is a hate crime can fuck off. This dumb shit is because women have opinions, and women should shut the fuck up. You have no business being bothered.
I agree.
None.
I absolutely agree that the venue through which the tranny hysteria occurred was entirely women's fault. And so I don't feel any sympathy for the feminists who who are TERFs or whatever you want to call them. No, I don't have sympathy for them. I do have sympathy for the 16-year-old girl who didn't have any part in it. Do you know what I mean? 16 or 17-year-old she is. She's in high school. I do have sympathy for her. She had nothing to do with this. So, she can't vote. This is someone who is legally a child. I mean, they're a young adult, but they're legally a child. They can't vote. She didn't have anything to do with it. So yeah, I do find that detestable. I find that absolutely detestable. And I do feel bad for her. I don't feel bad or have sympathy for the women who voted for this, the women who advocate for it. But for a 16, 17-year-old, yeah, I do. Oh, well. But this is then like in the opposite direction in terms of the pushback, right? The pushback against all the degeneracy. I am in favor of it. I want it to go away just because it's awful. Doesn't mean things in general are going to get better. They're just going to move on to something else, right? Probably war. But in the pushback, some of it is getting caught. They were always warning us, it's going to go too far. The Overton window will shift too far right. You always hear this from the sort of centrist types. And this one, I'm sure, would make them very happy to see, is that a particular school district in Texas has banned the flag of Virginia. They cannot show the flag of Virginia in classrooms in this school district in Texas anymore, and I will show you why. It's because there's a titty. Yep.
Texas is meant to be one of the freer states, and here we are, worried over a single boob.
A single boob.
A singular boob.
So,
looking like Peggy Hill playing Achilles.
I know. So yeah, that is the kind of thing I can see someone like Dev going, "Oh look, the conservatives are just as crazy." And I admit, this is really fucking stupid to ban the state flag of Virginia. By the way,
it would be funny if they clapped back with that. It wasn't over the boob; it was over the feet. Put those away.
Yeah, exactly. That's what she should cover up. Disgusting.
Disgusting fucking floor slappers.
It's fucking. I'm sorry, but Peggy Hill played Achilles.
I'm sorry. She looks like Peggy Hill. Look at it. Look at her.
It's fucking.
Oh my god. Oh shit! She doesn't like. Oh my gosh. I think. Okay. Let's read Murray's post, and whatever energy or time we have left, we're gonna move over to Rumble, and try to watch a little bit more of the thing. We'll see how far we get.
There's
However,
no hell I can do that.
you don't want. Okay, we won't do that then. We'll just okay. I can tell you were a little bit tired. It seemed so, whereas I'm fucking wired up. Anyway, let's
stop drinking lattes.
I have had one. Wait, it's been 2 days in a row. Didn't we have to go out yesterday too?
Yeah.
And I got a latte yesterday because it was really, and I was like, oh, this latte was really good. I haven't had one in forever, so I had another one today. God damn it. So here is Douglas Murray's scathing article that he wrote in the New York Post after the encounter with Dave Smith on Rogan. Actually, let's end with this since we're not going to. No, I'm gonna get this Constantine's scathing as well. I'm gonna do these two. Let's start though with this: is that I don't think Murray is gonna be invited back. Oh wait, yeah, this is just it. I don't think he's gonna be invited back.
This is really funny. I'm starting off my new video with this, by the way.
I hope it won't clap us again for just this clip.
Nah, you won't.
Hopefully they do this peace.
Fun.
This peace in the Middle East. Hopefully, they keep talking about all this. These deals they're all making. Hopefully that the Hamas and the Israel, whatever it is, they get. Because.
Well, that's one thing that Trump said. If I get in there 24 hours, the war's over.
That's a tough one. 24 is tough.
That's obviously.
But hopefully they figure it out because it is. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's fucking cool.
When did they actually get to the thing? Is there a? I don't know when they get to it. I could look at the time. I just am so freaked out about Rogan now because obviously we got clapped for it so much. To see when they get to talking about Murray. It's only a 5-minute long clip, but still. Oh, sorry. I kind of thought it would be a shorter clip because where I found it. Let's just hope we can get through this without it slapping us.
It's the human toll is real.
Unreal.
And, it's crazy.
Some lady just died. She was the protagonist in some documentary, and she just got blown up.
There is an argument to be made that level of devastation and death is worse than you talking to someone on your podcast.
Allegedly.
There is an argument to be made. It's probably not a good one.
The amount
but there
of damage
is an
you can
argument
do with just talking.
There is an argument to be made that, starvation and stuff like that, people dying, is worse than a podcast.
But wait a minute.
I wouldn't make it.
Have you been there?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is where it starts. Okay. Yes. This is what I saw going around on Twitter. Yes.
Thank you, Chad Rogan, for actually doing that.
I don't know. I would have lost my temper. I would have just. He was being such an insufferably smug prick.
I know, but he was
There
wrong.
wasn't really
I think
anything
that's
to
why
talk
people
about.
tolerate him, because I think
Yes.
Joe is smart enough to notice that this is not going to fly on my podcast, and my audience is going to think
Right.
this is funny and dumb.
Yeah.
Right, that's a good point.
You haven't been?
By the way, how is he in all these wars? Can I just go to wars? By the way, how are you allowed to just go to wars?
I mean, yeah, you are, but I mean, it's a really dumb idea. I mean, he obviously doesn't just go to war. He's got a team with him, of course. But it just that you haven't been. So because it's that kind of level of elitism that it makes people sick. Everyone's tired of it. I think this was an attempt to rehabilitate the credentialist class. Which part?
Because for one thing, okay, so they mentioned the Cooth and the red sniffle season and how that came tumbling down in real time. That was actual fucking science, and they got that wrong. Now you are talking about historical perspectives, okay? Okay, two problems with that. A, and fucking Dave pointed this out, you went to Ukraine in the early days and you said they would win, you got that fucking wrong. So clearly being there does not make you incredible in any capacity. Secondly, how the fucking hell are you going to... You can't go back in time. So you're trusting experts, so-called, that just happen to agree with you. That's all that you're doing, right?
Because, again...
I'm still talking, right?
Go ahead, sorry.
The thing that is just most amazing to me is that later on he says that in a democracy we get to have a say in how our governments are run. So let me get this straight. I need to then listen to an expert who's been there that can potentially be wrong to be informed. To have an opinion.
Yes.
What the fuck?
So that you can know the right thing to do for the democracy.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's just an
No, it sure doesn't.
class, Douglas. Shut the fuck up.
Yes. Well, that's what they want, and they really did soil and sully their elitist class in the COVID stunt, and the ongoing major issues that has produced. There's no faith left in these institutions. So what I think happened is, again, they wanted to trot Murray out there to try and reestablish credentialism.
He did a terrible job.
And he I don't know, was he on drugs? because I've heard that also said about it, is that he must have been fucked up, or he just already got paid and didn't care. I don't, or is just such a smug, egotistical narcissist that he thought he didn't have to work at all. He could just show up and be like, you're not credentialized, therefore you're dumb and wrong, and everyone needs to listen to me and my English literature degree.
Do you know what's bizarre in that article? He confuses Ian and Daryl again.
Again, I know. It's unbelievable. I actually thought, did he do this on purpose? Is he purposefully doing it as a joke? That's how insane it is. But yeah, here's the rest of this clip. I just think, he's not. I don't think he's going to come back on Rogan anytime soon.
Is that the way to, you should at least you just go to courtesy of going? Can I just go to wars, or do I have to come back and say what people want me to say about the wars? Can I go to the wars and have my own opinions, or do I have to?
No, Tim. No. You're not allowed to have your own opinion. See, because you're not an expert. I don't know how you become an expert in Murray's eyes, because
you go there specifically to get the opinion of the people on the ground. That's the whole fucking point.
But you also need a degree in it, I think. You need to be a confirmed expert, because he's not just giving that to anyone. What the reality is that you're an expert if he agrees with your take on something, and you can try to explain it as having being based on some credentialized nonsense.
Opinions.
Not if you want to go back.
That's right. It's very interesting, this war tourism. How do I get on this war tourism?
Yeah.
I'd like to go to the Ukraine. I want to go. I want to go. I want to go to all this war tourism.
Do you have any awards that they can melt down and make bullets out of?
Joe, think about this. Do I seem like
God damn.
A lot of awards?
Didn't you get one of those YouTube plaques when you hit 100,000?
I don't even know where they.
Oh my god. Okay, so I don't think he's coming back. Let's do Murray's article, and then do you want to do Murray's first or Constantine's video?
This is the Constantine one because I haven't done that one. I don't even know what he said.
Okay, let's watch. All right, let me make a watch together. Actually, do you want to just tell me to pause?
Yeah, go with that.
Or then make a watch together. Okay.
How long is this one?
It's 17 minutes.
Wait, 17 fucking minutes this genic rodent rambles on?
What the fuck?
A
Why is it not
fucking
loading?
rat speak.
It's just not loading. What the heck? Is it because I'm logged into Broken Crown or something? And it's like trying to load an ad? Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. Because I don't have YouTube, whatever, Red, whatever it's called now.
That's bizarre.
Prepare for the unprecedented. I'm about to admit I was wrong.
Oh my god, wow. What big news, Constantine. Oh my god, he's...
Such an insufferably smug prick.
Fucking insufferable. Okay, so I watched a little bit of this. Alright, now I'm gonna be annoyed, but let's go.
If the chat says yes, I will.
I think you should, just because the whole... Whatever they're doing, this glazing of Murray after his disastrous performance is so clearly planned and scripted.
Glazing a homosexual is kind of gay.
Yes. Glazed like a donut.
The rise of new media and its impact on our ability to seek truth, challenge false narratives peddled by legacy institutions, and transform the way we conduct our public debate.
I love how he has to start. So I want to cue you in on persuasion theory. Yes. But a little bit of basic persuasion theory and practice is what he has just done is called an inoculation. What you do is go, yes, my opponents, meaning people who are saying Murray is arguing from credentialism alone. He has no other argument other than I'm an expert and listen to experts. And we've just been through years of COVID that totally discredited the experts on medical science, and we've been through years and years of the tranny stuff, which has discredited medical and psychological and social sciences even more so than they already had been discredited. So what he's doing is like setting up the stage where he's providing a weakened form of the argument that he himself has been making for years about these problems in academia. Of yes, there are criticisms, but actually we still need to listen to Murray because he's an expert. That's where he's going to go with this. If you see people doing this kind of shit, understand that it's an inoculation. It is giving a weakened form of the argument so that you think, oh, it's fair, and kind of setting it. It's not quite a straw man, but it's a similar sort of persuasive technique.
The rationale behind my thought process seemed solid. After all, the medium is the message. The reason I thought our conversations about politics, culture, and entertainment had become so fake was the rapidly shrinking soundbite and a media elite more interested in winning than learning. Journalism, academia, and politics merged into a monoculture.
Yes, I'm gonna say, like, this is describing trigonometry. I don't know why you think that you're. Look, we're all basically in this in terms of what we do. Everything is sound bites, but that's the nature of mass media, sure. But in terms of the core of politics, people don't change.
I think the real key to being convincing in this situation is to not look like the fucking Sumatran rat monkey from Dead or Alive. Like this prick does.
To be fair, being physically attractive does make you more persuasive. It's called the halo effect.
So I should be on camera more often?
On the vigorous
I told you. I told you should. You should just put your face, put your face on camera more, and see if you'll get women though. You'll get femoids.
Here's what you do. You just basically what you do. You just have like a slow, like ASMR style, like weightlifting routine as you get with whatever your opinion is, and you just call it the whole show like spoon flex offender.
Oh god, it's fucking cringe.
Oh my god.
Inhalation of gases emanating from their own backsides into which they'd firmly inserted their heads. I don't know anyone who voted for Trump, was their mantra. Far from being a confession of ignorance and a lack of perspective, this phrase was uttered with pride at dinner parties to signal membership of the elite class. The response from this contingent to the sequential dismantling of their core assumptions about the way the world works was an attempt to use credentialism to make reality go away. Experts think vaccinating newborns against COVID is essential. Now pipe down.
Like I said here, this is the inoculation. This is the inoculation.
Decades past, absent the ability to make their voices heard, the proles would have had to grumble away about Big Pharma in obscurity, as people, mostly hippie lefties, had been doing for ages. But thanks to the technological revolution, which reduced the cost of running a major broadcasting channel from millions of dollars to the price of a smartphone, the era of gatekeeping was well and truly over. The discredited mainstream media continued to peddle lie after lie in an attempt to keep its political.
I just don't think this inoculation works, because you're reminding people of all the reasons they don't trust the credentialized class.
Yes. Opponents from governing and being re-elected. But it then faced a powerful counterweight. Elon Musk ended the regime of censorship and enforcement bias.
Shut the fuck up!
No, we didn't.
Oh, what absolute nonsense!
We would
Elon Musk he just ended it. Who believes this shit? How dumb do you have to be to buy this absolute line of dribble? I think they must be in meltdown panic mode to be releasing this shit, because they didn't expect Murray to muck it up so badly. Good lord.
The thing of it is, like, even David admitted this, is that Dave didn't really want as much as Murray lost by himself.
Yes, Murray was his own worst enemy at every turn. So just came off like a complete egotistical prick.
In the digital public square of Twitter, declaring, "You are the media now," as major podcasts and YouTube shows secured audience.
Because he bought Twitter and tweeted about it. Therefore, it's over. Oh my god. Oh, no one buys this. Please don't let anyone
by the time of the last year
actually fall for this shit.
In America, the rise of new media had become undeniable, with many rightly calling it the podcast election. Curious, open-minded, inquisitive podcasters, unrestrained by the need to comply with corporate media message discipline and social media censorship, were finally able to speak freely, seek the truth, and debate controversial ideas in good faith in front of grateful audiences of millions. So far, so wonderful. After all, what could go wrong with democratizing information? Well, as it turns out,
yeah, so all those things that I have supported over the years, the great democratization of information that we were asking for, particularly under COVID, with things again like transgender issues and the efficacy of trans surgery, sex reassignment surgery, etc. All that stuff that we were dubious of and have been for years, crime statistics, these kinds of things, where you have to look at the science but ignore the science in quotes, Actually, here's why and of course the quote-unquote experts won't talk about racial breakdowns of criminality, for example. But we're telling you the real truth. We got the real truth. And actually, here's why we need to all go back to listening to the credentialized class. They must be fucking shitting themselves to pull this narrative out with the way that Murray performed.
A lot. Just as the assumptions of the elite class were proved wrong by the actions of their fellow citizens during the era of Trump, Brexit, and COVID, the assumptions some of us held about the future of the media are now crumbling before our very eyes. With politics becoming the primary form of entertainment in Western society, more of us now get our news and opinions from entertainers rather than serious commentators, and, just as importantly, we often struggle to tell the difference between the two. Now, having transitioned from a career in comedy to
whoa.
Can we just pause the irony
not
of
true.
the fucking failed comedian doing the same thing?
I know. Fail to be able to tell the difference between the two. No, people are pretty aware that media is fake. The way that media influences people in terms of behaviors is largely short term in terms of actual behaviors, because it increases, if it's like very stimulating, it can increase your heart rate, electroconductive skin response, those kinds of things, and it can result in excitation transfer, where the excitation that is built via exposure to the media can scaffold onto some other behavior, so that you stay basically more at a heightened level of excitation. However, long-term effects of media, almost none. The strongest one you have is agenda setting, which is a correlation of 0.98 as per McCombs and Shaw. And that correlation is that whatever the news reports on is what topics people think are important. That's what the media can do. It cannot influence what people think about things so easily. But it can cultivate, via cultivation theory, something most prominently is just the mean world hypothesis, or mean world effect, which increases people's fears about things that they can see. If they can't see it, though, mean world hypothesis doesn't come into effect. So my whole point in all this is the media actually has very, very little power, so he's wrong. There you go.
Current role as writer, interviewer, and political commentator, I can hardly complain about the meshing of culture, politics, and entertainment. And I am not complaining.
Yes,
I'm
you
merely
are.
pointing out that the
Yes, you are complaining.
thought patterns we would typically associate with the entertainment business are not the same as those we would.
You run a show called Trigonometry, which is you know that you do it. How can you? He's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
Of course he is.
Yeah, making politics entertainment bad. Yeah, I do it, but again, this is bad inoculation of that.
To see in journalism and academia. This difference was perfectly illustrated in the recent debate between journalist and author
Was it?
Murray and comedian and podcaster Dave Smith on the Joe Rogan Experience, the world's biggest podcast. Officially, the full 3-hour discussion was mostly about the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, with Smith being in the so-called anti-war camp and Murray being a supporter of both Israel's campaign to eliminate Hamas and Ukraine's struggle to retain its sovereignty and independence. These conflicts and both men's positions have been debated endlessly.
Stop.
Yeah.
Motherfucker. You do not have sovereignty when you are relying on the West for your fucking arms and ammunition.
Yes.
Fuck off.
I mean,
piss the
exactly.
fuck off. If you are relying on somebody else to defend yourself, then you're not beholden. Well, you're not sovereign, you're beholden. Like, fuck off.
You're a client state.
Yes, you're a client state, exactly. Yep. You are. Ukraine was made into a client of the U.S. long before Russia invaded.
By the way, I love how
it was made a client of the U.S. in 2014.
I love how this jackass and Murray actually vindicated what I previously said in my video, which is that the concept of sovereignty only enters when it's America's interest.
Of course.
Yeah,
now,
America.
You'll find
America
people who say, yeah.
Fucking center. And they go, we care about autonomy. No, you fucking don't. When it came to Libya, you didn't give a fuck. When it came to Syria with Assad, you didn't fuck. When it came to Iraq, you didn't give a fuck. Afghanistan, oh look, we must install democracy. Shut the fuck up. You don't care about sovereignty. Piss off.
No. And the truly saddening thing about that, Spoon, is that it's working. Reinvigorating this Amerocentric world police hegemon shit. We should dictate how the rest of the world works. We're going to do it economically now, as if we weren't doing that before.
States. Fuck off.
But I'm seeing that from the right again. Is it like, yeah, actually, based. That's based. I love being world police. I thought it was America first, and I'm just saying, I'm seeing the same shit again because it works for whatever reason.
America first means being imperial power.
Yes. All the people who were isolationists this time last year suddenly want to get involved in foreign affairs. And I'm just seeing it happening on the right, which means that some of this absolutely obvious coordinated persuasion is having some effect. Yes, the Team America BS.
These conflicts and both men's positions have been debated endlessly. That part of the discussion is less relevant here. The much more interesting fault lines were exposed on the fringes of the debate. The conversation began with a discussion of Rogan's decision to host Daryl Cooper, a man described by Tucker Carlson as America's most important popular historian. Cooper himself has the self-awareness not to own the label of historian, instead describing himself as a storyteller. His latest work is a series whose aim is to show World War II from the perspective of the Germans. To those who have studied World War II extensively, like Murray,
No, he hasn't.
He
literally
hasn't.
Says he has not. He's an English major.
He has not. How can you go on about the importance of podcasts and the internet? We've got all this access to information and say shit like that you know people can look up in 5 seconds and find out that is not true. He's an expert. Why?
Also, okay, within first 15 fucking minutes, when Joe asked him what specifically did Daryl say that's wrong, Murray did not mention a single fucking thing.
No.
So if he's a so-called fucking expert, what does he debunk? As a matter of fact, it became very painfully clear that Douglas has not, in fact, listened to anything Daryl has ever said.
No, he doesn't even know who he is.
Exactly.
He still doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
Which is astonishing. You would think, okay, like, hundreds of thousands of people are pissed off at you and think that you are a pretentious piece of shit. And you now have time to prepare your response, and you still mix them up.
By the way, that's fascinating. That's how you know this entire thing is not about facts. This is about narrative control. Painfully obvious it is about that. Because the thing that just blows my mind, and I still couldn't figure this out, is I do not, for the life of me, understand how you go on a show with two people who have hosted the person that you're currently complaining about, and you don't fucking know what was said. Because my immediate reaction would be, what has he said that's wrong? And you just go, well...
You know everything.
Well, I said, well, they're not experts. Okay, they're not experts. Okay, so you tell me. Because the thing it is, Douglas keeps glazing these fucking Churchill experts. Motherfucker, if they're experts, then you should... then I would imagine you have listened to them, and you've listened to Daryl, and you can tell the two fucking people who actually hosted the person you have a problem with that actually you can correct them, and you don't fucking say a word. So why the fuck should I listen to you? You're just here bitching that, oh, look, this person who I can't fucking point to has said something wrong.
Again, I'm gonna say again, source.
Do
you have a source? I'll Reddit the fuck out. Where's your fucking source, dude? Holy shit! If you're going to throw around this credentialist nonsense, then you better back it up with a fucking source. God knows I do. Or I certainly try.
Cooper's comments on Tucker Carlson's show,
and if I can do that, then fucking Douglas Murray can. But the reality is, he's making shit up. Or he's making shit up, I think, because he just doesn't know. Because he's not looked into it. Because he's just following orders, essentially.
Exactly. It's
you
because
think?
he's just following orders. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Because the way that these jackasses operate is just that Europe is not allowed to have any national spirit. Because the assumption is, if they do, they will give rise to like a third Reich.
Right. Yes. Then it'll be
how dare Europeans
more Nazis.
want their civilizations to be, I don't know, full of Europeans? My fucking God.
It is astonishing to me sometimes, just the brazenness with which that is the public-facing narrative. White European peoples cannot have nations of their own anymore because what if Hitler?
Yeah, that's basically it.
Does not apply to any other group of people. It's not like I don't know what's a great atrocity. There's so many great Asian atrocities that I could point to, for example. It's not as if, I don't know, the attacking of Pearl Harbor. It's not like that is forever. It's not like Japan again is a perfect example. Where is this forever? Oh, well, we can't let the Japanese. I mean, we do have restrictions on exactly what the military can do, but we don't make it so the Japanese have to conform and have to repent for forever for World War II. But Germany does.
Which is quite bizarre because...
the rape of Nanking, Armenian genocide,
Hutus to the
Tutsis.
Chinese than the Germans
Hutus and
were
Tutsis.
to the Jews, actually.
The,
Unit 731, Jesus fucking Christ, that's fucking
Sure. Or what's
Now, you know when I can make bills shudder, then that's fucking bad.
God, I was thinking, what was it in Democratic, in the Kampuchea? Well, fuck. Anyway, look, Cambodian genocide, yes. All of these horrible things that have happened. We don't blame all Southeast Asians. They don't say, well, Southeast Asian people, they can't collectivize in any way because Cambodian genocide, right? This is something that is applied only to white people, obviously.
Yeah, and why is that?
Joe Rogan, obviously.
white people dangerous. That's
according to who?
Yes, and frankly,
which group of people constantly publishes all fucking books demonizing white people all damn day long? Oy vey.
Could it be the same race that's offered up this fucking excuse for humanity? Looks like a 10-year-old boy wearing a fucking Zelensky mask that's been in the microwave.
And it's because Japan gave us dirt bikes and quads. Yeah, that's why. I'm sure.
Boringly familiar Nazi apologia. Far from being novel,
yeah, the Khmer Rouge,
peddled by Cooper that Churchill was a warmonger who, quote, turned the invasion of Poland into a global war because, quote, he was funded by Zionist financiers, formed the core of wartime propaganda fabricated.
Yeah, they ain't lied.
He was.
Goebbels.
Yeah.
No, is this true or was it not?
Advances that millions of prisoners of war.
Yeah, I know. So, yeah, it's like, yeah. Okay.
Millions died on the Eastern Front because the Nazis failed to plan properly for the invasion is simply a lie. There's extensive documentary evidence which confirms that the reason millions of prisoners of war and civilians died on the Eastern Front is precisely because the Nazis succeeded in their plans. Because
I do not want to touch this. But what seems more likely? What seems more likely that as the German people and military was starving and had trouble getting supplies, that lowest on their list of priorities were prisoners.
Yes, obviously.
I don't know. That is, I'm not joking. What I just said there, I have been called a Holocaust denialist for.
When you just look at the realities of warfare.
We're just saying,
yeah,
if they were struggling to feed their troops,
they're not really giving a shit about prisoners. Yeah.
I think prisoners that they clearly have some distaste for, to put it mildly, are absolutely at the bottom of that list of who you feed first in wartime. But that, from people like Constantine, would be considered, if not denialism, they would call that downplaying. Well, no, I'm downplaying the Holocaust and saying like, well, that's just a reality. Like even that, and that's why this is. People are so afraid to talk about this because it is, and I think that's ending. I mean, funnily enough, it's the left that's pushed it. That you just can't say anything about this stuff.
Why is fascism worse than communism?
I mean, because white people, but this is communism. I don't know.
I would love to ask these people why is fascism worse than communism?
Well, I'm not a fan of fascism or communism or any kind of collectivistic movement like that.
Open made by journalists.
Yeah, but I would like to know why is fascism worse? I actually literally cannot think of a reason.
No, there's never one given. Fascism worse because Nazis. Let's not look at total death tolls, of course.
Yeah, that's literally what I said in my video. Why is it that the one death toll is significantly higher, but that is not the worst one?
Because the Soviets were bankrolled by the Americans because of the Lend-Lease program. So if we, admission that they did awful things is tantamount to admitting that we funded them.
Yes, and also as far as the Americans thing go and the relationship with Churchill, I mean, even David Starkey pointed this out. What happened after the Second World War, right, is that there was just the enormous transfer of the British Empire into America's hands. And I imagine if you were a British person who just defeated the Nazis, you would not like to see your entire empire dissolve and given to the fucking Yanks. That is not a heroic end for the British Empire. So I would imagine if you were a fan of your empire and this is what happened to Churchill, you would consider him responsible for this kind of shit and you would not think he was some kind of glowing good boy.
Absolutely.
Now, Kissin, you would obviously not know this given the fact that you're not fucking English.
Murray doesn't know it or pretends not to. By the way, happy St. George Day. In the next 45 minutes.
There's a holy site of St. George over here.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah.
As well as St. George. It's, I think it's on the edge of a ridiculously expensive estate down in St. Saviour's.
Yeah. Where's it?
There's a whole, story about it. But essentially, it alleges that St. Patrick and St. George met on that spot. And there's a whole to-do about it.
Oh, we should get on there sometime.
I'm not even sure it's actually public land anymore.
Oh, really? Okay. Well. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Because Murray's educated on this issue, he assumes that everyone else, including Smith, is too.
One, he's clearly not. And two,
He did not assume that. He actually said that Dave Smith is not doing that explaining dangerous shit. He literally said it to his face.
Yes.
You're just lying, you jackass.
It's unbelievable to go out here and lie this bold face when you know people
just criticizing
can go
the
watch
mainstream media for lying, and then you're doing the exact same fucking thing. You
disgusting
full of shit weasel.
Fucking
That's
rat
the way
is
that
gonna
he
be.
tries to explain that far from being revolutionary, these ideas have been pushed by discredited historians like David Irving for decades. Have you listened to his podcast?
Like what? What ideas have been discredited?
I like
the idea
that they never mention
oh my god.
anything.
No, what ideas? Because so far the only thing he's talked about is the food stuff. In which case I can say, really? That's been discredited? That there's no part of that had to do with supply issues. Okay.
What's interesting is that on the podcast, Murray also mentioned Irving.
Oh, which was?
David Irving. He also mentioned that name.
Oh, right. Yes. Oh, right. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Good call.
It's almost like it's completely coordinated, and they're all reading from the same fucking hymn sheet.
It so clearly is because
it's
they're going with the narrative. They've only tried to they're just
Daryl
still
Cooper
going with
is horrible. By the way, this is great.
Listen to the
Daryl
experts.
Cooper, by the way.
Oh, I know, right?
Because they can see, everyone can see that they're full of shit. And if you go look at anything because he's been on with Jocko Wilco and he's been on with Tucker, and everyone's like, hey, look, thank you, Murray, for giving me an introduction. Because now everyone wants to know, because Douglas got his ass kicked, and all these people that piss him off are now in everybody's forefront, like, oh, look, this guy is an asshole, and this is the guy that annoys him. So who's this guy? We want to know who he is.
Exactly.
And it's great PR for him.
Oh, we get to talk shit about the left so often. I do love a good reason to talk shit about the just tumorous attachments to the right. Yeah, the tumorous attachments. I think was the parasites.
Used as evidence against them after the episode airs. Unlike Murray, I have listened to Cooper's podcast, including one about the history of Palestine that people often cite.
Wait. Hold on a second. Go back to that.
Yes. Okay.
And this is later used as evidence against them after the episode airs. Unlike Murray, I have listened to Cooper's podcast.
So you are admitting that he did not listen to Daryl's podcast?
Yeah, I don't think that was. Oh, I don't think that was being contended.
Because Daryl said.
Did he say he did?
Yeah, he said he did.
I think I'd have to re-listen to it, but I think maybe he came out after the fact and said, "No, there's no way he would have admitted that he."
He said, "I tried."
Oh, right, that was it. Right.
I have a good memory for when people are full of shit.
Yeah, you're on point with the pulling that out. Damn. So, what does he mean by "I tried"? Because if I say I tried to listen to something,
yes. If you pull this kind of crap on me, I will call on every single fucking crap you fucking pull. Because I'm a stickler for when people are lying to me.
No, but I have said I have tried to watch something before. By that I mean, I get like a minute into it. And it's just like, oh, it's just an immediate revulsion to whatever it is or something. And then, to me, by saying I tried to watch it means I didn't watch it. But, however, I could see it, interpreting that as, oh, well, hang on, maybe not. What else could that mean? Whatever. He obviously didn't watch it.
It's curious.
But I think he gave the implication that he did, maybe.
It's curious to me because he said that Pat Buchanan debated somebody. And he said, well, he was wrong, but it was still stimulating, interesting to listen to. So why is it the fact that you can listen to Pat Buchanan, who you think is wrong, stimulating, interesting, but you can't listen to Daryl?
Yeah.
Is it because there's no fucking
Good
pushback?
question. Yep. Seems like it.
Palestine that people often cite in his defense. He details the persecution of Jews preceding the events he covers, and so he couldn't possibly be anti-Semitic, is their argument.
So there's I don't care.
The point.
I don't. Of course.
Bloody point.
Of course. Obviously, that's the point.
Yes,
this is all about anti-Semitism.
Obviously, all about Israel anti-Semitism. The thing that I don't seem to understand is why the fuck do I need to care?
You don't have the social capital to pull this shit right now. You don't have any.
Yeah.
Trump
Israel
has some social capital.
Massively losing the PR
Israel
war,
doesn't.
And you people are doing this. Like it's a really dumb look.
It's one of the things
you have no PR skills like at all.
It's why they're lamenting that they've lost so much support from the right for Israel. And again, that was part of the plan, I think, here too, was to also be like, oh, whoa, we got to make sure that the right supports Israel, because the left obviously hates Israel, but largely speaking. So we got to make sure that the right is on board since they're in power. We could focus on the left later down the line, because I'm sure there'll be some way to try and flip that. I'm not really sure how. I don't know if they've worked it out either. Understand, too, that the people in charge of this shit are also retarded, which is why the things that they do seem so schizophrenic. It's not schizophrenic. It is a lot. All of it's coordinated. It's just it's coordinated by idiots. So
also,
that's why it comes off as insane.
Do you people understand? Like, what I don't understand is why is it that in this post-World War II order, it's just classical liberalism, which is just communism in democracy form, Hopper, communism or fascism. Why is it that, I don't know, I can't like either of these?
You're not allowed.
We're monarchists. We don't like any of those.
I know. Like, this stuff is all of it. Just, I'm so happy to have planted my...
I have no problem with Razor Fist, but when it comes to monarchy,
I know.
his brain
I don't
just
either,
gets
but
fried.
yeah.
The Java
Like, he says like the dumbest shit.
Here.
Like, okay, so
I'll be right back.
Some good shit right there. Okay, so Razor Fist has this thing. Razor Fist's arch nemesis is any collectivism in any form, and he thinks that the European monarchs financed communism. Anthony Sutton might have a word to say about it. But anyway, so his perspective is that anything that financed communism is bad. That's, from what I can just look at his haphazard kind of tweeting, it's basically that. Now, that to me is a retarded fucking argument, because by that logic, I can just say, well, okay, if I don't like this one thing, it's bad, therefore I can criticize the entire form of government. By that logic, I can say republicanism is warmongering, psychopathic kind of behavior, considering that's what America does, and it's a republic. That, to me, is not a healthy or sane form of arguing. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And
also,
so,
if he's going to argue that against anything that supported communism, well, then the U.S. government then.
Yeah, it would also be one of them. Yeah, precisely. I'm like, okay, this is a retarded fucking argument. And so he's just fun to make fun of, and also he seems to think like politicians actually follow the U.S. Constitution and it gives them their fucking rights, which is no, that's just absurd. And he seems to think the American founding was like bottom up. It's like no.
It's astonishing to me because he's so based on Lincoln.
Yes.
Like, I mean, so you'd think he'd be able to trace that back a little further.
And America's Constitution was not founded through bottom up. It was founded by an elite bunch of people because, for goodness sake, the Articles of Confederation didn't work, and so a bunch of them met in secret and said, like, no, we're just going to do this instead, and create an entirely new government with centralized power. And basically, yeah, you made a federal apparatus. There's one line that I like that a British aristocrat used on Walter Williams, because Walter Williams just said, oh, look, we kicked your ass and threw you out the country. And he went, yeah, you went to war with us for taxation and representation. Tell me, how do you feel about it with representation? That's such a good fucking line.
Yeah. Perfectly well put.
Yeah, because look at your taxation now.
Versus compared to what it was.
What were the English were taxing you? So you had someone who was further away taxing you less, and now you want a stronger government taxing you more. That is putting more enforcement on you than the fucking British monarchy ever could. Well done. What a great trade you did.
Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, the one on the left is Eric One could not let him. But yeah, I thought since I made the meme, I thought, and I know you got into a little thing, I thought I'd just bring it up when I went to get the bathroom. All right.
They conclude that he couldn't possibly be a Nazi apologist. The reason they make this logical error is that in the entertainment world, words do not...
You know what? I don't even care. I just don't care. I don't care if he is a Nazi apologist. Is he right?
The thing that I don't understand is that if I don't like... The thing that I just find fascinating about the whole thing with the Jews and the Second World War is that if I look at this particular group's track record, what the Nazis did was not exactly an anomaly. It's actually part of a fucking trend that's been going on for over 2,000 fucking years.
Mm.
And normal people would go, okay, why the hell do you keep getting thrown out of every place you fucking live? And then you look at the current state of Israel, what they're fucking doing, like, might be a reason for that. Maybe it's because you're a bunch of assholes.
Are any of the different tribes actually happy to be living next door to each other?
No. And how dare I notice this shit?
And thanks
You
to
have to stop nudicing.
the word Nazi for the last
Nudicing is dangerous.
The term is not a descriptive label, but a vague, meaningless insult used to cancel people. Unlike his opponents, Murray.
That's what you're trying to do right fucking now.
I know, unbelievable.
My God,
unbelievable.
irony. Jesus.
I know.
Can fucking drown
Thy name
Paris
is
with this shit
Constantine.
here.
I know.
Has a defined meaning. And the fact that most Nazi apologists are anti-Semitic does not mean you have to be anti-Semitic to fit the description. The Grok definition of a Nazi apologist.
Oh my God. We are moving into
Little
Grok
robot, tell the person about how I'm right.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
The amount of people
my
who
God.
invoke AI is getting really creepy.
It's like
It is.
They act like they're conjuring up a little imp to argue this case for them or something.
Yes.
It keeps happening where I start making
President
a video.
Eden, please tell me.
Bro's indulging in warlock behavior.
It keeps happening to me where I start making a video and then something happens that makes whatever the topic is more relevant than what I started. And this AI stuff is really going so much further out of control than I was kind of expecting it to. Because I'm seeing it everywhere now. You just hear in this, where he's throwing his support in for Murray, who embarrassed himself in the public space on an international scale, is saying, I used Grok to tell me what a Nazi is.
By the way, you
whatever.
know what's interesting is that Trump came out and defended Murray, and it did not land.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah,
no one gave a fuck what Trump thought. So
No,
everyone
'cause
just
he's
went like,
wrong.
Trump, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Everyone like
'Cause it's-
Rogan,
because it's wrong.
and Rogan dunked on him, and everyone like fucking go based Rogan.
At
Well done,
least
Rogan, by the
Trump
way.
didn't give some long meandering diatribe like this about it, though. That would have been really insufferable.
No, he just tweeted about it.
Is someone who
Yeah, it was just a.
But it's
I
still
saw
gay.
it. I saw it. But it is still gay, and I don't know if that's him being compromised, if you will. I mean, he is, but in that
I mean,
sense.
Trump is
but,
clearly a Zionist.
Well, yeah.
I don't
But,
think he likes Netanyahu though.
No, I don't think so either. But I mean, yeah, of course he's a Zionist.
defends, justifies, and minimizes the actions, ideology, or atrocities committed by the Nazi regime, often by excusing Nazi policies or promoting revisionist narratives that distort historical fact.
No,
I-
that's not what they're
Precisely.
doing.
In
They're
several-
simply asking, why do I need to give a shit?
Yes.
Why do
Yes.
I need to fucking care about this particular group of people? What do they do for my civilization? Why do you make such a massive shit about a group of people that's been thrown out of every place they've lived in for 2,000 fucking years? Tell me, what the fuck do they do? Why do I need to care?
The timing on it is so bad too, because this is coming at the heels of the everyone needs to care about Ukraine that no one knows why they're supposed to care about, right? And sending billions and billions and billions of dollars and billions in military equipment to Ukraine, a country that nobody in America for the most part had an opinion on before, was it now 3 years ago, right? For, like I said, a set of people who had some reason because they're Ukrainian or
Like, for
whatever,
God's sakes,
or Russian.
tribes kill each other for most of human history. Like, this is fairly
Yes.
normal human behavior, but now for some bizarre reason, this fucking group has carte blanche to do whatever the fuck they want. And it's like, why?
Meanwhile, they're actually trying to kick out their own equivalent of themselves within themselves, the Haredi. They're on the verge of kicking them out of Israel.
Really?
Yeah, the Haredi are like one of the ultra-Orthodox branches.
I don't know anything about that, so I can't add anything. Interesting, though.
Appearances on major podcasts, how his series on Palestine will change this reality is clearly as confusing to Murray, who hasn't listened to it, as it is to me, who has. Indeed, one of the main areas of misunderstanding in the discussion is the role of expertise. He doesn't claim to be an expert, is Smith's riposte to Murray's suggestion that Cooper doesn't know what he's talking about. He uses the same defense.
Isn't it astonishing that still the only things that are being talked about in this fucking podcast appearance are Murray talking about
credentialism.
people who are not in the room?
Yes.
Too, yes, being credentialist and about people who are not in the room who cannot defend themselves. On things about stuff that I'm not seeing any evidence. Where it should be so easy to pull it out. Where is it?
Yes.
Where's the proofs? Not a big ask. You've now had a week to deal with this.
It's just that, no, these are the institutions that we should listen to because they happen to agree with my moral perspective on the matter. That's basically it.
Yeah. Yep, that's it.
And under the assumption that if we don't, we're going to see a rise of fascism in Europe.
Right.
I can guarantee you, by the way, if fascism will save Europe from the Islamification, most people would probably prefer it.
At this point, you're going to see it, well, as long as the population maintains the way it is, I think, yeah. People are sick of it. People are, did you watch Sargon's video? Look at what they've done to us. Where he walks around Swindon.
I know the video in question. I haven't seen it yet because I imagine it was.
It's I was actually I had watched a bit of it, but I finished watching it last night because I was talking to my mom about just the state of England, essentially, and it's interesting because she had this reaction of like, that's not wait. In terms of it being like, that's not that bad. It doesn't seem that terrible, right? And I've seen a lot of people kind of say that about it. And say that about other things in terms of like, oh, the knife crime in England is so awful, it's so out of control. It seems out of control to the English. But if you compare this shit to America, if you compare the state of Swindon to the state of Baltimore, you compare in terms of the look of the place, in terms of how degraded it is.
That doesn't make the knife crime any less worse.
Oh no, it does. That's my
like
point.
The
is that
argument to just go, hey, look, well, America has the worst. Be thankful you don't live there. Yeah, but
yes.
But my place still sucks.
Right. That's exactly my point. Is that there is a level of perspective in that what seems awful, to Carl.
Better.
Right. Exactly. Of course, it could be better, and it is a matter of perspective on that. And when people move down that line of what they will accept, right, as normalized. Then they look back on people who live in better conditions and go, what are you upset about? We've got, that kind of stuff. And I'm seeing a lot of shit like that. I don't know how I got on that point. Fuck. It was related to something that Constance said, but I've lost it now. Maybe it was pertinent, maybe not.
Smith's own willingness to opine on geopolitics. The central critique of Murray here is that he's arguing from authority, which is what the mainstream media has done for years to gaslight the public about
That's
everything
literally
from
what he was fucking doing in the podcast, you shithead. You're not an expert, you can't talk about this. The fuck are you talking about, you moron?
I know.
This is pissing me off because he's just full of crap. Shut up, you fucking sniveling hypocrite. You pretentious cunt.
How are you even... He's literally arguing oppositional things in tandem. And I don't even know how do you make your brain work on this kind of like infinite looping logic where you're actually talking out of both sides of your mouth because you're making two arguments at the same time that contradict each other. Crazy.
Yes.
This has to be scripted too. So like, what the fuck? You read through this.
Smith and his supporters argue that the concept of expertise has been so discredited that he, and anyone else for that matter, is entitled to express any view about any issue.
He is.
The audience, they
also,
say,
no, stop.
It
wasn't fucking Dave that brought that up. It was Mario who brought that up.
Yes.
And he was using COVID as an example.
Yes. Yeah, that wasn't even Dave's point. First of all, look, if you're going to abide by this total, free speech thing outside, of course, of, direct threats, etc., then yeah, he's allowed to say whatever the hell he wants. Okay, I thought you cared about free speech. I think there are some limitations on free speech. I'm not a free speech absolutist.
Well done.
But, free speech absolutists are like crazy lolberts.
See, the thing is, I actually agree with Murray and Constantine to a point, right? But the reason I agree with that, like, it's not because I like to, right? It's because, like, can we use, you can fucking use James Lindsay as a good example of this, is that there is such a thing as sacred knowledge that is not for the plebs because it makes them go fucking insane. Because that's what happened to him, right?
Yes.
Now, the reality is that you are always going to need to trust certain people with information. That's a given. You can't just freely give out information. It sucks, but that's just the way it is because people will go.
You don't have enough time.
Yes, and also the other thing is the problem with this argumentation is that it doesn't take into account that not all people are the same, and they're not going to receive the information the same.
Mm-hmm.
That's his fucking point. Is that he is scared that the information, that if it's false, it's still going to sell better. He's just trying to say that, well, they're not telling you the truth. No, it's not about the truth or it's about the truth or lies. It is about which message sells. And their message is not fucking selling because their fucking regime is currently committing genocide.
Okay, a couple of pieces of information about that I can tell you right off the top of my head. False information does spread faster and more broadly. So because false information tends to be more interesting because it's fake. And so it's if it's being made up and invented, it's being made up and invented for a reason, which is that this is very juicy, this is interesting. So of course it spreads more.
And also the truth about that certain particular demographic does not make them look very good either.
No, but at the same time that is true, the genociding function being the only thing that the media can really do is also the case, and we do still find that there is a genociding function since the ubiquity of social media, in that it doesn't matter if you and I are sitting here talking about stuff. We're not setting the agenda. Konstantin Kisin is helping to set the agenda because he's part of the media elite class, which they don't claim to be part of, but we know with meeting with Netanyahu that you are.
By the way, this is the thing. You're going to have this as a consequence of free speech. If everyone is allowed to talk and you still have to shape narratives, what you're going to have is you're going to compete for who has the best-selling narrative.
Yep.
That's your fucking problem now. And your narrative is not selling right now. Someone is selling something better. And your immediate reaction is to go, well, it's not true. It's not about whether it's true or false. It's about how it is your reputation as you're trying to do it. And you're currently denigrating it because you're an idiot.
Absolutely. Yep, this is about power. It is not about truth. It is purely about power. And, if you can get some narrative control, of course, and get the proles in line for it, then all the better. If they can't get you in line, they'll do it anyway, and come up with retroactive excuses. You don't have a choice in any of this shit.
To dismiss such views on the basis that they don't align with expert opinion is seen as an ineffective argument at best and an attempt at credentialism at worst.
Well, it is.
A sliver of truth to this criticism.
A sliver of truth. All he does is engage in credentialism. It's not a sliver of truth. It's the problem with his entire mindset going into this. Was credentialist for credentialism's sake, using bona fides he does not possess.
Yeah, Murray himself is not even a fucking expert, whilst also citing people that he couldn't give. Like, this is the thing for me. I could maybe respect Douglas's position if he could give me a single fucking thing that Daryl was wrong on and that his so-called expert was actually right on, and he couldn't even fucking do that.
If
like,
that's and he came in.
Why the fuck am I listening to you when you are promulgating that these great experts, but you couldn't even say one fucking thing that Daryl said was wrong? That's the thing that just blew my fucking mind.
Exactly. And he clearly came in with that being his sole purpose. Whatever you think about it, whether you think he was directed to do so or not, I certainly think that he was, which helps explain why it was so disastrous. But clearly, he was aimed at talking about Daryl Cooper. That's what he was sent in there to do, is to disparage those two guys. And yet, he couldn't name a single specific. If I were going to do that, I'd have at least one, But he couldn't even tell them apart because he found out about them earlier that day or something. Absolutely. 30 minutes he spent.
I could not understand how he went on the show and told you, well, you both have had this person on the show, and then begins to slander them about Churchill. It's like, dude, between the two of them, like Dave, Rogan said that he's watched like many of his podcasts over the years. So he knows the guy. You don't even know him, and you're telling Dave or you're telling Joe, stop watching. It's like, motherfucker, you don't even watch the fucking thing, and you're telling him to stop. Meanwhile, he's watched how many hours of the thing? How did you think you were gonna come off to the audience doing that? Like, seriously, that's just stupid.
I don't know. Again, that's why I think it was a big fuck up. Like they just lost control. For whatever reason, Murray didn't think he needed to prepare.
Is much more powerful approach. But to suggest that arguments from authority are entirely invalid is silly. Almost everything you believe is based on an argument from authority. Light bulbs, for example, are fairly unsophisticated.
I can't fucking
You went with something you can actually see.
What? No, he's just going with
electricity. Really?
He's trying to defend credentialism. You don't know how light bulbs work, do you? But you trust that they work. Oh my god.
Because when I flick on the light switch, they turn on, you spastic.
It turns on. I can see it. There is an immediate, in terms of stimulus, response. Can see that there's a connection there. I don't need to know exactly how the filament works with everything in order to make the light. Although it's pretty simple with a light bulb. You can understand that from 5 minutes of reading a Wikipedia article, essentially, or whatever on it. I think even Wiki wouldn't lie to you about that one. Maybe. I'm sure they'll tell you it was invented by a black guy.
Omnipresent part of our lives. Yet the number of people watching this video who are capable of explaining how they work without resorting to arguments from authority will be
this is
vanishingly small.
the shittiest fucking comparison. That oh my
Ridiculous. God. Okay, yeah, I can tell you how to do all kinds of statistical analyses. I can tell you exactly what it does, but so what? You don't have to need to know exactly how the light bulb works.
Western world to a fucking light bulb. You are a retard. This is a terrible.
And the other thing. Yes, exactly. Sorry, that was actually more on point to what I wanted to say, which is that, like, if you're just stating facts, there's no, inherent meaning or twist that comes with that. And if you're giving instructions on something that is with a light bulb, that's physics. It's electricity that you're working with there. Everyone that I don't like is
a Nazi. What is the left? What is the right now?
There's
Everyone that I don't like is pushing fascism. Right. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, the exact same thing.
There's no possible perspective on how a light bulb works. There's no possible perspective on how a statistical formula works, right? Whereas with history, there is. There absolutely, because history is a study of people doing things. So, for example, you're trying to figure out what some intention was, like what was the Nazis' intention.
Maybe I'd like to know the perspective of the Germans.
Yes, maybe you should know the perspective of the Germans, because it is about perspective. Absolutely. Yes. It is not something that is entirely empirical in the way that a light bulb is.
Yeah.
And to even make such a comparison is so...
Yeah. I think the reason why they don't want to know is because if they were to look at Weimar Germany versus our current state of affairs, there's a lot of overlap with fucking Weimar.
Yep.
I'm not just talking about the fact that most people couldn't explain how electricity works. I'm talking about the fact that almost everyone who can will only be able to do so by quoting the work of other people.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry, have I got to go run out into the fucking woods, get myself a vacuum bulb and rub the fucker on like a pinwheel to can generate my own fucking electricity now? Do I have to go?
I didn't get this far in the video. I watched a good bit of it.
This
but I didn't get
motherfucker
this
out
far.
here thinking Ark Survival Evolved is a real fucking thing.
No, that's not true. I did listen to it in the background, but I must have missed this line. Or missed this little bit. That anyone who understands how a light bulb works can't explain it without citing other sources. No. The citation of other sources is so that you can illustrate to the reader where to go find more information that corroborates what you were saying.
And
Furthermore...
That can be empirically tested because it's a scientific thing.
Yes.
This is
and
not
it can be empirically
story.
tested. Furthermore, one thing you learn very early on in graduate and doctoral level work in the sciences is how to not just understand the theory or the thing that you are doing, but maybe even more importantly than just saying you understand it or citing it is being able to explain it to an undergraduate, because that's what you're being trained to do as a higher level academic, is to teach. So, and specifically why it's important is not just so that you can go just repeat what you heard. It's because if you can't explain something to somebody in a fairly simplistic way, it often, not always, but it often is an indicator that you don't understand it that well. That's just the truth. If you can't explain something to someone and you're like, well, I can't explain it because you don't have my credentials, then I very doubt you actually understand it yourself.
And his argument seems to be consisting of, do you know how light bulbs work? Oh, you suddenly do? Then why didn't you invent them then?
Yeah, this is just, it's pure pedantry.
It's not even pedantry, it's just psychosis.
Rather than experiments and research they themselves have conducted.
Why do they themselves have to have conducted it? This completely, by the way, in your argument here for academic credentialism, you dismantle the entire field of academia by saying that you can't have an opinion if you have to cite previous work, which is the fucking point of publication. Holy shit!
He seems to side with Smith in this exchange. It is highly unlikely he would adopt the same approach to his own areas of expertise. When it comes to mixed martial arts, his interview guests are the best of the best. The dazzling array of UFC champions, top MMA coaches, respected trainers, and other experts does not appear to include comedian Dave Smith. There's a popular clip on the Jerry YouTube channel in which Smith breaks down why Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. I was unable to find one of him breaking down Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu moves, despite Smith possessing a similar level of expertise on both subjects.
He does a politics show.
This is just appeal to authority.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's all this ever has been.
It's always like, why aren't you staying in your lane? Because every lane I try to stay in, you keep hounding me out of.
But he's also a failed comedian.
And also, this needs to be said, why is he wrong?
Yes, thank you. Let's come back to the key point.
Give me a single fucking fact that he's wrong on and cite me your expert, you shithead. This is just you waffling like a bitch. Dude, women do this shit.
Dude, what a terrible fucking move. Why? I mean, I guess they didn't know what to do after it. Clearly, they had some big thing planned here.
I don't understand. If I want to school someone who's wrong, I use information and then I show the audience, this is what they say that's wrong. Just going like, well, he's not an expert is not a fucking argument. That makes me look like a twat. That makes me know like I don't fucking know what I'm talking about.
Yes. Yes.
Like that to me is just embarrassing. Yes. If I'm wrong, show me where I'm wrong or else I'm going to clown you. Dave can just go, dude, Dave can easily just come out and go, look at all these fucking twats. Not one of them has said anything that I've said that's wrong or Daryl for that matter. They're just whinging that I'm not following their experts. And he would be correct because that's all they've done for like 2 fucking weeks now.
Yeah. If that's true, Kevin says Rogan talked MMA with Dave Smith in their last episode. I don't know if that's true, but I wouldn't be surprised. Rogan talks about MMA all the time, and if Smith's, I didn't know. I didn't even know that Dave Smith.
He's sitting. Dave is sitting across from an MMA expert during that fucking podcast because Joe is one. And if he's wrong, he'll be corrected by the fucking expert sitting across from him. You dumbass.
I didn't even know that Dave Smith was involved in MMA. My experience with Dave Smith is his podcast.
He's not.
His libertarian podcast. I didn't. So, okay. Yeah. Was that the point? I don't even understand where Constantine's going with this. To be honest.
This is the problem. Joe just likes to shoot shit.
Yes.
Yes, Joe does not look at his podcast as like a political megaphone. These fuckers do because Joe is reach. So when Joe,
exactly.
There's one point where in the article where Murray says, well, Joe doesn't check the person. It's like, because he's not fucking interested in that, you shithead. He's just interested in talking with the person. The audience can go, that's wrong, and look it up himself. Like, do you just think like the audience are just like sponges who just absorbs absolutely fucking everything without checking it? Because that's the way that you spin the audience.
They do, and that's something called hypodermic needle theory. It was debunked like 80 years ago.
Fucking this shit is
why are they so dumb? Like I said, they're so dumb. Like for all their academic credentialism bullshit, you can't fucking figure out that trying to still do hypodermic needle doesn't fucking work. It didn't work anytime you've tried it because it's not how media psych works.
How these people look at information. It tells me that their perspective on not only Joe but also how podcasts work is they view it purely as an instrument of information warfare, and that's basically it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Joe views it like that.
Yes, absolutely. No, I don't think so either.
I think the fact that Joe, when Murray
Joe's
came
just a stoner who wants to hear and have interesting conversations.
Yes, that's basically it. And I think the fact that Murray came on and essentially scolded him on how to use...
Immediately, yes.
Yes, how he uses a platform that he's built. If I was Joe, I would have just went, who the fuck do you think you are telling me how to use this thing that I've built? Like, fuck off, you arrogant little prick.
And he did start from nothing with that. I mean, he was a popular comedian.
And he literally opened by saying that, by the way.
Yeah. He started from nothing.
Unbelievable.
I've never been like a huge Joe Rogan fan, but I was a huge, and don't listen to much anymore, but a huge fan of Your Mom's House podcast. And they got started because when Joe was getting started, he was like, you guys should get on this too. So I've heard the whole history of how Rogan got started doing the podcast and stuff via osmosis
I
there.
like how we can draw out the information from some, like I really liked him when he had on Dorian Yates. Because I like bodybuilding.
Because he just asks people.
Yeah, and he actually had some cool questions to ask.
He just gets stoned and like asks things that are coming to his mind. I think he just he wouldn't have been able to do it for so long and so consistently if it wasn't if he wasn't good at it at trying to do just that, just getting people to talk, which can be very difficult.
Bill Maher look for Bill Maher looks like makes Bill Burr look somewhat sane.
Bill Burr, yeah. Let me get since we paused here for a minute, we've got a bunch of super chats, so I'll get those while we're at a pause. Then we'll try to get through this. Do you want to also read Murray's response? I think we've mostly talked about it, but
it's almost 1 a.m. here.
It's too late. We'll just wrap this up. Murray, we've already talked so much about what Murray did in this. I highly suggest you go read it. I will post it here.
By the way, I will be doing it in this.
You read it. Yeah.
I have a whole bunch of content coming up lately. By the way, so for the next week, I'll probably be cranking out a whole bunch of content because
hell yeah,
it's been very slow for me, obviously with all the shit going on. But I have for those of you who don't know, I got a big new screen. Which is also
he does have a very large screen.
Yes, I recently bought like a 55-inch like 4K monitor, and I'm sitting in front of it right now, and my God, it's fucking enormous. I really like it because I have multiple windows open up now, and I can actually see things. So yeah.
So enjoy the next 4 years of content, and then that's about when his retinas will burn out.
Thanks for that, Bill.
About the article, though, just to say a few things about it. It's
I'm
worth
sitting
reading
a meter
because
away from it.
just cooking his brain. No.
Thanks for that.
But
I fucking politics for that.
Obviously. If you're interested in reading the article, I've pinned it. I'll give you the TLDR. It's everything that was in the podcast. It's just the same shit, and him making the same errors, and being just as smug while doing it. So it's an absolute doubling down of everything he did on the episode. There is no new information here. There's nothing new to be gleaned from it. It's just him whining, essentially.
It is literally reiterating everything.
Yes.
If you watch the first,
it just says the same shit. Yes.
If you watch the first 15 minutes of the podcast,
you've read this.
Then
You've
read this. Yes, because he literally confuses Ian and Daryl again on this, which tells me that you didn't fucking learn anything that was said to your face. Which is fucking amazing to me. Like, how the hell? That tells me. Okay, again, that tells me this is just narrative control, but it also tells me that you're not a good listener.
Yeah. No,
which makes it question why the fuck
I don't think
should
he
be on the
cares.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I don't know how he could not care. I guess whatever paycheck he got for doing this was so massive. He's like, well, I don't really mind if I burn any other career I have to the ground. And again, people will forget about this, and you have plenty of glazers here, like Constantine, to just glaze that donut hole up real good for him.
Smith and Rogan
V and I are not on speaking terms.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
Yeah, we haven't been for quite. Yeah.
Oh, right.
It's
about the anime stuff?
No, this is like the whole Melanie Mac thing. I think he's still upset about that.
Ah.
Yeah, because V kind of went insane about that, and my main reaction was just, yeah, she can have an opinion, but she doesn't actually have any control of the games. That's which I thought was a fairly normal opinion. I didn't think that was exactly groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Because Melanie, like, no game developer has ever been influenced by anything Melanie has said ever. So the idea that she holds sway to me is just fucking retarded.
I get your argument was there. DRT is King for 10 says, when I took the Dark Triad test, I scored below average in psychopathy and narcissism. I did get very high on Machiavellianism. If there was a clinical Machiavellianism, I'd probably have it. Here's the thing about that Machiavellianism score. A lot of that is functionally what Machiavellianism is really just not
political
being
pragmatism.
Stupid. It's pragmatism, yes.
Yeah.
A lot of it is just, that's what's considered Machiavellian, but it's actually just more like being realistic and pragmatic. So I wouldn't be worried about scoring high Mach.
James Burnham.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned about, absolutely do read that book. It's fantastic.
Yeah. And also, do not ever listen to Jordan Peterson when it comes to politics. Like, he's massively gone downhill. I even saw that a bunch of people are like taking piss out of him, and one of them was bizarrely the Hodge twins.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like, well done.
Well, I mean, he's when he's saying shit. Yeah, when he's talking shit,
there's a picture of him sitting next to Ben Shapiro and Netanyahu. If you're sitting next to those two fuckers, you're bought and paid for.
There's this sort of anticipation, and I do understand it, and I can be prone to, at points, falling into it a little bit, for sure, which is that, well, the left is so organized. They will support each other no matter what, and that's why they win. I mean, there's some truth in that. Yes, there absolutely is. And so I think there is a tendency on the right to do the same thing and be like, oh, we got to circle around and protect our guys, but they're not your guys. Yeah. You know?
They're Israel's guys. They're not yours.
It's about being able to. It's friend-enemy distinction that's important here.
Yes, always.
Is that
basis of politics.
you do want to support your guys. You do want to support people who seem to be real, who don't seem to be paid off, who genuinely believe the things that they say. Sure, if you agree with it or if you think that it's correct, yeah.
You see, look, here's the reality. People, the biggest problem that people have is they think the marketplace of ideas thing is real, and it's fucking not, because they think the marketplace idea is based on facts, and that's not true. It's based on what sells.
Feelings. Yep.
Yes, it's based on feelings. Yes. And so when it comes to the whole narrative control thing, it's never about facts. It's about which one actually sells. And the one thing the regime is desperately trying to sell is Europeans must not allow to have a nation state. And I think the reason for that is because if Europeans were to actually conceptualize that, they would go, why the fucking hell do we need to have anyone else that isn't European around us? What do they give us? And the answer is nothing. And once that clicks in, the question is, now what the fuck are they doing that from there?
Food. But Spoon, if I don't live around a bunch of minorities, how will I get minority food? I don't know, Bill. How do we get minority food if we can't go to the Thai restaurant? It's almost like I could make it.
Yes. Alternatively, you can eat some proper fucking food for a change.
Yes.
What did I make before the Thai stuff?
Meanwhile, my television was assembled entirely in fucking China.
So how am I going to get spices? I don't know. What we always used to do, go knock over some other country's got them.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Imperialism.
We got the recipe. We're good. We're good. We got the recipes.
Yeah.
Although the next thing I'm cooking is Liberation Day. Is that the 5th, Bill? Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, it's always on the 5th. Well, it's always the same day, so it's not like it changes. So, which is the day that Guernsey was liberated from the Nazis. So I was gonna make some local Guernsey stuff.
It's on May 9th.
Oh, I thought it was the 5th. I see. I was wrong. I knew it was the same day every year, but I didn't remember what day. Obviously. But yeah, so I'm gonna make some Guernsey stuff. So there you go. I don't always make Thai and Japanese crap. I was gonna do Cinco de Mayo. That's what I was thinking, because I was gonna do Cinco de Mayo, and you said don't do Cinco, just do Liberation Day. Like, okay, makes sense. I might still do something for Cinco.
That is essentially the problem. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I would like to know, why is it that Europeans have to share their space with everybody else? What makes us uniquely so fucking? Oh yeah, I know why. It's because the Germans in the 1930s and 40s.
Right. It always comes back to that.
That is literally the only single fucking reason. It's because those dysgenic fucking rodents are pissed off that we are better than them. That is literally the only fucking thing, because we are better, and it bugs the shit out of them.
It's fear.
It's fear. Yeah, and they're right to be fearful, because if we ever do... My good God, you know what happens when white people organize? We fought fucking nations.
I mean, historically,
true. We conquered the entire fucking world. Every goddamn piece of technology that you fuckers enjoy is because of us. It's not because of you. It wasn't your imperialism. You didn't set sail. You didn't fly. All of that shit was done by us. We are fucking gods of the world. Seriously. Everyone else is shitty compared to us. That's not.
Yeah, the Asians do pretty good.
But
mostly replicating technology, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. We are the fucking apex. We are meant to be the rulers and stewards of humanity, because we are literally the best at it. And fuck off anyone who disagrees with me on that. That is fucking reality. I don't care if it's a supremacist. Fucking look at a map of the world and your fucking migration patterns and tell me I'm wrong. And if you don't like it, you can kiss my fucking ass.
Wakey. Oh no, now I've been exposed to some things that make me feel uncomfortable.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Not really.
Why does everyone want to live around us? When black people get money, what the fuck
you're
do
not
they do?
wrong.
They get the fuck away from other black people.
No, you're completely right. It's just that, you're not allowed to say those things. I mean...
fuck it, piss off.
Good on you. No, yeah, I mean, good on you. I mean, it is true, exactly. As you say, why does everyone want... Why is it that European nations... And of which America, I'd throw in there too, in terms of what it was foundationally. Why did they have to take in all of these foreigners? If their cultures are so much better than ours, or at least if we're all equal.
Also, this is said colonialism. Colonialism was
the
fucking
destruction
based
done.
because you jackasses want to live under our government. Oh, you wanted independence. No. You don't want fucking independence. You wanted our rulership over people who look like you. Here's the reality. Your people cannot rule like us. We are the better rulers. We are the superior fucking managers of literally every single civilization we've ever fucking touched. Every time it fucking left and you jackasses wanted your independence, it got worse. The only reason why South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, and America, Canada were better is because it was ruled by fucking whites. It was set up by Europeans. Other people can't fucking do it because it's not native to there. That's not part of their fucking evolution of government. It is of us because it's what we fucking built.
And it has to do with broader culture and probably the that evolved.
We are better than you. Shut up.
In European countries. Those sort of ideas of liberty and fraternity, they're not really present in non-European countries.
Supremacy isn't real, then why the fucking hell do you want to live around us? If you can do what we do, then why the fuck do you need us?
Yeah. I mean, exactly. But that is part of it, though, is that other cultures don't have those kinds of notions of liberty and fraternity that are abused when other people come into white European countries.
It is due to race. Race and culture is undoubtedly linked, and anyone who says otherwise is fucking smoking crack.
Well, sure, absolutely, because race is tied to location. It has its culture tied in part to location. I mean, we're talking about, this 60,000 years of divergent evolution.
There's a clip that I should link you that is really fucking good because it's really accurate and it actually shows the fucking problem. Play this clip because this clip is dead fucking accurate.
Okay.
And yeah, I like this guy. He's cool. He's good people. Hold on. Play that clip.
Okie dokie. One
and
second.
he's right.
Pull this up.
Say that, from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today. But the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people?
Now, we could talk about some problems with the maintenance of the British railway system, but largely speaking, yes.
Every day, and it works perfectly.
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No, it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to maintenance.
That's correct. How about you?
Sapir Wharf.
Translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that is not maintenance. What is the one word for repair in Igbo?
Oh, I did see this. Yeah.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in? You see, I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language.
And if you buy Sapir Wharf, of which there is some compelling evidence, then if you do not have a word for something in your language, it does not exist in the human mind.
Now, let him cook because he's gonna say something cool now. Watch.
Yeah.
There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya. I've done it all. That has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to maintain something, you have to have it first. Correct.
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You are not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance. Every country that is called industrialized.
Exactly true. That's Cold Winter's hypothesis, which is that Africans did not have to develop this concept of maintenance because there's so much natural resources that they can just rebuild their huts.
It reminded me of Empires of Dust.
Well, yes.
Where he's sitting with the guy and he just says, you should have learned from the Europeans.
Yeah.
Because you didn't maintain anything.
No, but we didn't have it in the first place. Well, you have it now.
He said like
you've had it for a long time.
I think his direct was like, you should have learned from the Europeans how to do things.
Yeah.
And he says it at the end. He says that they're not like the Chinese. The Chinese get money, they save. These people, they get money, they just drink it all. And they shake their asses. Yep. That's how it works here. Like, yeah. Because that's how those people are wired. The people are not the fucking same all over the world. Like, if Europeans are built on, like, maintained culture and they long-term thinking, because they have to, because that's what they've been conditioned to do for centuries, or else they would die, and you give these people who don't have any of these fucking incentives and just say, live like us, why would they? They don't have your values.
I mean, exactly.
So,
right,
like,
exactly. They have a totally different mindset, which is, again, if Sapper Whorf, what he's proposing here is to be believed.
I don't know. This guy's YouTube channel, by the way, his name is Frank Zanu. I think Frank is spelled Franck, and Zanu Zanu. He's really based, actually. And he just, like, says the reality. He also says to a black woman's face that white supremacy is a word created by black people.
I mean, is it not?
Yeah, wait, because he openly said, like,
no,
I think
it was invented by Jews.
Where were we? Okay, let's finish this. Then I'll get the super chats, and then that we've got, and then we'll move back to finish up the kissing thing. This is good, yeah.
Today, one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they had. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other countries of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today?
Maintenance.
Maintenance is a culture.
Yep.
He's right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's see where. Let me get these super chats. Thank you guys so much for all of the donations tonight.
It's the problem with treating education like it's religion. Okay, these people can be made to be and think like us if we just give them the information. That's not how human beings ever fucking worked.
Nope.
That is a religious kind of doctrine way of thinking.
You have to, with something like massive cultural changes, that has to originate naturalistically. You can't just apply it on like a paste and expect it to work. And it never has. You have some that have worked a little bit better, but again, like Japan is such a good example so often. But Japan is still very Japanese.
Of course,
they have adopted some Western things, obviously. Yes, but their cultures, they don't adopt Western culture. Yes. So it's very, and Japan's just the country I also tend to know the most about in terms of foreign stuff. So
Japan way of spending, but we're still going to produce like we're fucking Japan.
Yes. The Logical Mail for 5 says, why were you guys cut off during the Douglas Murray debate when a conservative from The Blaze did the same analysis and he did not get cut off, period? I'm sure he had, The Blaze almost assuredly has something worked out with that. It wasn't just us. I knew that might happen, which is why we moved over to Rumble. But
because we have spicy opinions.
We got through the parts that mattered. To be fair, we did get through the parts that really mattered, and that everyone's talking about, which is the first hour. So, Cole Summers for 5 says, in fairness, freeing the nipple has had disastrous consequences. Put it back.
I mean, he's not wrong.
You aren't wrong.
Yeah.
But I was
put away those fiery biscuits.
Galactic Emperor Schlerm for 2 says, dang, man, that dude got a face for radio. Oh, yeah, the guy with the Nestle CEO. Aramaic Discourse for 10 says, oh, really? Was that it?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Sorry, this is the problem with reading too far back. Aramaic Discourse for 10 says, if everyone from the ancient Babylonians to the Yanomamo Indians of the Yucatan want you out of their country, there might be something wrong with how you interact with others.
Yeah, true.
You're not supposed to notice that kind of thing. Logical Mail for another 5, thank you so much, says, whatever happened to speak truth to power and question everything that includes the experts? No, see. No.
Some experts
That's their
are
experts.
never to be questioned.
That's their experts. But you'll notice that the political class all agree that some experts are not okay. Yes. Rep Bartholomew Cheesington for 2 says, what's this about a calculator and wooden doors? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, really activates the almonds. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, my favorite counter argument is, you're a big meanie, why are you so asshole? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's what else do they have? Is it? Yeah, is it being mean? You're not giving him the respect he deserves. No, respect is earned, motherfucker. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, I heard. Thank you again, man. Heard Zimbabwe was going to compensate white farmers. Can't confirm. Yeah, we were talking about that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, but like they are a minuscule amount, and then over the next couple of years, which I wouldn't fucking trust any of these motherfuckers. That's just a way to court them back.
I think it was 1% of what they asked for.
Yes.
Was that what they were being offered? Yeah. Yeah, don't take my word for it, but I think the world is slowly healing. I brought it up because but unfortunately, they are just very, very desperately. That is not reparations or compensation that they are giving because they feel bad.
Because we fucked up the entire country.
Yes, that's please don't leave. Please come back. Here's 1% of what you're asking for to undo this.
Because we don't have any money.
Years of because we're broke. Kizza for £5 says, if you want a great JRE episode, look up Chris Harris episode 2199. Both of them happily talking about cars for 3 hours straight. Highly recommend. Yeah, I'm sure that's right up your alley, Kizza. Gary Thomas for 2 says, what's the word for maintenance in Japanese?
Civilization.
Hoshiu. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta make sure I'm right. No, because I don't use that word often. Hang on. I always spell maintenance wrong too. I can't spell maintenance in English right. Hoshiu! Yay! Okay. Hang on. I was pretty sure that was it. It also says that one I've not seen. No. Yeah. Oh yeah. Easy. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Close enough. Of course, yeah, there's a word for maintenance in Japanese. Anyway, thank you.
This is befuddlement that Smith has become a prominent voice in the debate about Israel and Palestine without ever having visited the Middle East. The shock at the idea that someone ought to see things with their own eyes before commenting on them is...
Oh, there's actually, hang on, well, I'm asking, what's the word for maintenance in Afrikaans?
I'm probably a bit too young to know.
It does take a minute. Well, at least, yeah, I mean, Japanese is not my native language either, so I was like,
I can't really think of it off the top of my head. Maybe if I look it up, hold on.
Yeah, I had to double check, man, because I was not sure about that. But I knew there was a word for it, but I just didn't know what it was. Well, I didn't think I knew what it was, but anyway. Is Spoon still gone? He's going to get it.
No, I like how this guy's...
Oh, okay, we'll just get back to it.
But like I'm right here. What?
Indeed, in the aftermath of the...
Oh, I didn't. I thought maybe you were like going to go look it up.
No,
but there is a word.
Google it in front of me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and stunt.
I don't know why you would.
Okay. Onderhoud. Onderhoud is maintenance. Yeah.
But there is a word. Yeah. Yes. Obviously, as I expected. Yeah.
The debate, Smith promoted a popular video in which Murray's statements to this effect are contrasted with his previous ridicule of the concept of lived experience. This is very low-quality thinking. If you do not see things with your own eyes, your opinions are by definition not your own. They are an agglomeration of opinions.
We now graduated to...
Whoa, yeah.
Hold on a second. You just said I need to listen to the experts.
Yeah.
So how the fuck am I supposed to do that if I...
Yeah. Yeah, try to circle that square. I can't certainly make any sense of what the fuck he just is advocating, or what he's advocating for.
From if you're so good at this, why didn't you invent it? We've now moved on to if you've got such a good opinion on the Middle East, and why haven't you been there yourself yet? I don't know.
It's
just a shithole.
Yeah, no one wants to fucking go. Why would anyone want to go
to you, Constantine? The main concern that people have is that they don't want to send money to a fucking war zone.
Yeah, in a foreign country.
You like Palestine so much, then why haven't you invaded it yet?
Right, I guess. Well, I'm sure he'd love to. Well, not him personally, of course. You can go die for it. He's not interested in that personally, obviously. But, good God. You do not have to go someplace to understand international politics. It's not a requirement. I think that spending time outside of your home country is probably a good thing that people should do just to get a broader perspective, but you don't have to have been somewhere to have the correct opinion. And you certainly... that makes no sense.
There was a comment, I think it was on the New York Post article, and I think in Rogan's one, is that someone just said, I'm very suspicious of people who've been to Israel. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty fucking accurate. That's the fucking irony. If you've been to Israel, I don't think that your opinion is a objective one. I think it's fucking biased as shit.
Yeah. I mean, why would anyone go to Israel for any other purpose other than... I guess if you were a Christian and you're going to see the Holy Land.
And then you're fucking fucked.
Well, no, that
you
used
see
to be
Christianity,
quite
you go to
normal.
France or Russia.
Okay. So all those not agreeing with the Crusades, then I'm guessing. Not a fan? Don't think that was justified? I'm honestly curious. I don't know.
No,
what your opinion is on the Crusades.
No, I'm obviously in favor of the Crusades. It's more the case of
okay.
If I was to just think of like Christendom, I tend to think of like seeing it in all its glory, which is probably what you'll get in old Europe.
Sure. But I'm saying Christians have been doing this for a long time.
Clearly not long enough.
Not your own.
Well, since kind of the beginning, but yeah.
And facts you have gathered from other sources whose veracity you cannot properly evaluate. That doesn't necessarily make them wrong. Indeed, most of our opinions
doesn't make them correct either, though.
Not our own.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't really relying on this credentialism stuff, and it's bizarre how you can say this shit after everything. No one's gonna buy this. Maybe some boomers, but I can't imagine. Are a lot of boomers watching trigonometry? Yes, obviously.
Oh, you know why? Because we get them from people we consider to be authorities on the subject in question. You might call them experts. The great trick being deployed here is to allege that experts can't be trusted while relying on a different set of experts.
How is that,
do you know why?
That's literally what you did during COVID.
That's called peer review. It's called peer, yes, or just thinking. It's called thinking. It's saying, I'll see what, look, on this academic topic, there are various opinions. They wouldn't like you to know that there's various opinions, and if they don't want you to know that there's various opinions, that it even exists.
It's a long way to say that you should.
That's suspicious.
You should listen to my experts. That's it. That's all he's fucking saying.
Yes, my experts, not. I was just talking
about. Look at the physiognomy.
Robert,
show people. Come on, look at him. Look at him.
Look at someone like Robert Malone, right?
Goblin.
They destroyed that guy over his opinions on COVID. They tried to destroy his career. Said, he shouldn't be let us. Tons of people during COVID.
Irish germ researcher.
Well, there's been all kinds of stuff like that over the years, where it's yes, if you are heterodox, it doesn't matter. You in terms of talk about all the stuff involving
you must
the
not
trans
have
again.
dissenting opinions.
All the stuff involving the trans, for all of the years that we've had to suffer through this nonsense, was backed up with here's what the experts say, but the experts weren't using data.
The experts
they were just making shit up.
Than a binary, no, it isn't. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god. And they stopped doing actual research for a decade. I'm not fucking joking. There's been the proper research that should have been done the entire time was just paused. So that we could believe the experts who didn't have fucking conclusions that all of this trans shit was based on. See, there was no evidence for it when it started being completely adopted by governments.
Yes,
no
and then
evidence.
people can see that, and it's a crock of shit, and that's when they ask questions, and they can see this is bollocks. When it comes to your sacred cow, they look at the people that you constantly fucking sim for, because my god, it's bloody obvious now, isn't it? And they go, why the fucking hell do I need to give such a massive shit about this group? What does this group offer my civilization? Because if I look at their track record, it's very difficult to argue I need to give a shit when they've been kicked out of every place they've been in for 2,000 fucking years. It's kind of strange to me that I need to give a massive shit about that when that's their track record.
Yeah, it's not our concern.
It's kind of weird.
On Ukraine,
and it is weird. Why do we have to care about that? Why do we have to care about Ukraine?
Yes.
And you might want to look into the connection there a little bit.
The non-expert Smith is using the ideas of people he considers experts, like John Mearsheimer and Jeffrey Sachs. On World War II, the non-expert.
I'm not going to talk too much shit about not being able to pronounce someone's name, but still, come on.
Yeah, and the reason why we listen to Professor Mearsheimer is because he was fucking correct.
He's right. He keeps being right. I don't know. Almost like...
Yes.
Yeah, well, why are you listening to Mearsheimer's opinion?
If someone says to me
keeps
6
being right.
years before a conflict is started and basically lays out the fucking conflict like he's directing the fucking thing,
yes,
I'm liable to listen to that guy.
Exactly. As logical Mel just said for 5, he says, I can't...
theory in fucking real time,
yes.
You dumbass.
Yep. Yes,
that's
as logical Mel said for 5.
That's an appeal to being fucking correct.
I can't take this anymore. Your credentials is based on your proven track record and accuracy of the matter, not this idiotic view of position identity.
It's true.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we were just saying. Yeah, perfect. Is that yes, it's Mearsheimer has a track record of being right.
Yes.
That's why
My
people listen to
God.
his opinions.
How dare I listen to someone who has been proven correct in their foreign policy assets?
You know, like, okay, so like, who do we listen to a lot? In terms of if there's anyone that you and I probably derive a lot of opinions from, or at least not opinions. I wouldn't say. Sure, yeah, since I had the meme up, right? But I was actually gonna say AA, but this doesn't mean that we just listen to everything he says and just go like, yeah, you know, like. But the reason why is because he keeps being, because they keep being right. Like, I wouldn't listen to you if you didn't have a really good track record with predicting and noticing something that's happening in the system. Like, I come at things from a social science perspective, so from my level of how I assess things is that I do look at extant research, extant data. What can I pull from the research that's been conducted? Now, that's my skill. That's how I come at things. But if it's still, and this is, by the way, true in meta-analytical research that they've done on this, is that, and it's in my new video, I talk about it, being informed like that, reading the research, actually reduces predictive ability. So, like, knowing more about a subject matter can make you less accurate in predicting how it will change in the future, in that if it's just pure raw information. Because if it's not being synthesized correctly, just having access to the information decreases accuracy at prediction. It's something above that of being able to look at the information and understand and synthesize it, which is what I also try to do. But then if people are showing to you that they do have a proven track record of being able to take the extant information and make a prediction that ends up being correct, yeah, those are the people that, generally speaking, I'd prefer to listen to. And Mearsheimer has a very good track record, so that's why people listen to him. You don't, Kissen. You know, Murray has won over a lot of people on the right with his... And it is astonishing for Murray I guess, or for Kissen to pull out this, you have to cite other people. You don't even, you're not an expert yourself. Have you read The Madness of Crowds? It is an oversimplification for lay people, which is fine, and I'm in favor of basic social psychological theory. I like it because it made it more accessible for people to understand some basic group psychology stuff. But all he does in that book is waters down other people's research. For fuck's sake, Kissen, you idiot! That's the book he's well known for and lauded for. And that's what that book is.
Cooper employs the arguments of people he considers experts like David Irving, and so on and so forth. All opinions are valid and should be given a hearing, scream the people whose entire media...
And that's exactly what the fuck Murray does too!
That's literally what you do. You literally had on people that have dissenting opinions. That's your entire fucking shtick.
I know.
Do you remember you had on Mike Eden during the early days of the coup, and he was a dissenting expert. Why the fuck does his one matter?
Yep, it's only when it's experts I agree with.
Yes.
And it is so blatantly obvious.
Fuck obvious, yeah.
Like I don't know why anyone would have taken Kissen seriously for a long time at this point, but come on now, man. This is embarrassing.
Diet is made up of people who only push them.
Shameful display.
This is where Smith obtains the arguments he makes about countries he's never visited.
Who cares?
People. And the arguments are then judged not on whether they're true.
Oh my god.
Something Smith does not have the ability to assess, but on whether they sound true.
Why does he not have the ability to assess it? Why does he not have the ability to assess it? The people that he's listening to, have they provided data and evidence or a reasoned out argument for their opinion that makes logical sense?
Kirsten, question for you.
The same thing you are telling people to do.
Do you live in Putin's head? No. So you don't fucking know why he invaded Ukraine either.
Nope, not really. None of us can.
No.
None of us can really know, because that's solipsistic.
Yes.
But you can get a pretty good idea. But
maybe
no
I
one
just
knows
go from the
except
guy who
him.
actually fucking tells me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it makes sense. A logical mail for 5 says, this is the same Constantine who had experts like St. Clair, Southern, a former porn star on relationships. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry from Rent. No, man, you're completely right. You're completely right. Yes. He's had on Ashley St. Clair, Lauren Southern. He's had on all kinds of people like this, as I guess, experts on things. But how dare you invite on Dave Smith, who doesn't claim to be an expert, to become an expert on the fly on 2 other people who aren't in the room. To stand up to Murray, who is an admitted not expert on these people because he didn't know anything about them until 30 minutes beforehand. Good. And still, can't tell them apart.
This is why he routinely makes basic cognitive errors of the kind I described the last time he...
Oh, yeah, I did see his article, and I skimmed through it.
Over my
oh, wait, was this... Oh, this is the Israel video. I read his post about the Murray Smith debate.
As for experience, the woke concept of lived experience was not ridiculed because experience doesn't matter. You would have to be deeply dishonest to deny that experiences are informative. If Michael Jordan claimed that there's a...
I can't... I know I did have this on the background. I think my brain was just shut off for a while.
Lived experience does matter, but only when it suits my agenda.
He's doing the inoculation again, though. He did it right there. Whereas, the lived experience thing is bullshit unless it's mine, and then it's legitimate. That's why you have to go there. And Murray's been there, so he knows better because of his lived experience. My God, the doublethink is... It's just astronomical.
Way to dunk a basketball based on his experience and his conversations with Kobe Bryant. Do you imagine that Smith and his defenders would screech about MJ just using arguments from authority and lived experience? The reason many...
What? I'm genuinely so fucking confused. Okay, so Dave Smith has not been there, but he has listened and read a lot about this issue, which is all... Nothing about being there is going to change his perspective, I would hope, on things that have happened in the past, which is what we're discussing in most of this conversation, is history. You're not there. You can't go to the past, asshole. So, no, going there will not do anything to change, shouldn't do anything to change your opinion about the present, I would think, about what's happening now, because you can't go to the past. What? You cannot. I don't care how many times he's been. He hasn't been there in the past in situ. Ugh.
He was pushed back against the concept of lived experience, other than the grating tautology, is that it was used as a way to say you can't have this opinion on a certain societal issue because of your race, sex, and or sexuality. This expanded the concept of experience from being personal experiences that all of us as individuals have to a kind of generalized knowledge that certain groups allegedly possess by virtue of their skin color or other immutable characteristics. If Murray had claimed that Smith is unqualified to comment because he's not a Middle Easterner, for example, his critics would have a point. Instead, he merely pointed out that Smith might become more informed by visiting the region he opines about with such confidence and regularity.
No, it's not going to...
no.
Why? There's no reason. It is... I can't believe. Have you ever been there? I don't need to go there. Dave doesn't need to go there to be able to make... In fact, in many ways, if you're talking about experts... You know, that in the scientific arena, we have this thing that we're supposed to aim for, which is objectivity. So we do things like double-blind testing, where the researcher doesn't even fucking know what test is being administered to which subjects in order to remove bias by not getting themselves involved.
See, the thing of it is that you don't seem to understand. The implication of him not being there is that he's getting something wrong. It would help then... if you said to him,
tell me what's wrong.
What the fuck he's wrong about? When you just scream,
Thank
you're
you.
not there, you don't fucking know. This is not selling points. This is you just trying to gatekeep like a fag.
Thank you for coming back to the most keenly important point, which is that what did they get wrong?
Yes. Like, this is such a fucking woman way of arguing. Because there's no
really
fucking point. Men want to know, like, what the fuck did I say that's wrong? Correct me. That's how men think. This is fucking feminine horseshit.
Yes, because it's not about saying what's wrong. It's about the vibes. No, I don't. It's it's icky. He's not. He's icky. He doesn't have a degree. Yes, which is very, and that's how academia. Why it's become such shit is because women really took it over and made it into a giant, mass conformity experiment
Even
that breaks
Lauren Southern pointed
into
this
conforming.
out. In one of her articles, she said she had a go at fucking Islam, this kind of shit, and like the red pill movement, all this crap, the manosphere. And she said she said one of the things that separates Western from the Islam is that we have like educated women. And she brought up this study that just said like, married couples who are educated stay together. And when you look at the article, it said that the main way that you succeed in academia is not through intelligence but obedience.
Yes.
Good God, I wonder why an obedient spouse might make a marriage stay longer. Fucking, I'm so shocked by that. You fucking dumbass bitch. You didn't fucking read the thing you're citing.
Yes, the absolute number one indicator and predictor of success in academia is not intelligence. And I mean in academia.
A trained fucking poodle.
And I have been through it, and I have seen it happen in real time, in front of my face, over fucking, not even over politics, over office politics. Of which I did nothing.
And then you go like, oh my goodness, why are they not performing? It's because you confuse the jumping through hoops like a fucking poodle as intelligence when there is just a difference to power.
The people who did best in my graduate, the people who I saw, you know, soar to the top of my graduate and doctoral programs. So here's my lived experience, Constantine. I've been there. The people who did best, the people who were most beloved by the staff and the faculty, were the people who conformed the most. Who just agreed with whatever their advisor said. Who just
made their lives easier.
Of course it made their lives easier, but it wasn't for their passion. Certainly not. God, I'm not talking shit, but like, I don't mean to. But I'm really obviously passionate about social science. I'm really passionate about social science, and the people in my doctoral program far more so than the graduate. But in the graduate program, being honest, I think I was the only, or maybe there's one other person who said that they wanted to be a professor out of that. I'm like, why are you? And they were just like, I don't know what to do. I got an undergraduate degree. I don't know what to do now. There was one guy there who was in his 60s who was just had extra time. I mean, like that was the grad. And then the rest were just like, I have an undergraduate degree. I don't know what to do with it. And so I'm just going to stay here and you know, I'm just going to get my master's because I don't know what to do with this undergraduate degree in communication. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I've wanted to do this. I'm so passionate about this. And it was, that was day one in grad school. I learned that. Pretty much everyone else in my department, it was just like, well, yeah, I just didn't know what to do with my degree. So I guess I'm getting a doctorate. And those are the people that succeed because they don't ruffle any feathers because they don't really care. So of course they succeed. Crazy.
Which brings us finally to the biggest sticking point of all. This is the strongest evidence of thought policing I've ever seen, says a popular comment under the debate video.
It is.
On numerous occasions.
It is. You're doing it right now.
You're literally doing it right now.
Sorry about my Spurg story and my experience with academia.
Throughout the discussion, Murray commits to
PTSD flashbacks,
suggesting that certain people shouldn't comment on certain things and that others should not elevate their voices. Such as the inability to think clearly about this, that you would almost certainly receive.
Wait, but that's what he said.
That's literally what he said.
You can't spin that. You cannot spin this. People can hear it. He's got plenty of. There's so many sound clips of him saying exactly that. Yeah, they're trying and they're not succeeding, I don't think. This is pathetic. The right is far worse at this than the left. Because the left goes full on in on emotions. And he's trying to still couch it in, oh, yeah, use your emotions, but don't actually listen to the experts. Okay.
Pushback for denying that slavery harmed black Americans or claiming the Holocaust didn't happen. They simply no longer understand the difference between censorship.
The moment that you invoke that fucking, that word, that magical H word, is the moment everyone looks at you and goes, fuck you, you're paid. The moment you invoke that fucking thing. Yeah. If you want to retain your credibility in this sphere, don't fucking mention that. Because the moment you do, everyone looks at you like, oh, you fucking shill, you're paid.
Advocate, my emphasis is media studies. The overarching degrees are all in communication. It's bad. The emphasis is media psych, but not wrong. Yeah, it could be way worse. It's communication emphasis media psychology.
Also, I'm just gonna openly say this. I don't believe any governments during wartime. Make that statement what you fucking will.
No, what as you should not.
Yeah.
Well, they are not. They are absolutely invested monetarily, physically, in every fucking sense of the word, in not telling you the truth. For fuck's sake, that's basic tactics.
Morality. This is a bad thing to do. The world of entertainment is not driven by truth-seeking, and the claim that someone's ideas are false is no longer an effective critique. But Castistan is a place...
Yes, it is! If their ideas are false, it absolutely is a fair critique that people will listen to. And that's why you and your buddies are getting called out, because you can't fucking point to the goddamn place where something is false.
People scold the mainstream media for failing to live up to their standards on honesty and accuracy.
Well, you're a failure too in that sense.
Cooper is a case in point. Even among his defenders, few claim that what he's saying is actually true. That's not why they like Cooper. They like him because he ticks every one of the 5 boxes on the new media checklist. 1. Transgression. Since the new media positions itself as a challenge to the mainstream, it rewards, above all, ideas that are transgressive.
No, not really. Not really.
Yeah, not at all. Like, what fucking world do you live in where you think that's a thing?
You have controlled opposition, is what it really likes.
Yeah, we're currently looking
at nice little controlled ops like you and Hassan Piker. You know, like the extremists that you put out there and prop up.
Yeah.
And then they're not really extremists, like Hassan is, but they are extremely devoted because their existence, their opulent existence, yes, is entirely funded by people who tell them what to do and say. So, yeah, that's why you rise to the fucking top. Not because you're more edified. You are willing to play ball. And because if you have really extreme opinions, usually controlled opposition. But if it's a more mainstream one, no. You have to they'll prop up whatever is important to the narrative that the, uniparty hegemony is interested in propping up.
In an environment where...
And you're a part of that, and you know it, Constantine.
Saying something controversial is easily confused with saying something true. If the libs are upset, it must be true, is a poor heuristic for understanding the world. But it is what often passes for thinking in Podcastistan. 2. Charisma.
Oh my god.
Cooper is charismatic. All media, but new media especially, over-indexes charisma. And that is because charisma and authenticity are not disconnected. People who say what they truly think are typically more charismatic.
I didn't think Daryl is charismatic. He's just like a regular dude who talks.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I know what he said in terms of perceived authenticity and perceived charisma. Yes, are linked.
Yeah,
quite
really? Okay.
Strongly.
Does that explain me then?
Look, a
I
lot
just
of...
think I'm just the person who just says like just the reality that everyone can see that no one just wants to say.
The reality is, as a communication expert, and yeah, I can absolutely say that.
Oh, look, now you're flexing yours.
Well, no, this is the way that we're going to fucking act. Then I'll join in on the bullshit. As a communication expert, most of it is not.
Now shut your face.
Most of it is not what you say; it's how you say it.
That's true, actually.
It's almost entirely how you say it. So yes, charisma is extremely important. Extremely important.
Charismatic than those who filter and obfuscate. But just because someone says what they truly think does not mean that what they truly think...
By the way, you don't have to be saying what you really think to be charismatic, and in fact, it's quite often the opposite. Yes. If you're very tailored, then you're able to be a little bit more charismatic, because you've worked this out. You're not just trying to impress someone, you're saying your real thoughts.
Is true. 3. Conspiracy. Cooper's ideas are conspiratorial.
No, it's a conspiracy theory. Therefore it's wrong. It's weird how those conspiracies keep being fucking true then, huh? Lab leak hypothesis, speaking of COVID?
I don't think considering history from the perspective of the Germans is necessarily conspiratorial. I think it's just fair.
No. It is. It's just trying to say, let's try to look at this from a different perspective because, again, it's history. Perspective matters. Absolutely it does.
Element of the new media worldview is that you're constantly being lied to by the mainstream institutions.
Well, you are, and you have said that for years. But now that you think you're in a position of power, all of a sudden, well, now that you are the media, you want them to pay attention to the media and give it some credentials.
You've become Sam Harris.
Yup. Holy shit.
That's the best insult I can reel at him.
Yeah.
That you are in fact frequently lied to by mainstream institutions. In this context, ideas which appear to expose a hidden truth always have more appeal. 4. Entertainment value.
Well, yeah. Obviously.
Entertainment value.
But
really?
Nothing.
No fucking shit. I don't really like to listen to something if I'm not entertained by it. Fuck it. Oh my god, what a revelation that is.
But in this last point with the conspiracy, what if it's true? Just because it's a conspiracy doesn't make it fake. Yeah. Many conspiracies end up being true.
Like the coup.
Yes. Well, the lab leak theory, you know?
Podcasts are entertaining. In a world where culture, politics, history, and pretty much everything else is a form of entertainment, entertaining ideas that are wrong appeal more than boring ideas that are true. And 5.
That part is absolutely correct, though. Yeah, the entertainment stuff, yes.
As I've explained previously, Cooper's ideas about the past are popular because they serve a specific political purpose right here in the present. The incomprehension that Smith and his...
No, what obviously, I
don't know why
you're spurred out here.
Yeah, I don't know why you people have singled Daryl Cooper out, but you guys have made him have a massive fucking ego because, my good God, like the shit that he says, I still have no fucking idea what Daryl said that has made all of you spurg out, because none of you even fucking say it.
Yeah, so I'm totally in the dark as to what specifically. I need specifics, and I need specifically to show me then how it's wrong. Because it should be so easy. If it's so wrong, this should take no time. Why are we debating this shit? It should be so easy for you to say, here's what he said, here's how he's wrong. With evidence. Why is no one seemingly able to do this? If it's so simple, if he's so obviously incorrect.
Exhibit at the notion that we ought not to amplify bad ideas, and that we do not owe those who insist on uttering them access to our audiences is, I imagine, exactly the sort of incomprehension that a fast food or big pharma executive would exhibit at the suggestion that selling unhealthy food or addictive drugs is a bad thing to do. It's a free country, man. If big pharma and big food can poison...
Oh my god. These are not at all analogous. How is this there's no, I don't even know how someone stating an idea, an opinion, how is that in any way analogous to big pharma poisoning people? Trust us, we've got experts. In fact, not just poisoning people potentially, but forcing them to take a poison that had not, and I'm going to call it that because it had not been tested. It fundamentally, the COVID vaccines were not tested under, and this is incontrovertible fact, incontrovertible, they were not put under the same type of testing, scrutiny, regulations, and time frame that any other drug would have been put under. And people still get fucking boosters on this shit, by the way.
In your body. Why can't Cooper poison you?
Hey, why did they install all of those defibrillators in cities all over England? I wonder why.
If you enjoy these videos, you should know that they're available in my Substack.
No. So that was awful. Wow. God damn. What a fucking piece of shit. I'm at least, I don't think this is flying though. As we wrap up here, I don't think this is working out for them. I don't think anyone other than like absolutely brain dead boomers are gonna fall for this shit. Oh, let's see.
The fatigue is real.
Yes. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, once I make millions of dollars and acquire millions of views online, then my opinion matters. Random failed comedian or doctor with kosher name. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what he's saying. Yeah. That's why it was Rogan's fault, right? Rogan, you've been platforming these people. You're not allowed to do that. We get to choose. It's always about that. It's always, we are the elites. It's a small club and you're not fucking in it, and do not think you are above your station and get to be part of it. If you want to be part of it, you might be invited if you have enough stuff for them to work with that's useful to them. But trust me, you will sell your soul in doing so. Inevitably. Every single time I see it happen. Because it doesn't come for free. Nothing in life is free. And if you sacrifice and sell your integrity, I think ultimately, what other value do you possibly have? If you will sell your integrity, why should anyone listen to you on anything? Anywho, that's just my ending thoughts. You got anything else that you guys want to touch on? We're obviously not going to do anything else. It's late as hell. All right.
Nope.
Okay. That seems... Oh, look, we wrapped it all up pretty nicely right now. I know we went a little bit late for Spoon, but yeah. Cool beans. Thank you guys so much for all of the donations and support tonight. We will be back next Wednesday as usual. All right. Cheers, everybody. Oh, and hopefully my video will be out soon, but maybe not by next week. And Spoon apparently is going to be on a video spree. So I look forward to that stuff. All right. See you guys next week. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Alla person.
Okay. Stream's off. Spoon, you fall asleep?
I'm damn near falling asleep. God damn.
I'm tired as fuck too. Holy shit.